Berg, Mark Bertinoli, Don Ford, Scott Hastings. There's the Horn in Denver! Let's go, baby! Denver takes a 3-2 lead on Minnesota. They win it tonight by a final of 112-97.
Oh, how things change. You start this series down 0-2, losing both at home. You come back in Minnesota, win both of those games, and now take what feels to be an utterly commanding lead. And series is not over, but gosh, did you strike a pretty good dagger.
Let's
yesterday.
go, baby!
I mean, when it comes to this basketball team being led by that guy in particular, Nikola Jokic, I don't know what else there is to say about if some of these people who are actual basketball analysts do not see the complete and utter dominance that was put on display last night. Like, you took the defensive player of the year, the 4-time defensive player of the year, and every time he was matched up with him, he acted as if I was guarding him. Like, his eyes lit up. Jokic finishes that game 15 of 22 from the field with 40 points and 13, 40 points, 7 boards, and 13 assists. Like, drops 40. And this is...
It felt like 60. Like,
truly.
I don't know how he just had 40.
Marty, he took 22 shots and had 40 points on the night. You know, there's guys in this league. You know, I remember in Iverson was a great player. But I remember when Iverson was putting up, 35, 40 points, and he was doing it on 30, 35 shots. And I'm like, well, you're going to have to get some buckets if you take that many shots. Jokic doesn't really shoot. He did last night, taking 22, but he left the game with 40, and it was a no-doubter kind of game. You know what I mean? Like, the thing starts, it's a little bit back and forth, but two things happened early where it just made me say, all right, it feels like this one's in the bag, despite the fact that it was like a, 6-point lead at half, right? 50-44. Here's the two things. Anthony Edwards was very clearly not going to have one of those games because they were throwing doubles at him.
And he did not like that.
And they were just like, I dare anybody else to score. And Cat's like, cool, my turn. All right, go ahead, get your 23 and get the hell out of my face. We're not going to allow Anthony Edwards to score. And Jokic was not going to be stopped.
They also missed Mike Conley yesterday. Big time.
Oh, big time, yes. I've said it before. Minnesota is a very good team. Minnesota is not a very good offensive team. Like, if they don't full bore, like, game 2 level defense against the Nuggets, if they don't do that, they probably aren't going to win because just offensively they can't keep up. Now, Conley would have helped last night, but still, Alexander Walker did kind of what Conley's done in this series, which is he knocked down 4 of 8 threes and took 12 shots. That's kind of what Conley does, but he commands the offense better. The thing is, I mentioned this after game 4. It took 2 games for the supercomputer inside of Jokic's head that has nothing but just basketball savant level IQ to say the greatest defensive display that we've seen through 2 games against almost any team that I've seen that's a very talented offensive team. It took 2 games for Jokic to be like, all right, got it now. you have nothing else you can throw at me, I know exactly how to attack. And it's only gotten better since then. Game 3 was good. Game 4 is better. Game 5 was dominant. You know, and it's a game where you don't need Murray scoring 30. 16 was fine. It was a game where, yes, do you want Porter? Has he had a rough last couple of games? Yes. But it doesn't matter because that was all about Jokic last night. Jamal said as much after the game. In the same way that Jokic will read the room on a night-to-night basis and just kind of be like, what kind of game is this going to feel like? Everybody else is on the same page. And I'll tell you this, Marty, for a team that is kind of built initially until Anthony Edwards took over, but the identity of that team was 2 7-footers on the floor at once. That's when you look at Minnesota, that's kind of the first thing that hits you. Yes, Anthony Edwards is an amazing player, but it's that the oddity of having those two guys on the floor at the same time. And the Jokic and Gordon combo has been better as far as bigs in this series. It's not even been close. Like, AG has elevated his game in a massive way. Like, he's shooting the ball well to start, but just his aggressive and attack type of nature, where he's like basically daring them, like, go ahead and foul me because I'm going right at the hoop. You know, when he tried to go full Space Jam, who was that over the top of again?
Wasn't that on Gobert?
I think it was on Gobert.
Yeah, because Reggie Miller was like, he tried to kill him out there.
Yes. And it's just, but that's what I'm talking about. That aggressive style is just like, I dare you. And if you aren't, if I'm not going to dunk this on you or get a layup, then you're going to foul me. No, what's great is this comes, God, remember after game 2, Marty, we're like, there's a chance we won't even see Jokic get the MVP on his home floor.
Oh, my God.
Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
And then he got the MVP on his home floor, and they went up 3-2 in the series.
I did not see that coming at all.
No, how could you after game 2? That's why I'm not getting on people all that much about doubting the Nuggets after 2 games. I think if you weren't doubting the Nuggets at that time, you're crazy. The issue is, I just think we take all that stuff too far. Like, down 0-2, and now Jokic was an undeserving MVP in some national pundit's eyes. And I'm like, I don't get it. You know, and I know Shaq wasn't on the TNT crew last night. Who was it? It was Draymond. It was
Vince Carter.
But how do former NBA players... Somebody said this last night, actually. Let me see who it was. But it was basically, how do former players in this league not look at that and just say, how is this not the most dominant player in the league? And basically, like, since there's been guys who've been dominant, like Giannis for a couple years was really dominant. Steph Curry in a different way. LeBron basically his entire career. But we've never seen this. What Jokic is able to do from an efficiency standpoint is so beyond anybody else that I can think of. Because it's not just scoring or shooting percentages. It's his ability to make the exact right play at the exact right time, to feed somebody perfectly and put them in good positions for them to look good. Like, again, last night, he does that catch, turn, water polo, full court, right over an outstretched hand of a Timberwolf to Jamal Murray for an easy bucket. And it's just, how many guys can do that? Get that easy of a shot from that place on the floor? And here's the deal. Minnesota's got to be reeling right now. Like, this game 6 in Minnesota, I have no idea what to expect from them. Because part of me thinks, Marty, they might just be like, fold up shop. Like, we thought we had it and we don't. And God, were they feeling themselves after 2 games. I mean, Vic said it when he was in Minnesota. He said their layup lines were like Anthony Edwards is throwing half-court shots up, everybody smiling, joking around, playing with the fan base. Like, and then they got that. Oh, yeah, that dude's a monster over there. I kind of forgot for a second.
Should they just intentionally sit Gobert? Because the only time they really dominated, he was, not even in the building.
Dude, I was talking to somebody about that. That's an odd conversation that you got to have. Imagine this. Imagine, you know what, Marty? Let's say this. Nuggets down 0-2. Jamal Murray throws the heat pack. He gets suspended for game 3. The Nuggets win by 30. And in game 4, the Nuggets lose again with Jamal on the floor. You aren't going to take him out. And it's unfair to say Jamal is Gobert, but I'm just trying to make an example of something.
Really offensive.
But you got to be looking at that like, and then Marty, and then you for the first time trail in the series because you had 40 drop directly on your face on 15 of 22 from the field. There is some sort of like, what's that? Because you weren't here and he didn't do that.
It's like his sweet spot, too. It's not like they're asking him to do something he can't do. This is what you're supposed to be good at.
This is the only thing you do is play defense and rim protect, and you have no shot against him. Now, I've said this before, Marty. I'm not going to fault too many guys who go out there and have a hard time stopping Jokic. Like, I don't think that's a burn on somebody. But you look at the difference with him off the floor. What did Jokic finish that game with? Like 16 points in game 2? And 15 of 22 from the floor. Every time he got matched up on him, he's like, you're done.
Rudy's a rim protector. Like, he can't come outside of the paint.
Well, and Jokic...
He's on skates then.
Jokic wasn't 7 of 9 from 3. He was just wherever it was around that restricted area. It was turn hook, baby hook, Sombor hook, footwork, drop step, layup, like...
High off the glass. It was everything last night.
Did it all. 303-504-0925.
I'm so glad it came against him, too. I can't stand Rudy Gobert.
He's on the list. All right. A lot more to discuss with this game. I know you guys talked a lot about the Val stuff yesterday. That's a tough one. Because there is so much at play. The trust factor with him's gone. But the contract looms. And I don't know what you can do. Like, I don't know what the next step is. Got an idea. We'll talk about that as we go along as well. 303-504-0925, broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. I'll tell you something that changed the game early yesterday. Malone took the technical foul to prove a point, and then immediately afterwards, you had 3 charge calls go your way.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Wasn't that nuts? But see, this is where you pick and choose your spots as a coach. And God, people are quick to jump on Michael Malone about stuff that is like out of his control. You know what I mean? What were they saying after game 2? Oh, we'll make an adjustment. Has he adjusted? A funny thing around here for both of these teams is that things aren't going your way. Things look very doom and gloomy. And then the first thing that we do is just say, yeah, the coach can't handle it. I'm like, these guys both won championships. You guys know that, right? It doesn't just happen by accident.
According to some of the texters, it was just by luck, not accident.
Well, last time I checked, the Nuggets have been to, if they can close out this series, 3 Western Conference Finals appearances in Malone's tenure.
It's the playoffs. If you win a game, you're the best coach in the world. If you lose, it's time to move on.
And I know that roller coaster. I ride that emotional roller coaster, but I don't take it to the extremes of people need to lose their jobs for maybe a couple of weird or bad moments. And what I'm really starting to notice with this team, and especially Michael Malone, he's just the right button pusher. He plays long-term games with some guys. He obviously did it with people like Porter. Sticking with Jamal. All that kind of stuff. But in-game, he hits the right buttons. Like that technical was effective. You go out, you get teed up, and then again, it's 3 straight charge calls?
And what, 1 or 2 of them Aaron Gordon had, which would have been his 3rd foul if they were not offensive fouls.
You just put a bug in somebody's ear and you let it go. Now, again, what I felt so confident about with the Nuggets heading into this postseason, I know they're defending champions, but especially this, like what separates them from the others, okay? What separates them from good teams like maybe Minnesota or Boston or whatever, is their ability to go out and no matter what the feel of the game is offensively, like let's say they're having a poor shooting night from 3, they're still going to end up with 110 points. Because at the end of the day, they can find buckets in the paint in ways that other teams just can't. And it all centers around Jokic and his ability to do exactly what he did last night, whether it's I'm just going to hook shot you to death from the restricted area over the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. And if I don't feel like I have a great look, then I'm going to fake like I'm going to do that. And since I burned you so many times, we're going to find Aaron Gordon underneath the hoop, or we're going to find KCP wide open for a 3 or whatever. The first 2 games weren't like that because it was a little bit of a oddly officiated game where it was just, let's be honest, Marty, especially in game 2, the Nuggets didn't realize they were actually in a street fight until like the 3rd quarter started. And by that time, they just kind of covered up. But once they kind of found out this is how Minnesota does this, I mean, look at their shooting splits over the last few games. Last night, 48% from 3, only took 19 of them. But 48% from 3, 55% from the floor. It's just, you give this team a game or 2, and they're going to figure out what your strategy is, and they, and more specifically Jokic, will beat it. And now that they've done that, the question is, can Minnesota score enough to get themselves back in the series? I think the answer is no. I don't think they're good enough. I don't think they have that ability. Their strategy is essentially this. Anthony, score 50 points, and we'll pray that somebody else has 25. Like, that's really what the strategy seems to be. Because a lot of these guys, they have very good qualities as basketball players, but none of them outside of Anthony Edwards is, I need a bucket, I can go get one. Towns is the closest thing that they have to it, and he's just, I would say, okay to above average.
You're not really a creator. He's the closest thing they have outside of Ant.
Exactly. Anthony Edwards is, give me the basketball, I'll find a way to get the ball in the hoop. Towns is, well, he thinks he's that guy, but he's the closest other thing that they got to it.
Did you see Kyle Anderson, who takes 15 full seconds to launch up a shot?
Oh my God.
He was 2 seconds left on the shot clock, and he couldn't get the shot off in time. It's like, what is the point of you out there on the offensive side?
I'm going to make a reference to something that only Marty's going to get, but it's that damn stoplight out here on County Line Road.
Yeah.
That's Kyle Anderson. It's just like, why am I waiting here? Nothing's happening. Just let it go. Just go.
You provide no value here.
A texter says, would you trade Jamal Murray for Jalen Brunson straight up? No. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about that I need people to understand, okay? Jalen Brunson's had a great playoff run. Great. And again last night, the Knicks take care of business. They lead 3-2 in this series. And he finished with how many last night? 44. How did he get to 44? You know?
He shot a billion times? I don't know.
He shot 35 times last night. You tell me where that fits with what the Nuggets do. When who handles the basketball? Jokic. Fit is way more important. That works for them. That works for the Knicks because what else are you going to do? Give it to DiVincenzo and say shoot it 30 times? No.
Real quick about Brunson. If he stayed in Dallas, do you think he would be the guy he is now? He obviously wouldn't be getting 35 shots a night.
No. The guy he is now, meaning the way
he's like a budding superstar right now. He's having a coming out party.
Well, I think there's a couple factors to that. Number one is, if he was still in Dallas, it's no, because Luka's going to handle the basketball most of the time. And Brunson, look, he got numbers in Dallas. He was good there. But he wasn't this because he couldn't be. His last season in Dallas, he scored 16 points a game, and he had 13 shots a game. He's averaging 22 a night now in New York. So that's one. Number two is, no, Marty, because he's in New York now. So you do this with a Knick uniform, then it's just going to feel different to people. He's really good, and I want no part of that being on my team because it wouldn't be the Nuggets anymore.
How about this? Should the Nuggets trade for LeBron James? Would you like to see him on this team?
No. And LeBron actually sort of fit-wise basketball style is not the problem. The problem is LeBron's going to come in here and act like he owns this, and he doesn't. I don't need anybody else. This team is constructed.
Should they blow up this homegrown roster and get a superstar is what I'm asking. Please say yes. Thank you.
This is what I'm trying to tell people, guys. This team is constructed perfectly. Outside of, would you like to have a Bruce Brown sort of guy off the bench? Yeah. That's the only exception, maybe. But starting five, it's perfect. You have a completely unselfish superstar who wants to share the ball more than shoot, but if he has to shoot like he did last night, then he puts up 40 on 22 shots. You have a second star on this team who, if not for the calf injury, I don't think we're having any discussions about Jamal this offseason, or this playoff run, by the way. Healthy Jamal is a perfect second star on this team. Because if you hear him last night, I don't know if we got the audio of it, Marty. Jamal was talking about he had 16 points, didn't shoot all that much, and he's like, yep, that was a Jokic game. I don't need to do that every night. I don't know how many people in the NBA will think that way, especially let's have the mentality of Jamal Murray for a second. We all know that Jamal's a star. He has never been treated like one. No all-star appearances, no all-NBA stuff, no anything. No accolades to his name. How many people in the league would that bother? In a way where they'd be like, well, now I have to get mine to prove to the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that, I don't know if Jalen Brunson wanted out of Dallas. I don't think that was the story. If I remember correctly, they just had to make room for Kyrie, right? But try and get Jalen Brunson to go back to being that guy again. How do you think he reacts? Where he can't shoot 35 times a night on a New York Knicks roster where he becomes like this superstar. And nobody on this team has an ego about it. No one. Michael Porter Jr., who was seen as the number one player in his age group for his entire life, just had a playoff game a couple of nights ago where Christian Brown closed and he was clapping. I need no ego on this team. None. Like, everybody talks about Heat culture. There is a Nuggets culture that I think is going to stick around for a long time because of this. Long time. But 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Texture says, Brett, you're out of your mind. We should definitely trade MPJ in a first for KD.
Somebody also said, if we keep winning championships, KD's going to demand to come here, which could happen.
Did you guys hear what I said, by the way? Like, let me say this again for you. Kevin Durant, Jalen Brunson, your team's good enough where you say, no thanks, we're good. That's how good this team is. Marty, you were just offered like a top 20 player of all time, and you're like, nah.
We got a thing going here. No thanks.
303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. A texter says, Joker told his ass. Yes. Going back to Anthony Edwards. Sorry, Marty, did you say that we had the Jamal from after the game? Let me hear it.
So, I mean, all the action is going on, and there's less help because of it. And I'm just trying to give whatever the team needs. You know, if Yoke got it going, there's no need for me to force anything. There's no need for me to make something up at any of us, you know. So I felt like tonight I was just being whatever the team needed. You know, I feel like if we need defense, I was trying to do my best and not turn it over. You know, just make the right reads, not force. The main thing was just not forcing anything. If Yoke's scoring like that, there's no need to do anything special. So I felt like tonight I was just trying to like control the tempo, if that makes sense. Pick my spots, went to a drive, you know, knowing that they're collapsing, all that stuff. So, but I appreciate you.
Is that the most beautiful answer you've ever heard? He had it going. I didn't need to force anything tonight. By the way, Jokic just said the exact same thing about him on nights where Jamal just goes crazy. He had it going, didn't need to force anything, let him work. I don't know how many teams in the league have that kind of relationship. And you know who had it for a long time? Golden State. They had it. Between Steph, Clay, Draymond, anybody. It was just all about who's getting the best shot. Texture says, also, do you think Anthony Edwards still, quote, loves that after last night?
He looked lost, man.
Well, it was the first time all series that they were really throwing doubles at him, and they did a lot. And you throw a curveball into things in game 5 of a series, it can be confusing as hell.
Do you think they intentionally waited to do that? It seems kind of like an obvious thing. Double the guy that's scoring 40 every night. Do you think they waited till late in the series to throw that at him?
You know, maybe it wasn't intentional. Maybe their plan was, we're just going to play this thing straight up, and if he puts up 40, then he puts up 40. but always knowing that you have it in your back pocket if you want to throw it out there. Like, if it was totally strategic, it's a really good strategy.
I mean, to throw that at Game 5, throw a huge wrench into their main scorer.
I mean, it's a 2-2 series. This game is huge. It feels like whoever wins that game wins the series, right? And you're just like, oh, hi, by the way, here's something brand new. Try and figure this one out on the go. And this is where I'm talking about, Marty, that maturity stuff for a younger team or a newer team to this rise to a championship thing. I always talk about the story arc. It never really goes like that. You know, that one flash year in Toronto with Kawhi, maybe. But this is the stuff that you give that team a couple of years, maybe they handle that thing better. But now here's what you can do, Marty. You go into Game 6. They said, all right, let's set up some sort of plan that if they do that against us again, here's how we'll react. And maybe the Nuggets just don't do it at all in Game 6. They just go back. 303-504-0925. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. So, a lot about the Nuggets. I got a couple of thoughts on Val, game tonight, and just what an awful place the Avs find themselves in for the second year in a row. The question is, what do you do? Short term and long term. Like, what do you do with Val, and what do you do without him tonight? We'll get to that next. All right, before the Avs, just quickly, this from Brendan Vogt of DNVR. Listen to this, Marty. Just to hammer this point home, this is before the end of the game. Jokic has 35 points on 17 shots, and his top strategy is to shoot every time the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year guards him straight up. Just drop it on the table at that point, right? You look at the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year and you're like, I'm putting up 40 tonight. Oh, he's guarding me? An insane night from the Joker. Okay. Here's the difficult part of the Val situation. We all know it has to be done, Marty. He's got to be gone. You can't trust him anymore. I can only imagine what the team thinks at this point. The second year in a row. Like, think about this. McKinnon, Makar, these guys are in the primes of their careers and in the primes of their championship window. And for 2 consecutive seasons, a key cog in this piece has been unavailable for things outside of hockey. Like, that's the bottom line, right? It's one thing if he got hurt at this time of year. You can't blame somebody too much. These weren't hockey circumstances. The trust factor with him is out the window. As good of a player as he is, as good as the Avs are with him on the ice. We all know the numbers, Marty. When he's in the lineup for the Avs, they win like 80% of the time. When he's out, they're a sub-500 team. But you can't do this anymore. So that's what has to be done. The question is how. He signed through 2030. To my knowledge, you aren't going to be able to get money back from this. You know, there is no, like, you can fire people with cause. Like, I don't think that this is a situation they can fire somebody with cause. So you're just going to be out a pretty giant lump of money over the next 5 years. I don't know how you handle the situation. And look, addiction's addiction. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. It's obviously something that has an addictive property to it, or else this wouldn't constantly be a problem. Like, if this was steroids, Marty, he's not going into the player assistance program. He's just being suspended for cheating is what they would essentially call it. So it's not that. We all know somebody that deals with addiction. Like, it's a giant issue. And again, doing the blaming of him thing is tough because we don't know the full story of what's going on. But at this point, from a pure hockey perspective, you can't care anymore. You just can't do it. And maybe that sounds cold-hearted and cold-blooded, but it's the truth. Like 90 minutes before the puck drops, you're just like, oh, by the way, he can't. And we're taking him.
That timing couldn't have been worse. I think he was at morning skate that day. Like, you were planning for him to be there in this huge game. And then 90 minutes before.
And so, like, short-term thoughts. We're talking to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. So we'll see what the strategy is kind of moving forward. But, I mean, number one thing on the docket is win tonight, right? Like, just extend the series. And if I'm speaking to you guys honestly, I've been surprised before. Hell, Marty, we were just surprised when the Nuggets were down 0-2 and now they're up 3-2 in the series. But you give me that guy out of the lineup, I find it really difficult for you to come back and beat Dallas after being down 3-1. It was going to be difficult enough if he was in the lineup for you to get through Dallas. But we'll see what Bednar has to say at 8 o'clock on it this morning. I just feel awful for the guys in that room. And again, especially guys like McKinnon and Makar and Mikko and dudes in the primes of these runs that feel like you just... Look, you didn't... I don't want to say this. It's not as if you went out and just took the horse behind the barn and shot it, right? But you galoolied it. You took a pull right to the knee and you're like, all right, go out there and do your thing. It's going to be really difficult. Really difficult. Texture says, let's do what the Caps did with Kuznetsov. Send Val to the Eagles and wait for a trade partner just for future considerations. I mean, you could. But you don't think that other people have the, you guys can't trust him. Why should we for what's his contract?
6.5.
6.5
Like,
a year?
we were talking about this yesterday. He's 6.5. When he's on the ice, healthy, playing, he's like a $9-10 million
it's a
player.
steal.
Like, it's a good deal for someone to maybe take a chance on. I don't know.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else like this whose ability on the field is so good, but you just can't trust him. You know, we've had guys with injuries, right? Like
Embiid?
Yeah, injuries are it's a different animal, though. I'm saying, like, you can't trust them not to do something off the floor, off the ice, off the field.
Kyrie?
Even that, no. Like, his was a vaccine thing, which is so, like, in its own category and unique.
He had like an Instagram post that got him in trouble too. Like he does some stuff that
Ja.
is-
How about Ja?
Okay, Ja. There you go.
Ja Morant. Now, young enough, good enough to where Memphis is not giving up. But I got to say, that's a really good one, actually. Josh Gordon.
Josh Gordon.
That's the perfect
Antonio
one.
Brown too.
Yeah, AB was just a little crazy. Josh Gordon's good because it is as similar as I think you can get. It was a substance deal. And Josh Gordon was really good for a minute.
Literally 1 minute.
He had that one just amazing year. But Josh Gordon's a great one. Actually, you know what? Randy Gregory was kind of the same guy. Seems like he's cleaned that part of it up. But Randy Gregory had a lot of the same issues. Or looked like he was going to be a behemoth, but just couldn't stay out from the drug test stuff. And so, look, I hope Val gets better because that's a bitch. Like, it truly is. And it's not something you just get over. But you got to almost look at this selfishly from an Avs perspective and just say, well, what do I do? And I don't think any answer is you bring him back. Like, I don't think you can. There is no question that ends in that solution. But there's a brunt of responsibility that comes afterwards. You know, you can say, well, the Broncos just ate a giant contract. Yeah, for like 2 years. Val signed through 2030. Guaranteed. And I don't think there's some sort of clause that gets you out of it because of stuff like this. 303-504-0925. You can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Just visit altitudesportsradio.com/major. To enter the contest, you pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group, and if your golfers total the most prize money among all entries, you're the winner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, and it's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines. August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets.
You bring up the Rockies all the time. They're the hottest team in town. Can you at least spend 13 seconds on them?
The Rockies have won 6 straight. I'm very happy for them. I was talking about this with a buddy. They go, what if they just go on one of these runs where they win 18 straight? And I actually did the math, and I go, if they won 18 straight by the end of this, Marty, they'd be 26-28.
Oh, just one of those runs?
Yeah. But you're talking about, like, back in 2007 when they went on the big winning streak. It's like, if you did that again, I go, well, they'd be 2 games under 500. Well, I love it, though. Good. Get the young guys out there playing well. You seen Tovar and Brenton Doyle's batting averages this year? There's a couple things to be excited about with that team. It's not doom and gloom there. This was the purpose, the rebuilding. A lot to talk about that Nuggets game and them taking control 3-2. Nikola Jokic awarded his MVP and then looked like it. We'll get to that Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
3.5 minutes to go in game number 5, people. Gordon has it on the high right side. Top of the key over to Jamal Murray. You score a bucket here, and this thing is over. Murray has it on the high left side. He goes to the left hand. 4 on the shot clock. Top of the key, Jokic. Jokic, 3. Yeah! Denver leads at 106-92 in game number 5. And Scotty, this thing is over!
Give it to me, Mark. Come on.
I am the best. That's on my chest. Shooting like Pedro. Nothing but dance. Fucking like divas. Don't be upset. Like they're not good stitch. Boy, I'm a bitch. Show me respect. Write me a check.
So let's go back to something real quick. Nuggets down 0-2. All the pundits come out. Not only are the Nuggets dead, Jokic is overrated. Shouldn't have got his 3rd MVP, obviously. And we were even saying, guys, there's a chance that Jokic won't even be awarded the MVP on his home floor. Like, there's a chance maybe the Nuggets just get swept in this series. Maybe that happens. And now they're up 3-2. And he got awarded the MVP on his home floor. And he dropped 40 points on 15 of 22 from the field. And he looked at the 4-time defensive MVP, defensive player of the year, and said, if you guard me, I'm scoring. Every time, without exception, I will find a way to make this little baby hook with my right hand or left hand or foot or nose or whatever I need to use to get it in the hoop. It's going to happen. That was your classic Jokic dominance when it's needed the most in Game 5.
It wasn't just 40 points. All right, it wasn't just 40 points and 13 assists and however many rebounds. I think it was 8 rebounds, close to another triple-double. It wasn't just that. 0 turnovers, 0. 2 steals. Wasn't that. It was the mere fact that last night, on national television, of course, after receiving his hardware from the commissioner, of course, it was that he demanded the ball, and he said, whoever you put in front of me, if you want to put Rudy in front of me, Cat, this slow-mo fella, Naz Reid, whoever you put in front of me, I will cook with grease. I am taking the ball to the rack. I am going to give you a wide assortment of moves, and there is nothing you or your teammates can do about it. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I'm trying to describe what I saw last night in my head. It's hard to. This is what comes to mind. Okay, this never happened to me, Vic. It probably never happened to you. I'm sure it's happened to people. But you hear stories of, okay, the dad catches the kid smoking, right? When he's a teenager.
I'm going to make you smoke the whole pack.
Yeah, sit down and smoke the whole pack in a row.
Smoke the whole pack.
So last night, Joker's like, I'm going to make you smoke the whole pack. That's what came to my mind. No? Because,
I love it.
Because, boys, I know he's got this killer instinct. I mean, he's such a competitor. People, I don't know why anybody would ever question it. But we don't always see it come out like that, where he says, and you can see it, if you can't hear it, he doesn't actually say it. He says, no one's going to be able to guard me. Watch me go. Eat it. And that's exactly what happened. What? Boys, I just sat back last night, Vic. I don't know. I just sat back in amazement at what I was seeing. He just flat out took over the world.
Well, and not to mention, this is when he had 35 points. This from Brendan Vogt of DNVR. He said, just to hammer this point home, Jokic has 35 points on 17 shots, and his top strategy is to shoot every time the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year guards him straight up. Like, that was his strategy last night. Oh, and by the way, one other thing to this, as he had 40 and 7 and 13 assists on 15 of 22 from the field. Not a single turnover from Jokic last night. Not one.
Yeah. What other player in the league can do that?
I don't, Vic, I don't know that there is.
Joel Embiid, maybe?
He can't do that.
Come on, man.
He can't do that. The 13 assists on top of it, along with 0 turnovers, on 15 of 22 from the field, Vic, I don't think he can do that.
I don't think so. Vic, it was amazing to see you didn't see it because you were at the arena. But Reggie Miller says, look at him. He's asking Gobert to guard him. And he's going to do whatever he wants. And on cue, on the wing, Joker gets it. And he drives right in, backs Gobert down, and makes one of these unbelievable left-handed shots. I mean, like right on cue. It was, I don't know, dude. It was just simple. It was staggering to be able to see that and to realize that he's our guy. That was amazing.
Rudy got it from everybody, by the way. I knew that Rudy was in big trouble. I don't know when this play happened. I forget the exact moment. But when Aaron Gordon tried to space jam him, like tried to go Michael Jordan from half court, I'm going to jump over the top of you. And Rudy's just like, I'm just going to foul him. I don't know what's going on here. Reggie Miller, again, Vic, said, I think Aaron Gordon just tried to kill Rudy Gobert on television. Like he did. How much
what he said
can
afterwards?
change in 3 games, huh?
It's funny because if you had told me how many days ago was it? It was a week ago. It was a week ago when the MVP was awarded. It was a week ago when the Nuggets were down 0-2. It was a week ago when we give the big assist to Shaquille O'Neal for motivating not only the Nuggets, but it seems Nikola Jokic to another level. I'm sad that Shaq wasn't on the postgame show last night because I really, really wanted to see and hear what he had to say. But obviously they've been on the air a lot. I just, 1 week later, from 1 week ago, 1 week later, I have not seen a series turn that quickly, that decisively. I have not seen it. And again, I'm going to say this one more time, and people will disagree with me. I don't think anybody saw this.
No.
Not like this. Nobody saw this. If a week ago, if I had told you, Brett, can the Nuggets win 3 straight, 2 of those decisively? 2 of those on their home court?
See, that's one of those can and will they things. Could they? Like,
That's what you do.
Very
This is-
minimally.
Vic, this
but
is what you
will
do.
Will they? Hell no.
You-
No chance.
You mix in a can they and will they, okay? And those are 2 separate things, but you mix them in together all the time.
No, but you're right, Vic. Like, if you just told me, do you think that'll happen? I'd be like, no chance. No chance.
Do you think that'll happen like this? Do
No.
you think this will happen, that? Do you think that the Nuggets bench, how about this? Do you think the Nuggets bench would outscore the Wolves bench in 3 straight games?
Nope.
No.
After watching
Are you
Nas
kidding
Reed
me?
and all those, no.
Are you kidding me? Kudos to the Nuggets coaching staff for executing a game plan to suffocate Anthony Edwards last night. He was 1 for 8, 5 points in the first half, finished with 18, but there were 18 hollow points. He never really affected the game, and his teammates couldn't pick him up. But they waited until game 5. See, sometimes it's funny how it works because coaches, they know what they want to do, but they're waiting for the right moment. And the Nuggets waited for the right moment. One of the reasons why that was so effective last night, being able to double and trap Anthony Edwards as soon as he touches the ball, is because they were missing Mike Conley. Why is that a big deal? Because if the ball goes back to Mike Conley, number 1, he can cook you with 3s, and number 2, he's enough of a playmaker to find creases in the defense. The defense is over-rotating at that point. He's savvy enough to find the hole in the defense. They didn't have anybody like that last night.
Well,
They had nobody. So losing Mike Conley was a big deal.
I wanted to ask you that, Vic, because that strategy, was it just because Conley was out, or were they waiting for a specific moment in this series to give Anthony Edwards a look that he hasn't seen yet? Because if that's the case, that was brilliant. In a crucial Game 5 with the series tied, that you're just like, hey, this guy that's been killing us all series, give him a different look and see how he reacts. And he reacted poorly to that.
Yeah, I think the latter. I think they waited, and they figured this was one of those games where they could ill afford to have Anthony Edwards pop off for 40, 45. They just couldn't. Let somebody else beat you. And Cat tried. He tried. By the way, I am not trying to be mean here. I'm trying to be objective, trying to be astute in my thoughts.
I hear that hate in your heart, Vic. You let it out. You let that hate out.
Is Karl Anthony Towns one of the lowest IQ players you've ever seen in 2 moments in your life?
Dude,
I'm trying to be nice.
Dude,
I'm trying
I know,
to be nice.
dude, I didn't want to say that, but dude, I don't know that he thinks the game really that well. And I that's the best way I can put it. He doesn't think the game that well. He doesn't.
We're spoiled though. We're spoiled because we have the highest IQ player in the world, right? We have the smartest player in the world. He is the GOAT, the smartest player in the world by far. We have a computer processor,
right? And
when we see someone that pulls out the Texas Instruments calculator versus the computer processor, we don't know what to. I mean, what is he doing half the time?
I don't know. It's in the moment. Perhaps when he's watching film, breaking it down. Okay. But in the moment, he's unable to reach that next level of processing the game as it's happening. I've seen that a million times in the National Hockey League. Guys with all kinds of skill, all kinds of ability, can skate like the wind, shoot, all the tools, but no toolbox. See what I'm saying? And when the game is going on, they simply can't think the game quickly enough to be as effective as they should be.
I told you guys I was growing more and more annoyed by the day with Karl Anthony Towns. Like, this series is just, he's been the guy. There's always a guy in every playoff series that you're like, I didn't like you to start, and I really don't like you now. He is 100% that guy. You know, to be honest, Rudy Gobert has almost become a sympathetic figure for me because I'm like, he's getting picked on. Like, they're bullying him. And here's what's amazing about Rudy. He's on the floor for one reason, right? He does one thing.
Defense.
Plays defense.
He had a couple nice layups last night.
He plays defense.
Yeah.
And he's getting demolished in his area of expertise. Like, demolished. Almost to the point. I mean, think about this, guys. That team, I know that Anthony Edwards is the dude. But when you think of Minnesota, isn't the first thing that kind of comes into your mind is, well, the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
Like, they have a lineup of 2 7-footers, which is rare. It's not a lot of teams have done that before. Game 2, Rudy was out of the lineup, and the Nuggets looked wholly confused. He comes back in, and he's been cooked ever since. Do you not think that Minnesota's thinking to themselves, well, what do I do here? Like, what the hell's going on? The guy who's in there specifically for defense is being hunted defensively. And the team looks way worse than him when he was out of the lineup.
I loved the comments of Anthony Edwards last night. I know we'll get to some of that as we continue on here. But he's basically said, you just got to sit back and laugh because the best player in the world became the best. He just did best player in the world stuff. And when you see a guy, a young kid who's the future, the face of this league for the next decade plus, just sort of bow down and say, and he even said this exact phrase, I got to give him his flowers, right? When you see that, man, it's palpable across the NBA, dude. Well, because we know how good Ant is. We know how studly he is as a young guy. But he was in awe last night following that game. And if he's in awe, I think everybody should be in awe.
Don't discount not having Mike Conley, which is such a bigger deal than we give it credit for. I remember watching him walk off the court and walk out of the arena after Game 4 in Minnesota. He was walking with a limp, walked right by us. And I said, hey, man, you all right? And he goes, we'll see. And I thought, he was just sloughing it off. I didn't know anything. I don't know how quickly something like that heals. A sore Achilles.
Right, Achilles soreness.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he'll be available tomorrow night. I'm not sure. And not having that steady presence, that veteran presence, is a big deal.
Well, there's a lot more to get to with this game, including some decisions by Malone that I loved last night. We'll get to that. We got Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. Obviously, some questions for the coach as the Avs. Backs against the wall in, look, brutal situation. I know you guys talked about it a lot yesterday with Val disappearing again before a postseason game. But we'll talk to the coach at 8 o'clock, 303-504-0925, back after this. That's the lucky sound of Tulatero and Tulatero mobile app that makes official state lotto tickets more accessible than ever before. And with the Tulatero app, you can do it on your phone. You can enter your favorite draws anytime, anywhere in Colorado. And all you have to do is download the Tulatero app and enter the code MAGIC to claim a free lottery ticket and test your luck. And why not today? We got the Powerball tonight, $59 million up for grabs, and you have instant access to all the lotto tickets and all the mega jackpots. So visit Tulatero, Tulotero, and snag your free lottery ticket with the code MAGIC. Good luck. Isn't this funny? Mojo, what does that say on ESPN right now? What's that headline? Oh, it just changed. It said, "Is the Nuggets-Wolves series over?" I'm like, you've asked that a couple of times just in opposite directions over the course of this series. It's not. Minnesota could win in Minnesota, like very easily they could. But
don't make that mistake, man. Don't make the same mistake that's been made already in this series. Don't do it.
I'm not doing it, Vic, but thank you, Pete. Vic, I'm not going to do it, but Vic, there's certain things you need to look at. Well, you know better than I do, or as well as I do. The Timberwolves are mentally, they don't believe that they can win anymore. I don't think. I think that
they're in a mental pretzel.
Yeah, they realize that, you know what? Boy, oh boy. We had our chance. We muffed it. And they've won 3 in a row. And you just had the best player on earth go off on us. Okay? An incredibly efficient night of playing the game of basketball and putting on a show. I don't think they go into Game 6, Vic, believing that they can win. Perhaps they find some belief as the game goes on. Yeah, maybe Ant's red hot from outside. Something sparks them. I dig.
Belief is found. Just like the Nuggets found it. Belief is found. Belief doesn't just show up. It's found. Nuggets found it.
Yeah, it's discovered. We don't find it, luckily. You have to do things to discover it.
Can I say something about Michael Malone, though? And you talked about, Vic, the adjustment he made, throwing a double at Anthony Edwards whenever he touched the ball last night. You know what else he did? Wasn't it right after he got teed up, there were 3 consecutive charge calls against Minnesota, which were huge because AG's in the game with 2 fouls, and he took 2 of the 3 charges, and we know those can go either way.
Yeah.
But right after the tee, you get 3 of those? Way to pick your spots.
Yeah, they were invested. The game turned early in the third quarter when the T-Wolves came out at halftime on an 11-3 run. The Nuggets had momentum into the half, but the T-Wolves stole it in the first 5 minutes. 11-3 run, they were up by 2. And from that point forward, it was all Nuggets. They would never trail again. They put their foot down. They took over the game. And you're right, the Wolves went into full cat mode, just running amok.
Yeah, they sure
That's
did.
they were running amok.
By the way,
running into people.
I thought it was a very appropriate technical by Michael Malone. I'm glad he didn't get 2 and get booted. It's hard to boot somebody in a postseason game, but we've seen it happen. But boy, oh boy, Gobert's elbow. I mean, was it not the most blatant thing you've seen?
On Justin Holiday?
Yeah. And he had every right in the world to go off. Well, I just think it sparked everything. Maybe it sparked the officials' brains a little bit, but the Nuggets also, Brett, they took those charges. AG took them like a stud. Run me over. Do me.
There's a lot of
and that's exactly what happened.
Jesus. There's a lot of cockiness on that side. There's a lot of cockiness. Jaden McDaniels is very cocky. Very cocky for a guy who hasn't done anything in this league at this level.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why. I'm not sure where he gets that from. I mean, take a page from your best player, Ant, who after the game was anything but. I don't know the reason why. And that cockiness extends to a bunch of players on that team. You haven't won anything. You haven't done anything.
There's a fine.
You swept the Suns.
There's a fine line, right, between being cocky and being confident. And confidence is something that's necessary. You need that. Especially Minnesota needs it now more than ever. Being down 3-2 in this series and losing 3 straight. But there's something to what you're talking about, Moj, of the Nuggets were able to overcome an 0-2 deficit, especially the way it went down, because they had a couple of things they could go back on, which is you're the defending champions.
Correct.
You know how to win basketball games.
Correct.
You know what good basketball looks and feels like.
Yes.
You also have the best player in the world who can figure these things out. And it took 2 games for Jokic to be like, okay, I know exactly all the things that you can throw at me. Got it. Minnesota, although it's not like Minnesota's not a super young team. I think we call them a young team because they're just new.
Well, their best player is still young. I mean, Ant is only 22 years old.
Towns been in the league for a while. Gobert been in the league for a while. Conley been in the league for a while.
Hey, Towns and Joker's careers are parallel.
Yeah.
The big men, they were battling for big men.
No, but that's why we think they're young, is
8
because
years ago.
their best player is a very young guy.
But I also just think they're new to the playoff scene, essentially, right? They've only been here the last couple of years. I mean, they had the play-in game, 2 years ago or whatever it was. Maybe that was last year. Point is, I don't think that they have anything to go back on in the way that the Nuggets did when things weren't going well. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is Minnesota going to look back on and be like, okay, I know things aren't going well now, but this is what we did last year. When they don't have that. And so it's a different mental space that I think that they're in right now than what the Nuggets found themselves after 2 games.
Well, the whispers in Minnie, the truth is this. Once the ownership change becomes official and it moves on to A-Rod and his buddy and away from Glenn Taylor.
I thought that wasn't going down. Taylor took it back. Did I miss something?
They're still suing. It's involved in a lawsuit.
Okay.
Right now. But once that becomes official, they are not going to go into the second apron in Minnesota. They can't afford it. They won't do it. And once that happens, what you see on the court right now is not what you're going to see moving forward. So their window is now.
Yeah.
They're in it. They're in that window.
It's kind of weird they're buying a team when they can't afford it. I mean, I don't know. Well, there are things to be said for going into the apron, second apron, all the bird rights or what. Martin, add second apron to the list, man. This is just crap.
I already have the first apron on.
All right,
Yeah,
you
the
want the
first
second
apron's
one?
in there. Yeah.
Can't put 2 aprons on the list.
I mean, how many
Damn
aprons do you
want on
need?
the
Hey, it's
list.
my list. I can put whatever I want on there.
But
Your own list.
But they're like, yeah, we're gonna be. I'll tell you what, we're buying this team. We're going poverty.
Oh, where's it going to go? So the
Well,
apron
apron
rule.
rule. Yeah, it's right
It's in
there,
bold. Does that count for 2? And
That's thin ice, though. That's just thin ice. That's not.
It says apron rule and
And
second
second
apron
apron
rule.
rule.
They're both on
Okay.
thin ice. Yeah, they're on thin ice. It's a hell of a list you got going there, Marty. Is Karl Anthony Towns on this list? Oh, Gobert's
Rudy's getting big.
Gobert's getting the giant font. Look at
Hey,
Vic,
guys.
He's
can I ask
72
you-
font right
this.
now.
Oh, no.
Can I ask you a question of humanity for a second? And I'm being very honest here. Any part of you feel sorry for Rudy Gobert? Any sense of sympathy, empathy,
Not at all.
anything?
Zero. No.
I told you earlier, like, kind of. Just in
Not
this
me.
sense.
No.
In this sense.
What?
Hang on a second. It's like funny sympathy to me. Like I laugh as it's happening. It's like watching somebody get kicked in the nuts. You feel kind of bad, but it's also hilarious. Okay? Here's why. His expertise is defense. And Jokic is looking at him like he's a side dish. His one thing he hangs his hat on is I'm really good at this, and this is basically all I do. And Jokic scored 15 of 22 times.
Rudy, smoke the whole pack. Smoke it. It's like Joker is his dog, right? You can throw your carrots and your asparagus and broccoli out there, and then Gobert comes onto the floor and he's just a big piece of red meat. Like he's a big old piece of red steak. And dog's like,
Vic, I asked this question to you earlier. I'm going to ask it again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make you Mike Conley. Tim Conley, okay? You constructed this team. This team is good. You have a very good young player who's an offensive phenom. You have this Twin Towers approach that led to the best defense in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
One of the best defenses I think we've seen in a long time in the NBA. But you smoked the Nuggets and stifled them so badly defensively, even the staunchest Nuggets sycophant would say, I think they're in trouble. And that happened when Rudy missed the game.
Yes.
And then Rudy came back, and the Nuggets offense has been on fire. What the hell do you do with that? How do you even handle that information?
Well, I think you go home and you say, we just ran into the greatest player in the world, and when he's on, there's really nothing anyone can do, including our suffocating defense, because that's the difference here. That's the difference in this series, and I think everybody can see it. There's a computer programmer on the other end. There's a guy who is a walking, talking computer who just waited and figured you out, and now it's over in terms of figuring out how to beat them. He knows how to do it. He knows how to do it.
Yep.
He has the answers. The answers are in his system. He already has the answers to the test. And now he's handing them off to his teammates. Hey, you guys want the answers? Here they are. You guys want to pass this test? Here you go. Here's the answers. That's exactly what he's doing, and it's what he does all the time. You know, I was just thinking about something as we toast Nikola Jokic, and I had a couple moments last night where I'm like, God, I'm sitting here in this arena. And the loudest it got, by the way, guys, was when AG stole that ball and then just rammed it home. The arena was so loud. I don't know if any of you guys were there last night. You could feel your innards shaking. It was that loud. And at the end of the game, I'm watching Nikola just cook everybody in front of him. And I'm thinking to myself, this is it. This is it. This is something that we in Denver will never see again. This is something that puts you in a place that I'll never be here again. And when they rub that dirt on me, because they're going to rub it on my coffin, when they put it on me, I'm going to sit there for a while before I shut my eyes permanently. I'm going to sit there for a while and say, I got to witness the greatest player on earth during his window of opportunity absolutely cook people alive.
Yeah.
We all got to witness it. And that's what he's done. Guys, I'm ready now. I'm ready to do something that I have not been ready to do.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
Deep
I'm
breath
ready.
time, Brett.
Wait, Marty.
Take a step back.
Can I get
We have
some I'm
getting
ready music?
Yeah, getting ready music.
I want some I'm ready music, please. So if you can find that first before Vic declares what he's ready for, I want some I'm ready music. Jared Bednar, 8 o'clock this morning.
No,
Oh, God.
Not doing it.
No,
That
we
is-
can't do that, Marty. Can't do that one.
Why would you even now? See, there's a reason you're doing this, and I know what it is.
No.
No, what kind of ready music
Nope.
are we
I just
looking
need
for?
I
All
don't
right.
want this. I'm
Marty,
gonna
you got
say
one more
something
shot.
that
You got one more shot,
I'm
Marty.
gonna give you one more, and then I'm just going to turn off the music. Something in between those two, please. Okay.
All right, good.
All right, what are you ready for, Vic?
You ready for this? This has been bandied about. The subject matter's been brought up, and I've always
Oh God.
poo-pooed it.
I know
always said no.
exactly where you're going. I'm gonna duck a little bit though. I can feel it coming. I have no idea what you're gonna say, but I feel it coming. I'm gonna duck. I think I know what you're gonna say.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this day, May 15th, 2024, I hereby anoint Nikola Jokic as the greatest athlete in Denver history. Oh! Yep, it happened. It happened last night. He surpassed the one and only John Elway, who I thought was impenetrable. I never thought John Elway could be surpassed, but here's why.
So it be
Here's
so.
why.
So it
why.
be said. So it be written. So it be
And
done.
here's why. John Elway carried a community. He carried a community for a decade plus. He turned Denver into a sports town. He is responsible for so much of what we have. Whether you want to believe that or not, and I know a lot of you are new to the area and you like, what? It's the truth. John Elway carried this franchise in this town for a decade, 2 decades, okay? But what Nikola Jokic has done, he carried a franchise. He hasn't had to carry the town because the town is developed already. He changed his sport. That's something John Elway's never done. Elway's won awards. He's decorated. He's going to go down as my childhood hero, obviously. But one thing he has not done that Nikola Jokic has, he changed a sport. Nikola Jokic made being big again, being smart again, being crafty again. He's won more MVPs than any athlete in Colorado history. He's on his way to another championship run. He changed the game. No one else has done that. Argue me on that. Go ahead, argue me.
What about the argument of if he gets another championship? What about only one championship so far? I mean, it could.
That's fine.
Could
Takes
change.
a team. Takes a team. John Elway did not have a championship till he got a team around him. I'll remind you of that. It takes a team to win the championship. Now, you can carry that team. You can carry them, but you have to have the pieces to win a championship. I don't care what sport.
I'll say this, Vic, to your point. You don't get people that literally change the way a game is played come by too often.
Let me tell you how hard it was for me to say that, by the way, to come to that conclusion. But I did it last night just watching. I came to that conclusion last night. And listen, the Bronco football is going to be more popular in this town. It has been. It will be. I get it. I get it. What Elway did to the community, for many of us who grew up here in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, it's unheard of. Nikola Jokic is changing his sport, people. Do you understand what he's doing to the sport? Where people are looking at him going, what is this?
Hold on a second. Let's see. if we can get somebody else on the same page. Mosher, true or false? Nikola
Yes,
Jokic
yes.
is a better athlete in Denver history than Joe Sakic.
Oh, jeez. That's unfair. Impact-wise? Hey, the
true
impact-
or false is the question.
No, man, you guys, you think it this too deeply. Nicola's the greatest athlete in Denver history. I mean, he might not be the most impactful for community, his team. What Joe Sakic did for the Avs, obviously, not only as a player but as a GM. What Elway did with the Broncos. But I'm talking about changing the game. There's no other athlete in Colorado who changed the game like Nikola.
Not like
That's
this.
not even a debate.
Not like
this
Nikola.
is not even debatable.
Not like Nikola Jokic. Vic, I'm not going to debate you on this. I'm not going to say that you're incorrect at this point. For me, I want to give it a little bit more time before I anoint that. I'm
That's
clearly, I have a heavy lean in that direction. And this is why, before you said it, what did I say in your ear, Brett?
You called it.
What did I say in your ear, Martin? As Vic was winding up, as he was into his wind up, I said exactly what you said. He's going to call him the greatest athlete in Denver history. And so I heavily lean that way. I just can't quite announce it yet. But what I saw last night, I'll tell you what. If you get me back on the couch last night with a cold one in my hand, I would completely go along with you because I was thinking that last night as I was watching the game with a coldie.
Again, do you know how difficult it was to come to that conclusion? And it is opinion-based. Obviously, we all have our opinions. I have a right to my opinion. Thank you. But who has been the biggest Elway, the staunchest Elway supporter on this show?
You.
Who has always defended him every time
I'll
he's been attacked?
I'll defend him till the day I die as well.
But who has been the most loyal supporter in his place in history? Who's been that guy?
It's been you.
Okay. So do you think it was easy for me to come to that conclusion?
No.
Do you think I just suddenly just said it based on the moment, recency bias? No. I thought about this. I thought about it long and hard, and I delved through it. Elway did so many great things, and a lot of you are disagreeing with me. That's fine. You can disagree all you want. Nicola's going to move back to Sombor. He'll probably have a second home here, so he's not as invested in Denver as Elway's been.
True.
I'm not talking about community impact. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just pure athleticism. I'm talking about the role he plays in his sport. He changed the game, guys.
Hey, Brett.
There are kids growing up today that want to play and be like Nikola Jokic.
Well, yeah.
There are chubby kids everywhere saying, I can play the sport.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Cream.
Hey, who, by the way, transferred from Indiana State to St. Louis, I believe. Hey, Vic, ready? You talked to old Wayne last night?
I did not. He's not in town.
Old Coma Wayne. You think he watched any of the game last night?
No chance.
Well, you talking about father-in-law Wayne?
Yeah,
or Lil Wayne, who
father-in-law.
also had something to say.
Father-in-law Wayne.
Is father-in-law
who
Wayne
just discovered Nikola Jokic 2 days ago?
I'm not doing
like
this
the
again.
greatest thing of all time.
I'm not doing
Well,
this
he doesn't
again.
have access to the internet in Omaha, so he
He
came
must
here.
not.
He's
He
like,
must not.
whoa!
Marty, you're from a more podunk town than I am. You don't get anyone to
How
talk on
dare
this.
you?
He ain't wrong.
I am not going to your side on
That's
this.
why Marty claims Chicago as opposed to
I know.
Florenceville or wherever
Hicksville,
you're
yeah.
from.
Zach says,
We got a
on the
McDonald's
text line-
everything.
Zach says on the text line, Vic's Nuggets bias is showing. Jokic is great, but dude has one championship. Nuggets bias. If anyone, I've been accused of Elway bias. You don't understand the flip I just took. You don't listen to the show. You clearly haven't listened over time. You clearly don't know my history here and what I've always said about John Elway. Again, impactful and best are two different words. John Elway will go down as the most impactful athlete in Denver history. One of the most impactful human beings in Denver history. Impactful to the community. Carried the community. This man we witnessed last night changed the game. His game.
303-504-0925. Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Stick around. I don't want it to stop. I just want to keep listening. Marty, turn it up louder.
Oh, give me
that
Here
chorus.
we go.
Chorus. Oh. Doesn't that make you feel good?
Yeah, it does.
It's like
actually.
warmer weather outside.
This is very happy. Yeah, it's very
this
happy
is a warmer
time
weather
music. Yeah.
song.
Hey, what time is Jared Bednar joining us this morning?
In
The same time he
13
has
minutes.
for the last
Okay,
8
I just wanted to
years.
verify.
Yeah, chill hole.
God.
Because Kevin Harlan just texted me back. He's on his way to the airport in about 20 minutes. I told him we're going to have the coach on, and then after the coach, if he has time, he will join us when he's on his ride to the airport this morning.
Hey, by the way,
Jared Bednar at 8, and hope to have Kevin Harlan after the coach.
boy, the bear was on Harlan's butt last night.
Why?
Because I think everybody thinks that, Kevin Harlan is not this way, but she was taking offense. Anytime he said anything good about a Timberwolf, she was mad. I'm like, honey, you got to calm down here. He's great. Blank Harlan, blank you, Harlan.
He's the best in the game.
I know he
Got a
is.
chance to talk
He's
to him
amazing.
pregame. He's such a good man, such a good dude. And you'll find out how good he is when he joins us on the show. To the text line, Vic, this is from 5228, starts it off with,
Yeah, he's a regular
I'm a Denver
McMenamin.
native. Elway was a rookie when I was 10 years old, and we've had Nugget season tickets for 50 years. Elway was my idol, but I will not disagree with Vic's comments. I was at the game. Joker made the Defensive Player of the Year look like a child. 7585, I stand with you, Vic. Joker is giving people pure entertainment at the highest level in basketball. People are emulating his game. Local basketball coach says, I can't even get my kids to shoot anymore. They want to pass like Joker. He's changing the game right before our eyes, like no Colorado athlete has ever done. Changing a sport.
Hey, by the way, speaking of our 3-time MVP, Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes are back for Week 5. Tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, an autographed jersey, autographed ball, and an Altitude Authentics gift card on the line for 4 lucky winners to be announced Friday at 5 p.m.
Whoa.
The keyword for our show is MV3. No spaces, altogether the number 3. So MV3. Text MV3 and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Each show has keywords today. You get an extra entry online at nuggets.com/playoffs. So again, text MV3 and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Wow. Dude. We got a lot of good stuff around this joint.
Yeah.
Now, we don't get any of it, ever, but we give it out.
Whole bunch of stuff.
That's good stuff. MV3 to 303-504-0925. Get on that right now.
Isn't that crazy though? Like, you see the video. It wasn't on TNT, by the way, the presentation of the MVP trophy. But he's won 3 of them in the last 4 years. And arguably should have won all 4. But 3 in 4 years for the award crowned to the best player in the world that season. And you get to watch this every night, but especially in a game like yesterday, let's be honest, like whoever won that game yesterday felt like they're winning the series. Doesn't mean it's necessarily true, but that's the feel of it. You win game 5 in a 2-2 series, you have a total stranglehold on this thing. And he goes out there and I don't even want to say it's out of character, but he just read the game properly, which was, I can go out and knock down shots at will tonight. And this is a credit to everybody else on this roster, especially Jamal Murray. Jamal did his thing. What was he, 7 of 14 or something like that from the field? But when asked after the game, about his role last night, and he didn't shoot all that much and wasn't super involved in the offense, here was his answer.
So, I mean, all the action is going on, and there's less help because of it. And I'm just trying to give whatever the team needs. If Yoke got it going, there's no need for me to force anything. There's no need for me to make something up at any of us. So I felt like tonight I was just being whatever the team needed. I feel like
you can cut it right there.
Need defense.
That's so. But you know what that is? Golly, That's exactly right, Vic. That is maturity. That is understanding that you're part of a bigger entity, a bigger organism, right? And I'm sure that Joker feels the same way on nights when MPJ is going off on the same kind of vibe.
He said it about Jamal when Jamal has those nights.
Absolutely. When Murray's going off and doing his Murray stuff like he did the other night, and I called him Kalima. That was on TV the other day, by the way. I had watched it until that scene. Kalima. Anyway, ripping hearts out and burning them alive and all that.
Yep.
So, okay, I just make sure you guys get it. No, but to have that awareness, I mean, there's complete selflessness is so amazing because there are teams out there, there are guys out there, even when their teammate is carrying the load, having a great night, they're like, I got to get me some mine too. I got to get me on SportsCenter.
Like, can I ask
these guys, man? Not Jamal. What a mature thing to say.
Can I ask you something, Vic? Because the game that preceded the Nuggets last night was the Knicks. Jalen Brunson once again goes off. He's 44 points, but he took 35 shots. 35. Here's the question I have for a guy like Brunson, who is now getting the superstar calls, which he's very, very good, and he plays in New York, and all that's coming together. He's a playoff run. Yes, all of that. Jalen Brunson, when he was in Dallas, averaged 12.5 shots per game and 16 points. Do you think he could go back to it if he had to?
No. He's already at that level. There's no way he's going back to that. Nope.
Like, how many teams can say that everybody on their roster is just like, I honestly do not care how many shots I get tonight?
This is why the Nuggets are perfectly constructed. This is why their starting five is the best starting five in basketball, because they understand their roles. They not only play their roles, but they're not. Listen, MPJ's not been shooting like MPJ the last couple of games.
Nope.
And he's fine. He's fine. Christian Brown is playing some big minutes down the stretch, defensive minutes. Christian Brown last night, 10 points. Again, third straight game the Nuggets bench has outscored the Minnesota bench, the vaunted, deep T-Wolves bench, beaten by the Nuggets bench. Wow.
I will say this just about that subject. I'm watching Monte play decent minutes last night. I miss him. I wish I still had Monte on this team.
I like Monte. There's plenty of time to text in MV3 in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You've got all morning to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chris is apparently deriving in texting because he's texted in MP3, MT3. He can't get it right because he's trying to with the MTV. He's trying with the one finger thing, when he's doing his thing. Chris,
Tough.
It's okay, man. Whenever you get to you've missed out 3 times now in a row.
This isn't a race.
It's not a race, Chris. You've blown it 3 times in a row. When you stop, Chris K. When you stop, text in MV3 to 303-504-0925 and you'll be entered.
So is there really a texter that listens to us named Tino Martinez?
Yeah. Hi, Tino. Sup?
I love Tino.
Great hitter.
Great hitter.
Great hitter.
All right, let's get to a break. Let's talk with the coach. I mean, there's a lot of things that we need to ask Jared Bednar this morning. Obviously, the Val stuff, but guys, there's a game today, and your backs are against the wall. Got to get a dub. Talk about that with Jared Bednar next. All right, hoping to connect with Jared Bednar here in just a couple of minutes. Again, it's a huge game tonight, regardless of all the other stuff that's taken place over the last 48 hours. You got to win, like backs against the wall. So Val, no Val, like you got to find a way to win a hockey game tonight and keep yourself in the postseason. It was going to be difficult enough with him. And here's the trouble. I know you guys talked about this all day yesterday. It's at this point, I mean, Mose, you got to stop being mad or feeling sorry for yourself and just come up with a game plan that's going to get this thing back to Ball Arena. You know what I mean? Like,
Correct.
There's nothing else you can do right now. There's plenty of time to be pissed and figure out what the future is in the offseason. Because I listened to you guys for a little bit yesterday, and Vic, I'm with you. Like, there's no coming back from this. It doesn't feel like it. You have no trust left in that situation, and so you're going to have to find a way to move on from Val, although it's going to be super confusing on how you do it. But
yeah, I mean, trust is one thing. It's whether or not, because what worries me is how detached the Avs are from this. You know, this,
right.
Mose, you've mentioned it many times. There's no involvement from the Avalanche in this program. He goes to the program, and the program's the program. There's nothing the Avalanche can do. And when you're that detached from it, you feel almost helpless. What can they possibly do to assist, to help, to recover? There's nothing the Avs can do. When you're that detached, you just got to say, okay.
I don't know what they do. Again, this is for another time on what you do about the contract, what you do about your team. You're going to have to plan right now, because when free agency hits and so on, what are your options? What are the ramifications? If you wanted to get out of the deal, I don't think you can. I don't know that there's a path to getting out from underneath the contract. If that's what you wanted to do you still want the player? How could you possibly reintegrate that player back to the room again?
not to mention,
and have
it's
it
like
be,
how
and
do
have
the
it be
players feel about him?
That is correct. How do the teammates feel? How do you tell all the guys who are busting their hump and relying upon this player? Well, by the way, we're going to welcome him back in. You may have no choice. I don't know all of that.
Right.
We're going to get through all of that, find out what the league says, and so on and so forth. But nonetheless, you've got a hockey game to win. You're still a good team. But you've got to, I think for every single guy that will hit the ice tonight, Vic, you're going to have to find some sort of internal something that gets you through this, because this, it's beyond a distraction. It's hard to even describe.
I would hope they play pissed tonight.
Well,
honestly.
I would hope so too.
Like, again, having that happen just, wasn't it an hour and a half before the game started a couple days ago? He was at morning skate. There's a shock factor to it that I think can lead to a game like what we saw a couple days ago.
Coach Bednar called it, he said we were frozen in the first period. That I said it looked to me like a complete state of shock by everybody involved.
But now you know what the situation is. He's not going to be there. You can game plan around that. You can find whatever lineups you want to put in there. And it's just a matter of, okay, guys, do you have it in you to just overcome, win a hockey game, and bring this back for a game 6? Because, look, I know it was only one game against Winnipeg, but it did feel like once they got through game 2 and they just got another win on the board, like it changed some things. So if you can do that tonight, you can change the mentality of this team and find some confidence again. But they are not going to have the Val question hang over them today. They're not going to. We will, because it's what we do. It's what we talk about. But those guys, they're very aware of their situation now. And they can game plan around that. And just, again, Moj, to simplify it the way that you did multiple times already in this postseason, just go win a hockey game.
Correct.
Just go win.
Mm-hmm.
But as we await Bednar, we'll get more information on that from him in the next few minutes, hopefully.
By the way, Kevin Harlan will join us after Coach Bednar.
Okay.
So,
and
as soon as we talk to the coach.
And Coach right now is he's in a meeting, so We'll try to get him after and so on and so forth.
Got it.
He's a busy guy. I mean, obviously, it's game day. They're an hour ahead in Dallas. It's already after 9 o'clock. I would be at the rink right now doing my thing.
Hey, by the way, God bless this 6 o'clock start time tonight.
Thank God.
God
Tell
bless.
me about it.
I mean, goodness gracious. That was ridiculous yesterday. 8:30 was the scheduled tip, and we went all the way to 8:50.
Yeah.
But can I ask you something, Moj? What do you think, before we get the coach on, I'm sure he will explain it in greater detail. What do you think that they can do tonight? Knowing that Val's not going to be in, how do you handle this situation? And what is the change that you make to get this thing back in the Avs' favor?
Well, you haven't had a lead the entire series. 4 games, and you haven't led. You know what I mean?
It's another one of those anomalies last year.
It just seems bizarre.
Remember
you
last
talk about
year?
Seattle scoring
They
first.
scored first in
every
all 7
single game.
games?
Yeah. It's just absolutely bizarre. Brett, I know this is going to sound simplistic, but if you got to score first if you want to get Dallas out of the trapping game, okay? Or you need to get a 2-goal lead because you're going to force them to open it up and take chances of their own that they don't want to do. What you really haven't done since game number 1 is force Dallas into anything they don't want to do. They want to trap, they want to mock it up, they want to keep you to the outside, and they're doing a superb job of checking. They really are. If they're going to force you to dump and chase all game long, Brett, you are going to have to go into the corners and you are going to have to dig. And you're going to have to win. You're going to have to support. It's just as simple as that. Use your legs. Dallas can skate, but they can't skate with you when you skate at the top of your game. And a lot of this is just attention to detail.
Right.
You know what I mean? A lot of it is simply want. I know it just sounds so, but it's the truth when you have 2 teams that are matched up the way these ones are. Coach Bednar would tell you, and Vic, I used this word yesterday, I'm going to use it again today, but he would tell you the compete level has to be there. Has to. I mean, this is it, man. You're playing for your playoff lives. They've been in this situation before. It ain't fun, but they know exactly what they have to do.
Again, 303-504-0925. Are we calling an audible here? I believe we are. So we're going to talk to Bednar in a few minutes. Let's talk to Kevin Harlan here right now, because Kevin Harlan's been on the call multiple Nuggets games throughout this postseason. I just want to ask him when he got stared down by Jamal at the end of the half. That is one of the coolest camera angles, by the way, is Harlan is standing up almost in Jamal's face, yelling, "Got it, got it." So let's
where did that guy come from is my question. Where was he on the floor to be able to run on up and get, I mean, basically you could see Kevin Harlan's nose hair.
Well, let's talk to Kevin Harlan about that subject. Kevin, thank you for joining us this morning. We were just talking about when Jamal hit the half-court shot and you and him are face-to-face yelling, "Got it." It's one of the coolest camera angles I've seen in a long time. And Jamal's gotten pretty good at telling the announcers that he's going to do something cool. What was that like for you?
Well, it was great because it was such an important part of the game, and it swung the game. And actually, if you widen the lens, it may have changed this whole series. They had seen Minnesota kind of march back. There was some momentum kind of shifting back to the Timberwolves, and he hits that shot. The confidence he showed when he put it up, he knew, and the team began to empty the bench and kind of run in his direction when he launched. And I think they felt like, if he's showing that kind of reaction to that shot on its way to the rim, then we believe him and let's go congratulate him. And they did. And it was an exciting moment. It really was. In these games, quite frankly, we just want a great game, great moments. And that was certainly one of them. Not necessarily for the picture that it was captured by our guys, but just that it was a big play at a big moment by a big-time player. And we love those kinds of moments. There have not been that many great ones in this series. The Nuggets have just been like an overpowering force at times. They don't blink. They've been down this road. They know exactly what's going on. But Murray kind of epitomized the confidence with which they're playing with right now. And that picture just kind of showed that, I think, in a snapshot, just exactly what he and this team are all about and how they're going to carry on with their business from this point on.
Kevin, you're so damn good at what you do, and we discussed last night that play, but when you're in Denver and you're feeling the energy of that crowd, all right, last night the crowd was into it from the get, and the love that they show, his teammates show for Nikola Jokic. Have you ever seen anything like this with a team, a player, where there are so many voices outside wondering how the Nuggets win? How do they do it? What is going on here? But you've seen it from the inside. What was your take on what you witnessed last night and what Jokic does for this team?
Well, Vic, it was sure nice to meet you last night, and thank you for your kindness. It was. I've listened to you for a long time. I've had this show when I'm in and out, back and forth to the airport where I'm going right now. So I sure appreciated meeting you last night. But no, you could see it even when the commissioner handed him the trophy, and they just cascaded upon him on the court. I mean, they really, I think they're infatuated with what he like. First of all, I mean, just from the big picture, he is, if not the most unique guy that's played in this league, he's in that conversation, right? I mean, in the history of the game, we're seeing things that this guy hasn't done. Now, if they go to the finals again and he's MVP, now he's in, I think, even a different conversation, a completely different conversation because of how he's been decorated. But he is clearly loved by his teammates. He's an unselfish player. He seems to have a knack and a sense of timing for when to take the ball himself and make a move and when to feed it off to somebody else. His read and his vision of what the defense is trying to do and what his teammates are in motion to do is pretty phenomenal. And we use the word great and those things a lot with players, and we can clearly use it with him. But he has a different dimension to him at his size, with his build and his senses, that he takes himself beyond that moment. He's clearly the best player on the floor. As great as Edwards is, he has lulls, and you just don't see that with Nikola very much. He grasps everything. I think we're kind of fooled by his lack of emotion, although there were a couple times on the bench last night where I see him very energized, and maybe we shouldn't listen to the words so much about, we got to stick around for the parade, or I don't smile maybe as much, or I don't maybe show a lot of facial, twitching that maybe the fans want to see, which is so common with younger players. He just kind of goes about his business, and whether that's the European background or the way that he was brought up, and maybe a combination of all of it, he sure handles it well. I admire him greatly. I admire him on so many levels. He's not a warm and fuzzy guy, but he's a nice, kind person, you can tell. And the fact his teammates, who are pretty tuned in to what a guy's like, just their reaction should show your fans everything you want to know about what this kid is like and what he's all about.
Kevin, you won't find any bigger believers in the Denver Nuggets than us right here on this show, and obviously people in this town. But the turnaround from Game 2 to Game 3 and then beyond it stupefies me, to be honest with you. It's been absolutely amazing. But you touched on it. You said it's the lack of selfishness, the unselfish nature of Joker, but all the other guys in that room as well, and the way they play the game. When you watch the Denver Nuggets and they're playing that way, what are you thinking? What's Reggie thinking? What's Jamal thinking? What are you guys doing as a group to observe this Nuggets team turn it around, then how they play the game?
Well, when you've gone through what they've gone through and you bring back the core, and really what you've done is you've changed the bench a little bit in the philosophy of what you're going to do this year and how you're going to use it compared to last year. And you had the veterans coming off the bench, and they answered the bell, and they were so important as they made their march to the championship. First meeting we had with Michael Malone was against the Lakers on opening night, and he said, this is a different team now, and it's a different set of challenges because they're asking us with the young bench to develop the bench and still win. And as we all know, once you get to the playoffs, it's a 7-8 man rotation. And those last three guys in that rotation, last two guys, become just as important sometimes as the starters. Now, here's Christian Braun, who's playing the most important minutes at the end of the last couple games. And that's all you need to know about how they've taken younger players, developed them, and inserted them in a position of power, but just fit right in. And you really don't even notice that you've got a young player like Braun or a veteran like Reggie Jackson who might have the ball. And then your five starters, like Caldwell Pope, we were talking before the game, he really hadn't done much. He hadn't put his fingerprints on it yet he was an important person to that 5. It was his turn last night to score, and he did, and he got him off quickly with his shooting, and then he fills that role. He's always a threat defensively, and we know he's got some range with his shot, but I don't really think there is that feeling of, I'm the man, I've got to be the guy tonight, back off and give me space. I think it's whatever's working that night. And when Michael Malone made the change, and it's been talked about now and written about for 3-4 days about, Murray not having to bring the ball up all the time, changing the pace, speeding things up, and taking the Minnesota Timberwolves out of that aggressive first 2-game defense they were showing, which to me optically, the optics on that were just like wow, like this is amazing what they're doing defensively, and Denver really did not have an answer those first 2 games. Thank God for them, they had the 3 days off to figure out what was going on, huddle up as a team on the road, hunker down, and kind of figure it out. And that's where the unselfishness came in, because the team had to play a different kind of way. So all you need to know about this team, the heart of a champion, which he's quoted a couple times from Rudy T., but just that in this day and age, they figured out is a team that everyone talked about, the team to beat, although I thought they were under the radar a lot. No one really talked about them. He said, yeah, it's the Nuggets, but who else? Who else? And now they're saying this is why from the get-go we thought, who's going to beat them? Like how are they going to be a team we can't consider in that final sentence when we wrap up this season? Now you're seeing it these last 3 games, and the momentum they've got is incredible. I don't care who they're going to play in the next round, Denver or Dallas or Oklahoma City, whoever they're going to face, they've got their hands full, because right now I think the Nuggets are playing at the very top of their game this season.
Couple things just quickly here, Kevin. First of all, this feels like one of the most physical series I've seen in a long time, especially like Game 2 was kind of a beast of its own. But when's the last time you saw something quite like the defense that's played by Minnesota and how the Nuggets respond to it?
Well, when they were playing it, I thought it was like I said, optically to me, it was pretty shocking how they were trapping. And see, we saw some of that trapping last night, even more so by the Nuggets when they came out. Every time that Edwards touched the ball, 2 guys adhered themselves to him on the perimeter. So in the past, he was getting it and then flying off of screens and picks and getting and going downhill. Now the Nuggets have taken kind of a page out of that Wolves playbook defensively, and they were blitzing everybody that had the ball. So the perimeter game was snuffed out a little bit and didn't have the effect. But what Minnesota did those first 2 games, to me, was pretty stunning. And the first game was a 7-point game, and you thought, well, you beat the Lakers, Timberwolves are sweeping, they're rested, and now they come in. They had won twice in the 4 games they had played in the regular season, including on this floor, so they had a degree of confidence. And when you play a defending champion, you're not going to be the favorite, so they came out and they captured those first 2 games. And it gave you a moment of pause. Who it did not give a moment of pause to was Malone and how they were going to handle it. Mm-hmm. And they had the parts and the pieces to handle it. They had guys that were mature, had been down that road, knew what was around the corner and up the bend. And because of that, they were open to what kind of changes they were getting. But you expect at every level you go deeper into these playoffs, as you saw last year. The physicality ramps up. But what the Timberwolves did those first 2 games, they've not been able to replicate. They've not been able to do that. So it's a combination of whether they are nothing in the tank, but I think more importantly what the Nuggets have done to counter that and not make it as effective and kind of get ahead of those doubles and those blitzes they were throwing early on, which was really slowing up the Nuggets getting in their offense.
Kevin, before we say goodbye, and we'll see you in Minnesota tomorrow night, you'll be calling Game 6, I believe.
Oh, actually, we're off. That's going to be an ESPN game. Yeah, they got games 3 and 6, and if there's a game 7, we'll be back here.
Gotcha. Well, regardless, you're on the air with Mark Mosier, and I consider Mark one of the great play-by-play men in this business, as are you.
I do
Two
too.
of the greats.
I'm
right?
glad you said that. Well said. Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
we have a young man that works with us, a young engineer by the name of Jesse Trujillo, who fashions himself as a future player in the play-by-play world. And we wanted you, the expert, the pro, to break down his play-by-play call that he premiered this early in the season. If you could, please roll it, Marty.
Facu Campazzo passes the pass to Jeff Green. He goes through the lane and dunks it with the right hand. Nuggets are up 28-11, I think it was at the time. Dunk with the right hand. Jamal Murray is very happy.
So Kevin,
Thoughts?
yeah. A through F. What are you giving him?
A solid C. A solid C.
You're so kind.
With a nice start and room to grow.
Can you do me a favor, Kevin? If you have to call a game 7, can you toss it to break by saying the score is 28-11? I think.
I think.
And our score here in the first quarter is 28-11. I think.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Kevin, you're the absolute
best.
best. You're
You're
the
the best. Yeah,
greatest
thanks.
in this business, man. Appreciate the time.
All right, guys. Thank you. Sure appreciate the invitation. Bye-bye.
Oh, Kevin is the
He's
best.
such a nice
man.
dude. He didn't want to be mean to Jesse, right?
Oh, we
But
know
at the same
that
time-
his that's an F. That's an F minus, actually. All right. Hey, we got Bednar coming up right after this. Stick around. All right, so here's the problem. As we were trying to navigate when to have Kevin Harlan and when to have Coach Bednar and when Bednar is even available to come on, I was having 3 conversations at once. I was having one with Mosier, I was having one with Marty, and I was having one with Kevin Harlan. And
I was having a conversation with Mosier that you couldn't hear, but I thought you could hear. So it was pretty broken up.
I'm listening to Kevin Harlan, and Marley just says to me, "That'll be good." And I go, "Huh?" And he goes, "What? That'll be good." And I go, "I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what's good. I'm trying to listen to Kevin. I don't know what's going on with Bednar." So I thought I heard that Bednar's coming on at 8:30. He might, who knows, tune in. He'll be on at some point today. Right, Moj, from what it sounds like?
Yeah, he's in a meeting. He's in meetings right now. They're trying to obviously get things fixed. I mean, this is do or die tonight, dudes. All the Val stuff you've got to put behind you if you possibly can. I mean, mentally, it's still a very good hockey team. It is. But you've got to find the best guys. I love the way Nathan McKinnon owned it after game number 4, by the way. He said, "I was awful.
Mm-hmm.
We were awful." And they're right about that. Your best players need to play like your best players, or you're going to lose, period. Preseason, regular season, postseason, consistently, your best players have to be the guys. And they were not the guys in game number 4. Nobody was a guy in game number 4 except Georgie to start out.
So hopefully we'll talk to Bednar maybe in a couple of minutes. I don't know. At some point today, we're talking to Bednar. We'll see when the schedule lines up. Secondly, I know the schedule releases tonight in the NFL. I just saw one thing from Schefter that I want to bring to your attention.
But we were so mad about it yesterday, Brett, when you were gone.
Why?
Doing whatever it is you do.
Why?
Because this whole slow trickle of games is dumb. Somebody just said that, by the way, the Christmas Day games are going to be on Netflix.
That's what I wanted to say. Netflix,
is that what it is?
Netflix is going to broadcast 2 Christmas Day games in the NFL this year, and we'll have at least one holiday game each year through 2026 as part of a 3-season deal.
Did you
Vic,
see something?
but Vic, you were right when you said once they start going this route, they're only going to go more this route.
Now,
So
I will say Netflix at least is something that I would assume most people have already.
okay, but what
Most
Sure.
people have
Let's
Netflix.
tell me what I need though. I need Netflix.
Amazon.
I need
Netflix.
Amazon.
Gotta have Peacock.
I need
for
Peacock.
Some of the NBC Comcast
Do I need
games.
Paramount?
I'm sure CBS already put stuff on Paramount, so Paramount is going to be a player in this game. Sure.
Well, you need the ticket.
I need the ticket. So I need 5 different things in addition to just having regular TV with Fox and CBS.
Yes.
Oh, ESPN,
Oh yeah.
NFL
obviously.
Network.
They actually don't broadcast games anymore. You can get by without the NFL Network.
By the way, somebody did the math on this. Sportsnot did the math. It's a website with all of the streaming platforms owned by the networks. And by the way, when you look at these streaming platforms, CBS, NBC, ABC, ESPN, they own these platforms. So they're obviously going to make money off these platforms. But if you add them all up and you wanted to watch the 2024 NFL season, it would cost you, according to this, upwards of $850 to watch NFL football in 2024 in
hold
total
on.
costs and subscriptions.
Coach Sanford just sent it to us. You ready? And so did Nelly from Joe Pompliano, right? Okay. It's going to cost nearly $1,000 to watch every NFL game.
Yes.
YouTube TV, $72.99. And you got to get it for 6 months. ESPN Plus, $10.99. Peacock, $5.99. Prime, $8.99. Netflix, $6.99. Times 6 months, plus the Sunday ticket at $349 is $986.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Amazon in this?
That's Prime.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, right.
Again,
yeah,
listen,
Prime.
I get the advent of what we do, the advent of television. I
Or,
totally
or maybe
understand it.
does that mean I just need to pay Dion $9 a month? Is that what that is?
Oh,
Everybody
Prime.
wanted to cut the cord.
Lame.
Cutting the cord is fine. Everybody wanted to stream. Streaming is fine. I'm not a big fan of streaming. Never have been, never will be, because I don't like the way it's presented. I'm just not a fan of it. It's too hard. Not only is it too hard, here's what you get. You get bills, multiple bills all over the place that frankly people don't do a good job keeping track of.
No.
I love Dwayne. For us olds, Will these Netflix games come in my mail on a DVD?
You can.
You remember you used to go to the gas station and they had their little red box.
The red
thing?
box,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my
You can
God.
poke fun at the olds all you want. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Was it easier to watch TV 10, 20 years ago than it is today? Television
Yes.
sports?
Yes.
Was it easier? Yes or no?
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course it was.
Okay.
Everybody's
So when
saying
you're watching
illegal
a game-
streams. Get a stream. Who is this?
You got to do all
Get
this.
a stream
all
master.
this
What is all this crap? Yeah. I mean,
it was so much easier. And so the fact that they've made it complex, and our business, us, we benefit, we in this business. So I'm slapping the hand that feeds me. We all are. We're slapping our own hands here. It sucks. It sucks because it's hard. There's nothing easy about it. It's hard.
Yeah, but 10 or 15 years ago, you only had access to 1 or 2 games. You got what CBS or Fox had, and that was it.
pretty much. Yeah.
Now we get
But
everything.
then you got the Sunday ticket.
You
You
had
can
the
watch
Sunday
whatever you
ticket.
wanted to watch.
What are you talking about? I could watch every NBA or Major League Baseball game 10 or 15 years ago. What are you talking about?
Without streaming, you could just
if
watch
I-
every
well,
game.
They had those packages on like DirecTV and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, those channels up in the 700s.
And if I
what
wanted
were
to
you
switch
doing? Were you
between-
suckling at the teat? How old were
And-
you?
I couldn't
he was
afford
playing
that
ping
stuff.
pong
I
by
guess.
himself.
Right.
And by the way, Marty, if I wanted to switch between games, I could do so with one button. Now it takes 8 remotes.
Yeah, you know what? I'm finding myself in order to change channels now, because I've gone full on.
It's not worth it. Sometimes I just stick.
I got to hit the back button.
Long.
I got to get out. I've got to
Yeah.
go to the home button on the TV. I got to go find a new app, and I've got to da-da-da-da.
And then the TV's thinking, right? The thinking.
The
it's
thinking,
thinking,
always
thinking,
thinking, it's
thinking,
thinking. Keith,
Always thinking.
Hey, Keith, what is it? Keith, what's it doing?
It's thinking.
Keith, talk to me. No, never mind.
No, Marty wasn't ready.
I know Keith is not readily
I don't
available.
have that ready to go.
I know Keith is not readily available. Anyway, so the point is this: is that it's if you want to watch every game, and nobody ever watches every game, but $1,000, man, it's a lot of bread for something that used to just be spoon fed to you.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's in on it too. Like somebody just texted in, "Wait, football's on Netflix."
It's going to be.
Yeah, football's going to be on Netflix, man. And it's on the Peacock and on the Prime and on the this and the that and the da.
So who does like pre and post for Netflix?
I don't know. Try to talk.
Who does
I'll
that?
tell you what. Get on the phone with Troy, and remotely you try to tell Troy how to
Oh,
find
no.
a game.
No.
Okay? Because if you want brain damage, Vic loves this stuff. He'll get on the phone with Bambina or Easy. Here's how you do it. All right. And 45 minutes later, he's beating his head against a wall. I know it's
You have to
it's-
understand something. A lot of the olds, even older than us, they don't look at channels as, oh, the game's on TNT tonight or the game's on ESPN. They just remember the channel number. My mom will say, oh, so 681? Say Chindo Tandun? I'll say, yeah, whatever that is. They don't remember the name of the damn network. They just remember the channel number. So this just adds another complex layer here. We need, and I know they're coming out with it. I know they're coming out with these sports bundles, right? These sports bundles. But when you come up with this sports bundle, please make it easier to go back and forth between these different apps. Please, I beg you. Don't make me get out of an app and then go back into another app.
Dude.
I just want to be able to go from one game to another.
Dude, that
If you're-
horse
if
is
you're building
already
this-
out. It's already out of the barn, brother. That horse is running free. I'm sorry.
Great. No,
You're not
I'm-
getting it back in the barn.
I need to be able to go from one game to another without having to deconstruct my television. I'm begging you, you nerds out there who come up with this stuff, you software, hardware nerds, all the nerds, please report to me. Fix it. Fix it. Make it so I can go from game to game. That's it. That's all. That's all I want as a viewer. What do you want?
I can't wait for that sports package that they'll call cable. That's what they're doing.
Hey.
We didn't have to
Somebody
go
says
this route.
on Apple TV, you double click the remote and swipe. So let me tell you, I have Apple TV and I love the multi-view. Let me tell you what Apple TV does to me sometimes. If you hover over the little button, then it gets a brain of its own and it starts going all over the place.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell just happened? TV turns off, things go crazy. I'm like, I just touched this button. It's ridiculous. I mean, It's so sensitive.
See, Apple TV.
I just want to hit a button to watch the game.
But Apple TV is now on my smart TV, right? It's an app. I lost my Apple TV remote. I don't know where it's at. It's been gone for about a month. It's somewhere, I think, in the living room.
Oh, wait.
But
So
nobody can find it.
You're doing it through your phone?
No, I'm doing it on the television. I open up the app on the television.
Oh, I got you.
The problem, though, of course, is, it's not the same as having the little box connected. It's not the same, right?
Well,
I know.
let me tell you something.
By the way, where is this remote? This remote, it got up and walked out on its own. The dog eat it?
Let me tell you something
Nobody
real quick.
It's amazing. Nobody in the house knows where the friggin' remote is.
These TVs that we have in here, they're Roku TVs, right?
Yeah.
I have one.
I do too.
I lost the Roku remote. I don't know where it
Yeah.
is. And so now I changed the channel on my phone.
Yeah.
But the problem is if you click it too many times, I have to watch an ad before I can hit
That is
another
correct.
button.
No.
And I want to
Not
throw
doing it.
my phone out the window.
Yeah, not doing it.
Hey, man.
I'm just not.
I need
can't
to
do it.
hire. I'm gonna hire I need a PI to come to my house and find this
Hold
damn
on.
Apple TV remote because it's. Where did it go? Nobody knows. Ooh, no, I never saw it. I don't know.
You know what the fix is?
Yeah.
What my
Hey.
phone tells me? You don't want to watch these ads? You know what you can do? Pay this Roku app $5 a month. And then I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
How much do I need to pay? Anyway, 303-504-0925. Hoping to talk to Bednar soon. Yes, Victor.
You guys missed the best part of that Harlan interview is when he said that he listens to our show every time he's in town. So
I
there's
appreciate
another
it.
loyal
Thanks,
listener.
Kevin.
Was he just being nice?
No. Last night when I visited with him, I saw him last night, and he knew us. He watches us. He listens to us. He listens to the show.
You know what's funny?
People listen to the show, Brett. You
I don't
might
know
be
why
surprised.
they would, but I'll tell you what's
I
interesting.
don't really but I don't go to other markets. Well, I guess it's his job to get a feel and pulse of
Well,
the
no,
city
but
that he's
we're
in.
on.
So, yeah, I get it.
Honestly, I get this a lot. I'll be at the rink, and the opposing broadcaster's like, "Yeah, I watched your show this morning. Yeah, I was up, took a shower, blah 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 blah. Before I came to the rink, I'm watching you guys. We must be on in a lot of Denver hotels.
I wonder.
We were on that. Remember that? Was it Peter Burns, right? Vic, our old buddy Pete Burns from SEC Network, ESPN. He was at that friggin' airport in Alabama.
Oh, we get I
watching
know,
us. And I'm like, how are we on at an airport in Alabama?
I know this for a fact because I think we get the added benefit of, much in the same way that like CNN at the airport or like ESPN gets a whole bunch of play because they just leave them on overnight.
Yeah.
So somebody turns on an Avs or Nuggets game, and then I walked into, Moj, you know this place, great place, Six Capital.
Oh, yeah.
We're on all the time there because
Right, of
they
course.
just turn the game on at night and then they turn the TVs back on. It's like, oh, look at that.
Have a brewski, have a little. By the way, I had some hush puppies here the other day. So
That
good.
place is great.
So
Yeah.
great.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Hoping
How-
to talk to Bednar here soon.
I need two things answered. Number one, where's my stupid Apple TV remote? And number two, why is Vic's face on in an airport in Alabama? That's all I need to know for the rest of the day.
Yeah, both of those. All right.
For the chicks.
All right. I'm going to keep saying it. Hopefully we talk to Bednar here in just a couple of minutes. We also have a bit of news we need to share shortly as well. The big game tonight, though. Big game tonight.
We have, but this is important news. So I need everybody who's ever tuned in to tune in.
Tell your friends.
Get them on the horn right now.
Attention. Have you tuned in before?
If they're if they're in surgery, get out of surgery. So there we go.
All right, so we'll do that in just a few minutes. Again, huge game for the Avs tonight that we'll talk about with Jared Bednar in a minute. But
And people are all over us too. Hey, are you going to talk Nuggets? Yeah, we've spent an hour out of it's 8:46. We've been on the air for an hour and 46 minutes. I would say an hour and 34 of those have been on the Nuggets.
Yeah. It's funny.
2 on the Avs and another couple on the stupid NFL and me losing my remote control.
And don't yell at Marty about this. There's people that call Marty. They're like, "Hi, I just tuned in 2 minutes ago, and you guys weren't talking about the thing that I wanted to hear today. Can you?" Yeah, we'll trust me. We'll get to it. We get to everything here. I promise you. And speaking of, as we await Jared Bednar's call, disbelief is totally the wrong word because it's totally believable. But every once in a while, even with the high expectations you have of Jokic, he even has a game where you're like, dude, that was pretty damn insane. You know what I mean? Like,
by the way, what is
I think the world of him and his abilities and what he can do on a night-to-night basis. And there's still some nights where I'm just like, that's insane what this guy can do.
What is this dunk fest he's on right now?
I know.
Dude, he is on this series. He's dunked more in this. I bet he's dunked more or as much in this series as he did all year long.
It's not just the dunks. He brought the one back last night behind his neck. It wasn't just a dunk, the typical let's go up and just, get it down the hole, down the hatch. He brought it back behind his neck.
What's the old down the hatch dunk?
Yeah, describe that. What is that?
Down the hatch dunk is anybody who's dunked for the first time in their lives. They just want to get it down the hatch. Just get it.
How would you know?
Over the iron and down the hatch.
How would you even know?
Well, playing a lot of dunk hoop.
Dunk hoops. Okay, copy. I got you. Okay. I was going to say, dude, because legally, you've not experienced that sensation.
You know what? We didn't ask Kevin Harlan, and I didn't want to do it because he was in a hurry, and I didn't know when Coach Bednar was joining us. I wanted to go down this route. I just wanted to get his opinion on what Shaq said because he works for TNT, and I'm sure he's not going to take a shot at one of his colleagues,
right?
His workmates, but he works for TNT. I'm curious what he thought about Shaq's comments to Nikola Jokic as he won the award. I wonder what other people there that worked there thought of that. Because I know Ernie didn't think much of it.
Well, Ernie's done a great job. But by the way, I think people don't understand Ernie's role there. He's very good at it. You have some large personalities. Yeah. And to be able to try to rein them all in, and
such a good point.
He did a great job not only with Shaq Vic in pushing back, but he did a great job with Chuck as well when Chuck went off on Michael Malone in the video that he put together and got all defensive about it. Ernie did a great job to talk him off a ledge and move it along, Sonny, move it along. He does it. He's an excellent traffic cop for them because those personalities are big and they're smart and they're opinionated.
Well, let's do this. Let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline and talk to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union and Quantum Fiber. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Coach, thank you for joining us. I know you guys are busy this morning. Obviously, big game tonight, and we'll talk a lot about that for a second, but I just want to open it up with, obviously, the Val situation. And I know that you've addressed this before, but first of all, Val, the guy, and then the effect on the team with his absence. Could you just address both of those quickly?
Yeah, great guy, awesome teammate. Obviously, he's fighting some demons here, and on the personal side of it, like we all wish him the best. And again, I said it the other night, like hope that he can just find some peace and get some help. And we want what's best for him and his family. And it's just a tough situation, it's never easy. So my heart goes out to Val.
and his family, and I'm hoping that they can kind of work their way through this, and he can get the help he needs and get happy in his life. And on the team side of it, it's tough. I mean, 2 years in a row, right? Most important time of the year, one of your best players is leaving the team, and we have no control over it. So we talk all the time about me being mentally tough and resilient and trying to control what we can control, because, injuries, absences, things just away from the game that have no impact on how we can play as a group of 20 on a game like tonight. Like we have to focus on that in our process to have success and make the adjustments that we need to make and play the way we need to play to go try and get a result here tonight. So I think the guys are in a pretty good spot. I felt that the other night going into the game, and obviously that wasn't the game we wanted to play. Like, we just looked frozen out there, but I think we've got our best yet to show in this series, because we've had some lapses in our game throughout this series. We played some really good hockey during this series, but it hasn't been for a full 60 minutes, and trying to find a lead and playing Dallas with a lead would be helpful.
Coach, there's no blueprint for something like this. I mean, there really isn't. Team to team, whatever, person to person. I don't know how do you navigate it? How do you? I thought you were incredibly calm and thoughtful the other night following the contest. But how do you navigate all of this with, again, 20 other guys in that room, with your staff, with yourself, being put in this situation yet again?
Well, I think even just the time from the other night to be able to digest the information and understand the situation, and having a couple days to talk amongst themselves in the room and understand it, and, get your feelings out and sort of move past it, just like you would after a tough loss or a big win, to move on and focus on the task at hand, which is tonight's game. I think that time helps. The timing of, our information the other day, it wasn't great, but we weren't in control of it. You know what I mean? So as much as you try to keep it off your mind, I can't get in everyone's mind on our team and see how they're feeling about it and where their focus was. It didn't look like it was on the right things going into the other night. But now that we've had those couple days to digest, I feel like our team can be in a better place here tonight. Doesn't make our job any easier, but at least we'll be focused on the right things and going out and trying to execute against Dallas here tonight.
Coach, you mentioned making adjustments, and a lot of people suggest you got to play that dump and chase. You got to get grindy. You got to get to the corners. Is that easier said than done against this team? Is it?
Well, I'll give you a little stat. Like, our dump-in rate is the fourth highest out of 8 teams that are playing in the second round, and our recovery rate is the second highest. That adjustment was made, in game 2. Our dump-in rate is way up from what it was during regular season, simply because they're not giving us anything on the rush. They're going to put 3 guys above it all the time. We still have, equal amount of entries as Dallas in this series. The problem is it's getting dangerous after that. Getting into the zone with possession, Dallas has been shutting us down. So we've had a little bit more success dumping the puck in and retrieving it, but then spending time in the O-zone. It's not even spending time in the O-zone. Like, I think last game we were at over 6 minutes again. Like, Dallas averaged under 5 minutes, or right around the 5-minute mark all season long. We're hitting 6 in every playoff game of O-zone play time. It's getting dangerous during that 6 minutes. And it starts with getting to, like our reads on some of our plays and forcing them to defend and getting off the walls is the issue. Like, they're getting us into the walls with numbers, getting their swarm and collapse. When we beat it, we've got to work harder to beat it and get off the walls and get skating and force them to defend us. I think we have to shoot quicker. We break it to the top. We have opportunities to shoot the puck with guys going to the net. Dallas had 30 blocks, right? So we're waiting for screens to get there as those guys are battling off the boards, and we're waiting, and then we shoot and we get it blocked. I think we have to catch and release the puck to the net and hunt it down. If we can get a screen tip rebound on it, great. If not, we're moving into that area to try and retrieve it and repeat it. It's got to be a little quicker in no-zone play, and we have to make it more difficult. And there's definitely some things we could do. I mean, we've been talking about it for 3 games. We've been doing it at times, but tonight's got to be more consistently, and it's got to be for 60 minutes.
Yeah, and this question I'm going to ask, maybe the answer that you just gave is what could suffice, but the oddities of the last 2 kind of playoff runs here, where in the Seattle series last year, you guys didn't score first in any of the first 7 games, which was weird. And in this series, through 4 games you guys haven't led, is it coming out of the gates flat? Is it just bad luck, or is it just what you were just talking about?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, Game 1, I didn't love our first period. Game 2 was better. They had a power play goal late in the first to give them the lead. I'd say the scoring chances in that period in Game 2 were really hard to come by. I think we each had 2 really good high danger chances in the first. They scored on one of theirs. We didn't. Game 3, I loved our start. I absolutely loved it. I thought that's the best period we played in this series, in my opinion. When it comes to our overall game, the defending part of it, the attack, we were buzzing, and we just couldn't come up with. We earned 3 power plays in that period and still didn't come up with the first goal. And I guess if you're breaking it down in its simplest terms, I think there are some keys. It's just it's easier said than done. It's we have to play with the lead against these guys to force them out of their defensive shell and their defensive structure. Coach, last one for me. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were maybe your phone cut out for a second. Sure. Last one for me, Coach. You can't. We all know you cannot manufacture emotion. It has to be there. It has to come naturally. It feels like these guys should be highly motivated. I mean, this is it. This is your lose and go home moment. And I'm sure that everybody inside that room understands exactly what's at stake. Yeah, no question. And I mean, you'd like to think that you're playing that with that emotion in every game of the second round playoff series or every game of a playoff series. I think it's fair to say it's been sporadic. I mean, because we've had some down periods here, right? So full 60, energized, competing as hard as we can, playing with the lead, and then winning that special teams battle. They're really the 3 keys that we've been inconsistent with throughout the course of this series. And if we can check the boxes on all 3 of them, we're going to give ourselves a good chance to win.
Quickly, Coach, Devon Toews, should we expect him back tonight? Yeah, we're certainly hoping so. We haven't seen him here at the rink yet this morning. But he did travel with the team and was feeling better yesterday. So hopefully he's feeling much better here today, and he'll be able to go.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday. Coach, always appreciate the time. Good luck tonight.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Bye.
All Conversations with the Coach brought to you by Premier Members Credit Union. Better banking starts with Premier Members Credit Union. Stop by your nearest branch or visit becomepremier.com to learn more about the artisans of banking.
All right. Good stuff from the coach. Vic, I hope that he broke it down enough for you, talking about marching off the boards and not waiting for screens to develop. Just get the puck on net. I know it sounds simplistic, but it's also the truth.
I think it answers the question because a lot of people make, the snide remarks, as we all do in this business. Just, dump it. Do what you have to do. Well, he says they have the 4th highest dump rate in these playoffs. They're doing exactly what you're supposed to do to beat this system, but they can't beat the system. So, Moj, I ask you, because you've been around the game a lot longer than we have, if they're doing the right things and it's still not working, what is it that's not working? Why can't they keep possession?
Let's get back to it in just a second. Got to talk about that. The Nuggets win last night.
Also,
and an important show note coming up.
A very important announcement to make when we come back. Get everybody who's ever listened to this program.
Get together now.
Get together now. Get them on. However you're listening.
Stop driving.
Alexa, turn on Altitude 92.5. Whatever it takes, get them on because we got to tell you something.
Circa Sports available in Colorado right now. The brand new Circa Sports app. Download it. Take a look. All the props. I mean, I'm scrolling through a ton right now for the Avs and the Stars tonight. The Avs plus 128 underdogs on the Circa Sports book. But you know what? We've seen the comebacks happen before in these series here in Denver. If you feel like the Avs got something in the tank, that they're just waiting to unleash, the series price is plus 775, and you can find all of that on the Circa Sportsbook. The NHL playoffs, the NBA playoffs, MLB in full swing. Download the app or go to circasports.com. All right, just talked to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. You can find that on the podcast shortly. We'll jump back into the Nuggets, their big win from yesterday, but something must be said.
Hold on, get everybody gathered around. Alexa, play Altitude 92.5.
Something must be said. Something must be addressed.
This is, and by the way,
there's been a weird vibe just around here. I mean,
for a long time, and now we can finally let the cat out of the bag. And to do that, we are going to send it back behind the glass to our esteemed executive producer, Martin Oleskowitz.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
You're pregnant.
Yes.
congratulations.
No, unfortunately, this is my last week on the show, and Friday will be my last day with you, gentlemen, which is sad. I will miss you all greatly, but I'm moving back to Illinois with my wife to be closer to family, so there you go.
I got a really good divorce lawyer.
Another reason I hate Chicago. I mean, if I can list the reasons, how many reasons do I need to hate Chicago? Here's one of them. Chicago, the greater Chicago area, is taking one of our important members of our family away from us. I hate Chicago.
We've known this for quite some time. We've not been allowed to talk about it. Today is the day to talk about it. So we got 2 shows and 53 minutes with Martin.
So I'm going to say 2 things here.
This is not good.
We don't do the nice thing on this show a lot, but I will say this, that producers for radio shows are incredibly underappreciated. They do not get enough credit for the way that shows are. Marty is, no joke, the best producer I've ever had. He's amazing.
100%.
And I know you hate this, Marty, but it's the truth.
Very uncomfortable.
Secondly, here's the good news. If there's any good in Marty leaving, Mosier gets to hate him like he hates Arenado now, which I'm going to love. Because, Marty, if your name gets mentioned on this show, he's going to say if he sees you again, you're catching one in the numbers.
Absolutely.
Like,
if you think you're not going to catch strays just because you're 1,400 miles away.
You're going to bring up my numbers like I'm not batting well this week. Huh? See, Marty, 1 for 24.
Yep.
I'm gonna say this, too. I'll talk about, your animals, which I talk about already. If you think Rocky is not going to catch strays from me, you're absolutely wrong because that dog is going down.
I see the text line, and a lot of people are congratulating Marty. For what?
He's leaving us.
Why would you congratulate somebody for abandoning the show?
He's going to a crap hole town. He's going to Hillbillyville.
Marty,
I mean, he's not going to Chicago. He's going to. They don't even have a stoplight.
Marty, pull up your list.
It's not that bad.
Marty, pull up your hate list. I want you to put your own name on your
Put your own name on the list.
Put it on there right now.
On the do not kill right now.
Yes. And I want it in size 74 font. It's bigger than Gobert.
All right, so here we go.
This is just cruel.
Who are you going to remove to put your own name on there? Who are you going to remove?
You can take Jerry Rosberg off. He never did anything to you.
We discussed why he's on there and why he will remain on
so
there.
Hang on. Just so everybody's aware again, the list that is currently featured is Draymond Green, Kendrick Perkins, Jordan Binnington, Cam Payne, Yusuf Nurkic, Rudy Gobert, Grayson Allen, Jerry Rosberg, Anthony Rendon, and Chris Mannix. These are all people that we call it a not kill list. That's what it is. So Marty is now removing it.
Rendon's off, he's on the 60-day IL. He ain't coming back.
Okay, so is he even thin ice or is he just getting deleted?
We can forget about him.
Okay, so he's
I
done.
want your name in capital letters, and I want your full name in there because we've never even come close to calling you by your full name. But I want it up there for all to see. And I want you to remind yourself when you look at your list why you hate yourself.
Does this hurt that, Marty, you're putting yourself in the same list as Gobert and Draymond Green and Jordan Binnington? I mean, that's got to be painful.
This sucks.
The good part is, though, Martin, in all honesty, you'll still be able to hear the show every single day when you're working in your yard.
All right.
You think I'm going to listen to you guys?
No. I'm saying you'll just be able to tune in.
Hey, when you're running
it's an ear
nothing,
joke.
when you're just running from nothing, you'll be able to throw the pod in and listen to our show anytime you please. Marty,
you're going to get hit by a tractor. I don't. This whole thing is a bad idea, Leskowitz. The whole thing is a bad idea, and you know it's a bad idea.
In all honesty, and I know Friday we'll be able to say goodbye, although I won't be here for the whole show Friday. I just want you to know the moment you came to us, and I don't recall the exact details. I think it was before Mosier and I joined forces in the morning.
It was way before that. We were on 950.
Way before, back when it was the Vic Lombardi show. And you came in as an intern. And I'll never forget the first meeting with Marty. He was introduced to us, and he came in, gave me his name, and I said, nope, we're not doing that.
There was no first meeting. That was on the air. You were like, who is this guy? And I got on the mic, and I said, my name is Martin. And you said, we're not doing that. We'll go with Marty. I said, I don't like Marty. You said, too bad. And I've been Marty for 8 years.
Yeah, you have.
Yes, you have been. You tried to get us with this name thing, and then the last name was impossible. So you are Marty O, and that's what you will forever be. But I echo the sentiments of Brett, greatest producer I've ever worked with. And forget the word producer. That's a dumb word.
Yeah.
You are as much a part of this show, if not the biggest component to this show we've
100%.
had. And a big reason why we've enjoyed tremendous ratings and tremendous feedback. And you know how much we love you.
He's and by the way,
I'm never going to forget you.
Of all the people on this show, he's the biggest friend to all of us.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Martin. It's certainly more
it
than
depends
that.
whose side he wants to play in the
Well,
moment.
that's true.
But no, honestly. And here's what's funny. You know what Marty said? When we do this, just make this 2 minutes. I don't want to be a whole thing. I was like, yeah, sure. You think that's going to happen?
Shut up.
You think that's going to happen, really? You can't produce for us anymore, Marty. Sorry.
I still have the buttons for now.
I'm gonna. Can we just send you home with some buttons? Can you just do something from there?
When Marty
Can you?
us,
What are we gonna do about drunk takes? What are we gonna do about the Moji Awards?
You guys will be just fine.
I know.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do about our not kill list? What are we gonna do? No, we don't.
Marty
That's
told
my
us about
proprietary
this.
thing. I'm taking my list with me.
That's a jerk move.
When he gave us the news several weeks ago, we actually
It's actually several months ago.
Yeah, what could we do? I actually thought about getting some organized crime involved in this just to make sure he stays in Denver. And it's just not going to happen.
You know,
We
honestly, the things that
understand
we
why.
suggested
Yeah, don't mention those.
to happen. I know
probably
I don't. I feel bad now that I suggested them.
Mhm.
I feel
This
guilty.
is
Now
what
I feel
like to
guilty.
see. This is what I like to see. Marty, you're being showered with praise, but we do got this one. Boo freaking who. Next segment, please. Bye, Marty.
There we go.
That's what I like.
Mom, stop listening.
All right, Marty, we love you. You're the best. All that stuff.
Speaking of Mom, tell her I said hello.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Dude, all of the Marty's mom thirsty jokes, they're by the way, you're not immune from those. I'm not kidding you, dude. Your mother, and she's a fine woman, she is going to live on this program. You know that, right?
Great.
You made the mistake of bringing it up that she used to
I
go to
did.
Thirsties. It was your fault.
Yeah.
At the same time, I did. That's the problem. The same
My two
era.
biggest regrets are saying my mom went to Thirsties and saying I'm self-conscious about my ears because you guys really took off with those
How
things.
did the ear thing happen again? It was when the
You
day
told
that
me
I
we're
said,
in a safe space, and if
That's
there's
right,
anything
on
you
the
can
air.
change about yourself, what would it be?
Yeah, listen to how dumb Marty really is. Here's how dumb and naive he is. We had a show, and you guys all know our show.
This
by
is
now.
like it's got to be like four years ago.
Yes,
5 years
we
ago.
had a show
like a long
where
time ago.
I brought it down and I said, all right, guys, let's get into that safe space, that trust tree. Is there anything about your appearance that you're uncomfortable about? And I said, Marty, you go first.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did it, but I
And then
regret
Vic
it.
made us go around the room, and it got back to him, and he goes, "I'm perfect," is what he said.
That's exactly what
No, he said, "No, I'm good. I'm good."
All right. 303-504-0925. So we got a couple days here with Marty before he embarks on a trip back to Illinois. 303-504-0925. Yeah, you. Oh, did you just hit not save on that document, Marty? Did you try and take yourself off the
Jerk.
list? Don't think I,
I
didn't
can't live
see
on
that.
my own list.
Yes, you can.
All right.
5103, we asked if Marty's going to still listen to the show. 5103 writes in, no need to worry. Marty can hear you guys from anywhere with those ears.
100%.
Good
there
job.
you go.
All right. Texture says, I says Martin. Martin. I says Martin. All right. 303-504-0925.
But our
Shop
drafting,
Mazda.
what about our draft stuff?
We're gonna be good.
You'll be just fine.
We'll be
I don't
good.
know that we are.
You guys do the talking. I don't do anything back here, okay?
Shut up, Marty. Being an
Shut
ass.
up.
Look at
Jerk.
trying to be humble. If that's why Marty didn't have that audio that you pulled up earlier. He's got senioritis going on right now. I don't care anymore.
He has mailed it in the last couple
I'm
weeks.
telling you.
I've noticed that.
Yeah.
I there's a couple times, and I'm not even kidding.
Marty, what would Keith say? I don't have it in front of me, Moj. Go to hell.
There's
That's
a couple
what he just
times.
did to you.
There's a couple times in the last. I want to say in the last 2 weeks, but really the last month, where I wanted to say short timer. You know what I mean? The dude's just totally short timing it. I know exactly what he's doing, but I couldn't say it because then the secret would be out.
All right. So
But
303.
now I can say it. Stop short timing this.
There
man.
we
You
go.
got 2
Great.
days left.
Looking forward to this.
Lazy lima bean.
Catch one of the numbers. All right.
Right in the numbers.
More Nuggets, more Avs next.
All right, very quickly, Martin, you need your camera on. The last thing I'm going to say about Oleszkiewicz is leaving until Friday when it is officially his last day. Final drunk take of all time from Martin Oleszkiewicz. But do you remember Andy Richter when he was on with Conan O'Brien years ago?
Yes.
Do you remember when he announced that he's leaving the show, who they had on the show at that time?
No.
It was Garth Brooks. And he's
Okay.
sitting there between them, and he goes, "Wait, you're leaving?" He's like, "Yeah, this is my last show." He looks over at Conan and goes, "Man, this show's going to suck." And I can't help but think, Vic, are we going to suck?
Probably.
Tune in Monday.
Tune
and
in
see
Monday to
if
find
the
out
show
if we
sucks.
suck.
Marty, is there anything financially I can help with to keep you here? Is this...
Well, everybody's got a number,
Shane-
Vic.
I mean, I was going to say, do you have a number to stay around? I mean, I know that you've already planned it. You've got the departure date. Half the things are moved. But if I provide a number, will you stay?
Let's speak offline, okay?
Mm-hmm.
No, I want to do this publicly.
What's a public negotiation? All right, so we got a couple more days to talk about all that stuff. Let's jump back to the Nuggets. And that win last night. Think about how much this series has flipped. Like, what you were feeling mentally after that second game where you just got punched in the mouth for 4 straight quarters with no response. And we were sitting there, not necessarily us, but that sort of sense out there that, like, dude, could the Nuggets get swept? Could Jokic not even be awarded the MVP on his home floor by the end of this series? And then Jokic is awarded the MVP on his home floor and then goes 15 of 22 from the field for 40. And the Nuggets now control this series 3-2. I mean, it's unbelievable, the change that happened, which brings to me, what the hell is Minnesota thinking right now? If that's where the Nuggets were at, and that was after 2 games, well, you just lost 3 straight, and you have backs against the wall, must win, or the series is over. Pretty insane shift.
I don't think that they think they can win. If you're inside that room, you can lie to yourself. You can pretend all you want. You can say the right things. But when you hit the floor and realize that the big fella can take you apart whenever he wants to, and that's what that was last night. That was him saying, listen, I don't care what you guys think you can do against me. I don't care what you think you can do in this series. If I want to hurt you, I am going to hurt you. I can hurt you, and you need to remember that. And that's exactly what we saw. So I can't envision how they could believe that even going home, they're going to win this series. I don't see it, Vic. And again, I'm not putting any cart before any horse or anything of that nature. I don't want to do that. I just know what I saw. And I saw a dominating performance, and I saw a team walk away with the hearts of their opposition firmly in their pockets last night.
Can I ask you something about that game tomorrow, Vic? Just a hypothetical. Nuggets up 15 after the first quarter. Is the series over?
You know what I would love to see? That's a great question. It feels like it would be, yes, if they're up 15 after the first. I would love to see a reboot of what we saw in Phoenix Game 6 last year, which was one of the greatest playoff games I've ever seen the Nuggets give us, ever. The Nuggets, if you recall, very similar. They won Game 5. They sent it back to Phoenix. Phoenix still had hope. KCP in the first quarter went ballistic. They were up by 30 at one point. They ripped the souls out of that place. Devin Booker, after the game, wouldn't even talk to reporters. He stormed out. They caused a firing of the head coach. If the Nuggets can mimic that, I'll take it right now. I don't think it's going to be that easy. No way.
I don't think so either. I almost wonder what they're going to do, because last night they did something, and this is like, for anybody talking about Malone and like make an adjustment, he's made plenty in this series. And I think this one was genius, because I do think this was planned. Now, it would obviously change if you didn't win Game 3 or whatever. But Vic, for them to pull in the 5th game of this series, now we're going to throw doubles at Anthony Edwards, like as a total confusing, like, series is tied 2-2. Whoever wins this game probably is going to win the series. And we're going to throw something you have not seen all 4 previous games at this guy who's been on fire was a genius coaching move.
That was very much an ace up the sleeve type
Yes,
of situation,
it
was
was.
it not? And
But again-
and listen, the way that I love that kid, I really do. He didn't respond well, man. He really didn't know what to do, and that his teammates at times didn't know what to do in regards to that. Great move.
Again, it is easier to pull that off, to do what they did with Ant when Conley's out on the floor, because you've got a veteran presence who understands where to take the ball, which creases to go down. And when they doubled Ant and he spun it to the other side, they rotated it, dudes didn't know what to do. They were missing their point guard. So I'm very curious to see how quickly Mike Conley can heal. He does have that sore Achilles, and those things, man, they don't heal quickly. If he doesn't play tomorrow night, I think it's a wrap. If he doesn't play.
Yeah.
If he returns, all bets are off.
Although, just straight numbers-wise, and I know it's more than that, Vic, Alexander Walker actually filled in okay for him. It's not like the
Yeah, but
box
it's-
score part didn't take a
it's
hit.
running the offense,
but it was
though,
that.
Brett. It's running the offense. You can score, you can do little things, but Conley does other things. I'll give you an example. I'll give you just a basketball example. They double Ant on the right side, rotates over to Conley on the left side. Alexander Walker would either shoot or pass it again. Conley, he'll shoot and he'll make, or he'll drive, throw that floater up there, oop it to Towns, oop it to go. There's more in his bag than what Walker has to offer. Much more.
Sure there is. Yep. On top of that, one thing I love about this team is Porter has had a bad last couple of games, not shot the ball well, barely shot the ball at all, I think in game 4? But whenever that happens, somebody else has to step up, like KCP knocks down 4 threes last night. The play of Aaron Gordon, I know we talk about him a lot, but goodness gracious, Vic.
You okay, buddy?
Pissed about Marty.
The play of Aaron Gordon is so essential to this lineup. Like, it's what he's able to do. We saw it when the series started to shift, and Vic, you made mention of this multiple times, but letting him take the ball up the floor. Think about the responsibilities that he has. He has to take the ball up the floor. He has to set screens for everybody. He has to be the cutter to the rim. He has to defend Cat or Gobert or any number of people. Anthony Edwards is at times. The amount of energy that's expended from him during the course of just a 48-minute game and asking him to do that over and over and over again against the most physical team in the NBA, and for him to produce efficiently at that level is nuts to me. Nuts. The way that he's played in this series, like last night, the aggressive style in which he played. He finishes with 18 points on 7 of 14 from the field. But I'm just going to try and dunk over Gobert because why not? Or I get the steal, I'm going to tap it out to myself and then sprint down the floor for a dunk. That's the kind of stuff that's just invaluable to this roster.
Just his aggressive nature, it seems to take over, Vic, at just the right time. Watching aggressive Aaron Gordon get angry at the rim and dunk it with such ferocity, it just seems it punctuates these moments where the Nuggets are getting something cooking, and then he just puts the punctuation mark on it. It's incredible.
I thrive off of this kind of stuff. I really do. I live for it. I live for people outside of our community, our fan base, our listenership, people who look at the Denver Nuggets and are just maniacally weirded out by what's happened. They just can't fathom that this is happening again. Those Laker fans, for example, who have hopped aboard the Timberwolves bandwagon left and right. Just go to Twitter and look at all the Lakers fans who are rooting for the Timberwolves. It's hilarious to me, right? They have nothing. That shows you how far they've fallen, that franchise and the fan base.
Did you see that guy beat up his TV? Did you see that guy beat up his TV with a chair the other night?
They have to glom on.
That's one. That's a fake video.
Oh, it is okay.
The other thing I love is the national analysts who just can't wrap their minds around Nikola Jokic, no matter how much we've tried to explain it to them, no matter how many years. I mean, Nick Wright, who I called out publicly 3 years ago, had him on the show. He hasn't joined us since. And now he's going full 180. Now he he acts like he's the biggest Nikola Jokic supporter in the world. And 3 years ago, we told him, you don't know because you don't watch. Well, you got to play You got to play Lil Wayne. I don't know if Lil Wayne is any relation to your father-in-law, Wayne, Brett. You got to play this because this is Lil Wayne.
There's Lil Wayne, and then there's Coma Wayne.
All right, got it.
And Lil Wayne is featured on Fox. He does some fill-in work, right? Or is it ESPN? What show does he fill in on?
I think he's on with
Undisputed.
yeah, he's on with
whatever it is.
Skip.
So he knows his sports. But it cracks me up that a dude like that who says he knows his sports can't understand greatness when it's right in front of him. And it makes me laugh. Not with you, Lil Wayne. I'm laughing at you. Listen to this.
Short
Shout out to
timer.
the Nuggets is a great game. But let me say, first of all, I don't like Jokic. I don't like his game. I'm from the old school. I don't, and some people say you got an old school game, I guess. But I guess that's the older school that I'm from because he just looked like the dad's dad bod out there playing. He looked like the dad of the YMC player that y'all always reference to. But anyway, I just want to shout out my man Rudy Gobert, man. For real, man. Shout out Rudy Gobert, man. Rudy Gobert out the defensive player of the year, whether you like it or not. Rudy Gobert gets so much flack, man, and all a man looks like he do to me is try his hardest. The man just first child, we are all men that talk about this. We are all men that get on television that talk about this, and we decide to just forget the fact that the man just had a child.
Oh, God.
Okay,
Oh, my God.
What's he doing?
It goes on like that.
Let me just say something. I don't know why I don't care what a non-sports analyst, a rapper has to say about Nikola Jokic's game, but everything he said is like factually incorrect. Like, I'm an old school guy. You don't get more old school of a game than Jokic.
The man just had a child. That's what matters.
Richard
Jesus
said he was
God.
being sarcastic. If that's sarcasm, I don't know what sarcasm is. I don't understand what it is. I have no. If that's being sarcastic, wow, you got me. You got all of us here.
I don't think he was
But-
being sarcastic, Richard. I think he's just
He can't take it.
he just can't. He just can't handle it.
He can't handle it. It's too much. It's emotional and intellectual overload for him. His brain can't fathom how this dude cooked everybody in front of him. Cooked everybody. And I don't know what else to say. I don't know why he's so hated among so many people. Why is that the case? Somebody explain to me why Nikola Jokic isn't beloved for what he does, how he carries himself, how he treats other people, the humility, the modesty, everything about him is team first. How is he not beloved? How do people despise him? Why do they despise him? Somebody needs to write up an essay. Tell me why. I need to know why. Today. Right now. Right now, I need to know why.
I don't have an answer for you, Vic. I like I said, I think it's because Nikola Jokic isn't highlight reel the way that other guys are highlight reel, which is running and dunking and doing cool stuff like that and flexing on people. But here's what I do love. Second series in a row, guys. This is how you know, well, it's just Lil Wayne, but this is how you know that the Nuggets got this. When the series felt over with the Lakers, what happened? In a post-game press conference, LeBron James said,
It's just a game.
it's just basketball.
It's just basketball.
What did Lil Wayne just say about Rudy Gobert, who was getting demolished?
He had a kid. He had a baby.
Well, the more important
The
thing is
man
he's
just
got
had a child. That's what matters.
Shut up.
Yeah,
Shut up.
It's amazing. That stuff only seems to matter when you suck, when you're getting your ass kicked. That's when the rest of life
Now-
matters.
Hold on. I'm getting a lot of feedback, and nobody wants to go here. It's taboo. I get it. I'm getting a lot of feedback. It's a racial thing. I disagree. Because there are plenty of people out there in that arena, friends of mine. It has nothing to do with it.
But that's not even it, Vic. Like, Luka doesn't get this. So it's not race because
It's
Luka
more-
doesn't
it's more
get
than
this.
the race thing. It's more. I'm not going to play the race card on this. It's more than that. There's something beyond that. There's another layer of why people can't appreciate him, and I'm trying to figure out what that layer is. Is it a culture thing beyond just the race thing? What is it? Why can he not be appreciated for doing everything right? Everything right. shakes hands with every opposing player after every game, after every series. If he loses a game, he will go down the line and shake even the 12th man on a roster. He is as good as it gets as a human being. He could have gone after Shaq the night he won the MVP. He could have rebutted Shaq and made a fool of him. He didn't. He accepted it. Why? What is wrong with you people?
Vic, I'm done asking that question.
I've
been asking that question for years now, and I'm done asking it. I'm tired of it. I don't need that question any longer in my life. I know what I know.
Bunch of losers.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but I know what I know. I know what I see. You know what you know and what you see, Brett. Everybody else who watches this guy every single day, we know, and that's good enough for me.
I'm off the Lil Wayne train.
I didn't know you were on it.
Yeah, I didn't know you were on.
He's usually my North Star for sports takes, but this one's just terrible.
I mean, how stupid are you, dude? Get off the drugs, by the way.
I don't know if he's on that. I don't know if you can just say that, Vic. I don't know if he's on drugs.
I just did.
I don't know if he's, but okay.
He said what he said. I'll say what I say.
All right. For the record, as on behalf of the show, we don't know if you're on drugs, but that take made it sound like you were. How's that?
Shout out Rudy Gobert for having his child.
Congrats. Congrats on the procreation. You know what? That's my side gig now. Actually, from now on, we're collectively we're going to be card writers. Congrats on the procreation. Hope you had fun.
No,
that's what matters the most.
I just want to keep
that's what really matters.
Whenever something is going bad and you don't know how to get out of the situation, I need to go to that well, and I don't know.
Just had a child.
I need
That's
to.
what matters.
I need to find something like that in my life. You know, it's like, God, Brett, you were late to break 15 times today. You know what? What truly matters is that my child's healthy. I don't know why you're yelling at me. Like, if you say that, that's kind of end of conversation.
What truly matters...
is this show more important than my kid? I don't think so.
What truly matters...
She had the sniffles yesterday. She's fine today. That's what matters.
What matters is that Rocky...
But I'll try to get to your break on time. Thank you.
Rocky got hit by a car, but he's doing good because our short timer here saved him and put him in a wheelchair, and he's doing great. Good job, Rock.
All right, Moshe. 303-504.
Brett had a funny thing going. And
303-504-0925. Just quickly here. You can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. If you go to altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest, you pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group. And if your golfers total the most prize money among all entries, you're the winner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, and it's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets.
I cannot wait for that.
Yeah, it's going to be sweet.
It is going to be awesome. Obviously, the course itself is a phenomenal facility. One of the best golf courses you'll find anywhere. And then the big boys are coming back to town. The PGA Championship starts tomorrow morning.
Hey, guess what?
You aware of that?
We might be a minute late to break, but my kid is healthy. So take that, boss.
Take that, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, great guy, awesome teammate. Obviously, he's fighting some demons here, and you know, on the personal side of it, like, we all wish him the best. And again, I said it the other night, like, hope that he can just find some peace and get some help. And we want what's best for him and his family. And it's just a tough situation, you know, it's never easy. So my heart goes out to Val and his family. And I'm hoping that they can kind of work their way through this and he can get the help he needs and get happy in his life. And
Jared Bednar from earlier in the show today.
You know what's interesting? A coach, I also asked him, there's no blueprint, how do you do this, right? That being said, the practical side of the things is he's never said, you know, we can't wait for him to come back as a player for us. You know, he never, you know, when he's done and healthy and all, I mean, you're focusing on the immediate, but how do you navigate through this situation?
Well, listen, Moshe, hang on a second. This is
as an organization, it's difficult.
As an organization, it's a different thing. I'm just talking about for the short term. For right now, the offseason's a different sort of conversation to have. But just for now, like, they got to win a game tonight. Correct. They have to. So you don't treat this any differently than him getting hurt, right?
Correct.
Like, it's the same situation. The difference was the shock value of it being so close to puck drop a couple of days ago clearly affected him and affected their game plan and all that stuff.
How could it not?
But he said this is going to be different because we've had a couple of days to digest it and plan for it. So it's not going to be like it was 2 days ago where it was just, okay, all of a sudden this guy's not playing and we don't know what the future of it is. Like, they're past at least that initial shock part. They can now game plan something for tonight to get things going.
Correct. Yeah, the shockwave is over. The shockwave was, and again, he used the term frozen. The shockwave was very evident.
Yes.
For the first period 2 nights ago. Now, again, even with a Val or even with whatever, it's hard to beat the Dallas Stars.
Yep.
It's hard. In fact, Vic, just go do it. If we can get the coach on how to beat Dallas, what's going right, what's not going right. I mean, he laid it out there pretty black and white terms on exactly what needs to happen. And hopefully you absorb it all.
Yeah, no question. And I mean, you'd like to think that you're playing that with that emotion in every game of the second round playoff series or every game of a playoff series. I think it's fair to say it's been sporadic. I mean, because we've had some down periods here, right? So full 60, energized, competing as hard as we can, playing with the lead, and then winning that special teams battle. Like, they're really the three keys that we've been inconsistent with throughout the course of this series. And if we can check the boxes on all three of them, we're going to give ourselves a good chance to win.
Check the boxes. And look, I think the Avs are resilient enough and mentally tough enough to put together an effort tonight that can win this game, extend the series to 6, take it back to Ball Arena, like all that stuff. But as we've said for now, this entire series, can we just grab a lead? Like, give me a lead. That's where this team makes their hay. Like, we all know it. They get one puck in the back of the net, and all of a sudden it's just like there's this energy and this clickiness with them that starts. Get a lead and play from in front, and you can throw Dallas off big time. So just do that.
You're still a good hockey club, dude. You're still good. Go play like it. Go behave like a good hockey team should.
Did say by the way, the good news, Vic, you asked him at the very end, Devon Taves, he didn't say he was playing, but he sounded pretty optimistic in that tone, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I have a feeling we'll be able to tell right away. Like, we could tell in Game 4, first 5 minutes of the game, I could see it, right? Mose, you saw it. The Avs just didn't have any step, no jump, wasn't there. We'll be able to tell early tonight because both teams will try to, hell, the Stars are going to try to end it early.
Sure they are.
Give them no shot. The Avs are going to have to equal that. They're going to have to do whatever they can.
Well, you
got to have to.
Carolina the other night. Couple nights ago. They were tied at 1. It's an elimination game for them. They're in Madison Square Garden, and they lit it up in the third period and just said, all right, we may get knocked out, but it's not now. It's not tonight. You got to have the same mentality tonight. You got to have the same mentality, boys. I mean, it's hard to not be a defeatist after what's gone down.
Sure.
But you're good enough to win. You're good enough to win 3 straight against Dallas and win this series. You're good enough. That's the thing, is you can play well enough. I mean, he made a great point. I mean, game number 3, dudes. You're playing good, right?
Well,
and you find yourselves down 1-0 on a crazy bounce, crazy play.
You need a blueprint. We all thought the Nuggets were done after 2 games, and they have won 3 straight since then. I understood.
Big difference.
Understood.
Big difference is the Nuggets were not missing one of their best players.
True.
In fact, the guy that was hurt got better. So you can't compare the two. Not the same. Not the same circumstances.
It's not, but this team is capable of winning 3 straight. That's all it is.
Of course.
I mean, again,
of course they are.
Guys, if we were all to lay down a bet on who's winning this series, none of us are picking the Avs, okay? They're down 3-1. It's not like an indictment on the team. It's a really tough thing to come back from, is down 3-1. But point is, Moj, you hold the best player in the world on your team right now. You have maybe what will be the best defenseman of all time on it. They're talented enough to go out there and make this happen, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't want to throw it all on the goalie either.
But he needs one. God, does he need one tonight?
Well, I'd love to see him just battle as much as he's ever battled in his life.
Yep.
If, and I hope the Avs score early and often, but if the game were to get out of hand for whatever reason, I wouldn't mind a goodbye kiss to Jamie Benn.
Okay. I don't think you're alone in that. Yes, Dick, I probably would.
Sort of
but that's just the way.
Smooch.
That's that. There will be a time for that. Trying to come back in a series ain't that time. But if things get out of hand, I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
303-504-0925. You can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. One last time, by the way, if you guys want in, did you guys know the first time we announced this earlier in the show? It was 1,000 entries in like 5 minutes for this. So if you haven't done so, do it. The Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes are back for Week 5. Tickets to a Nuggets game, an autographed jersey, an autographed ball, and an Altitude Authentics gift card, all on the line for 4 lucky winners that will be announced Friday at 5. The keyword for this show is MV3. No spaces altogether. MV, the number 3. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Each show has keywords today, and you can get an extra entry online at nuggets.com/playoff. So again, MV3 in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
When you announced that earlier today, the text line was like a slot machine.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that way for about 20 minutes. I don't know how long it takes just a quick 1,000 people to text in, but it was like that. It was insane.
Really cycling. So get those in.
MV3 and a lot of people have put in MP3, MT3.
MV3.
MV3.
MPB. From the text line, No Code Dan. Marty, I'm proud of you. No, he actually calls him Martin.
Ugh.
Can't even.
Ugh.
My lips can't even pronounce it. Martin, he writes. I'm proud of you for being brave enough to leave a toxic work environment.
Where you're going is toxic.
Wait.
The city
I have
council
an
has
exit
declared that
interview
town
with
off.
HR. I have a lot of stories to tell them
I'm sure
about
you do.
you guys.
Marty could end us.
Hey, by the way, Raj still has
That's
my
the thing. That our text threads don't leave when Marty leaves.
Tread lightly here, gentlemen.
Somebody said to me the other day, you guys should do a Tom Brady like roast. I go, we do that every morning. This is what the show is for 3 hours.
Hammered.
What do you mean?
I can't believe this is just hitting me now 2 days before you're leaving, Marty, but I swear to God, if your name wasn't Martin and it was Martine, I think I'd call you Martine. Martine's a cool name.
But before I changed your name to Marty, did you actually go your entire life as Martin?
Literally everybody still calls me Martin except for you three and a couple people in the office.
Vic, I remember.
So before I changed your name, I changed your name.
Yeah, you did.
I changed your name.
I remember I met Marty's wife for the first time, and she said Martin to him, and I go, you call him Martin? Like
So
full
weird.
Martin.
It's just weird. Weird. Poor Martin, though.
But again, Martin,
Vic,
Martin is something I would say all the time.
Vic, what rhymes with Martin?
Nothing rhymes
Fartin'.
with Martin. No.
Okay, so the poor kid, no wonder he didn't have any friends. I mean, he just got nailed his entire life.
Oh, there's Fartin' Martin.
That's exactly what.
Yeah, sounds like third grade
Vic,
again.
Hold on, Vic.
What a nightmare.
Vic, his last name is Oleskowitz.
What does
rhymes
that
with
rhyme
Witz?
Yeah.
Jesus.
So you imagine the poor kid on the
Farting Alaska, please.
You know what, Marty? Marty.
His entire life he was called that.
Marty, let's be honest. You were a total geek before you joined here. We made you cool.
Yes. You guys, I'm now cool,
You had
I guess.
short hair. You look like a moron.
You say I look like a moron with my long hair.
I
now,
know.
too.
That's true.
I know,
I can't win with you.
That's true.
Maybe I'll get a cut on my face like you. Will that?
That would be
Help me join
then
the
you'd be a
club?
lot
Yeah.
tougher.
By the way, you can, if you want to say goodbye to Marty firsthand, he will be running the Colfax Marathon on Sunday morning. What wave are you in, Marty? You like in the first one with all the freaks?
We don't know yet, but maybe.
Well, you got to be.
It
up
starts at
near the
6
top.
a.m., by the way. 6 a.m.
Yeah.
That's early.
Well,
Brett's going to be 3 sheets to the wind by the time you're done anyway.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, he's going to.
hey, the three of us, the four
I'm
of
going
us.
to throw a stick
Saturday-
out in front of you.
Are you guys? I hate to do this on the air, but I got to leave right after the show. Saturday, are you guys good? I want to make sure the four of us say goodbye to Marty appropriately. You guys good Saturday night?
I think I've said it.
Plans?
Yeah. I've said enough.
You good, Moshe?
Yeah, we've said enough.
Yeah, I don't think he needs anything
doesn't
else.
need that.
Why does he
Super
need something
busy
else?
Oh,
myself.
by the way, dude, he's got to prepare for the marathon.
That is
It's
true.
not like we can go out and drink booze or
You
anything.
think I care if he runs and vomits at the same time?
Dude, we followed you in the Boston Marathon. I actually had the stupid app, and I saw when you stopped.
Dude, I gave
even
you
when
my
you stopped
bike,
to
and now
take
you're
a pee.
leaving me.
Even
Man,
when
what
you
a
went to
jerk.
poop.
I gave you a freaking bike, dude.
You stopped to
Yeah,
take a
thanks for the
dump, and I
bike.
saw it live.
Great.
You want to know why Vic's really mad? It has nothing to do with the show. It has nothing to do with his personal relationship with you, Vic, Marty. Vic is mad that if he needs somebody to move one of his 80 TVs in his house, he doesn't have somebody he can call anymore.
That's true.
I gave the man a bike that was way too small for him.
Yeah, I came to your house. I fixed your home.
You did, and I thank you for that.
You're
What
welcome.
have you done for
and,
me,
now
Brett?
and now you're leaving. Here's the thanks we get. I came to your house with tools and fixed things.
You did. I appreciate you being an adult.
All
I
right.
nominated you for one of those 3 Employee of the Year trophies you won.
I highly doubt that.
I did not do it once.
You're right. I've never returned one of those emails once.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Canes, where you can find the podcast. Come on, Avs. Get a lead and win a bleeping hockey game.
Just
tonight.
go win a hockey game, man.
All right. We'll talk to you
Go
all
win a
tomorrow.
game.
We love you very much. Have a great day. Love you. Bye.
Jokic goes to the right hand against Gobert. Gets in the paint, spin move, spin, left.
Hey, that's a pilot error. I will get my show. I completely closed out of my show open. I apologize. Just I will open it briefly here, and none of that happened.
Jokic goes to the right hand against Gobert. Gets in the paint, spin move, spin, left, right, jumper, good.
That's a heck of a move right there.
I mean,
that's unbelievable.
I mean, could you do that?
No.
No, me either. Minnesota leads this basketball game. Jokic dunks that thing home with 2 hands. Get out of my way! KCP catch and go, a head fake on the jumper, throws it off to Joker for 3. Yeah, nothing but net. Shoot with confidence.
Step back like he knew something on that one, didn't he?
Gets double teamed. Over to you. Oh, what a pass, Jokic. The dunk blocked by Naz Reid, and that's going to be a foul. What a pass by Nikola Jokic. Jokic layup. Oh. Got it. Foul as well. Let's go. Yeah, you chant that MVP. MVP. 4 on the shot clock. Top of the key, Jokic. Jokic, 3. Yeah! Denver leads at 106-92 in game number 5. And Scotty, this thing is over!
112-97 is your final in a raucous Game 5 from Ball Arena last night. A late one here in the Mile High City as the Denver Nuggets have won 3 straight games over the Minnesota Timberwolves. Last night, Nikola Jokic, 40 points, 13 assists, 7 rebounds, 0 turnovers. He's the second player in NBA history outside of Chris Paul to have a 40-point and 0 turnover game with more than 10 assists in the playoffs. The only other guy, Chris Paul, he's also the first one in NBA history since the stats started to be tracked in 1977 with turnovers to have factored in on 70 or more points with 0 turnovers on the night where he is gifted his 3rd MVP trophy in front of Nuggets Nation. He drops 40 on a 4-time current Defensive Player of the Year in Rudy Gobert, and the MV3 gives the Nuggets an MV3-2 lead in the series as we welcome you to Dempsey and Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryan-Emi. You guys know me better as Raj, joined by Josh Grismer, Steve Nelson, super producer behind
Don't call me super.
Hey, listen, just because we have a hiccup or two doesn't necessarily mean that we are not great. So, super producer Steve Nelson behind
That was actually my touching tribute to Rudy Gobert. I decided to fold under the bright lights.
Hey, got him. And as always, my partner, my co-host, he's the namesake of the program. He's Christopher Dempsey.
On, even though it's hey, all right, I'm here.
We got gremlins all up in the Dempsey and Company family right now.
The mic was on. Wow, Raj, like what a performance, man. I that one's gonna go down. Like, people are gonna remember that one. I mean, and for a player that puts up a lot of great numbers, that performance last night after getting your MVP, after being disrespected a few days before, told to your face that somebody else should be the MVP. We're going to remember that one. And, there are these inflection points in a series, or these points in a series where the best player just has to play the best basketball. And that is what's required for your team to get from point A to point B. And Nikola Jokic, that was masterful. I mean, it was a masterclass of everything: the footwork, the shot making, the leadership, the big shot, tough shot making. Me and Josh were just talking about this a second ago, which was, it's not. I mean, he's doing this against the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, 4, and Rudy Gobert. If you look back at a lot of the shots, if you just go back and look at every shot that Nikola Jokic has taken against Rudy Gobert, just in specific over the course of this series, you will find that Rudy Gobert has had a lot of a good contested hands up on a lot of this stuff, and Nikola just makes the shot anyway. This is it's going to sound kind of weird given the fact that Nikola is a post player, but he might be the best shot maker in the NBA. Best shot maker in the NBA. Left hand, right hand, hook, up and under,
Dream
Sambo
shake.
shovel, dream shake. Whatever it is that you need, he has that in his bag, and he makes that shot, and he can step out and make 3-point shots. And I know when I say something like that, it's most to mean jump shooting, right? Shot making, jump shooting, yes. But it's the ability just to continue to make every shot all the time. Nikola Jokic does it. It was an all-time performance, and the Nuggets are now just a game away from moving on.
All time. That is a game that because of how pivotal a Game 5 is when tied at 2, and you saw the graphic flash up on the screen last night, like 82% of teams that win Game 5 when tied at 2 go on to win that series. Like it's everything to get that 3-2 advantage, just in case you have a bad night, you have something to fall back on, and the Nuggets have home court advantage to fall back on. They finally, like Ball Arena finally sees a win this week, thank God, and hopefully the Avs can do it on the road tonight against Dallas, and it wasn't a must-win for the Nuggets last night. It's now a must-win for the Avs as they're down 3-1. This was a game that you will look back at the career of Nikola Jokic and go, remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when he went up against Rudy Gobert, who is as brash of I'm the best defensive player in the world as you get in this league. And he cooked him. He cooked him the entire night. There was nothing that Rudy Gobert could do. And he was actively hunting screens to go get Rudy Gobert. He was switching off of smaller players. Like switching off of Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Yeah. And if we're being honest, Raj, he's been doing this to Rudy Gobert for years.
Hunting him.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable when you talk about how good this guy is. And you can get the stats, you can get the MVP trophies. The fact that he hunts the best defensive player in the world, not just tonight, but over the course of his career, he goes, I got you. You might be good against everyone else, but I'm in a completely different stratosphere than you are. My jaw was on the floor the whole night, watching him do that, watching him orchestrate. No. I don't want to go against the guy that I get an extra 40 pounds on or an extra 6 inches on. I want to go against that one.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And he's done this forever. I was listening to, I don't know what show I was watching this morning. It was on in the background, and they were marveling at, wow, he's doing this to Rudy Gobert. And this is where, when you see me get my most fired up about what we hear outside of the state of Colorado, it's in these instances where I just feel like you're not doing your job. He's been doing this going all the way back. One of the most famous stories is when Rudy was playing with Utah, and it was late in the game, and I think it was in the bubble, and Rudy's saying to one of his teammates, no, don't worry, don't help, I got him. And then Jokic turns around and says, brother, I have 42. Like, he's been doing this to you forever. And the reason why you know that Nikola Jokic is one of the all-time greats is because Rudy Gobert really is one of the great defenders. He will go to the Hall of Fame. He's going to do it.
Really?
He's going to do it. If Ben Wallace is in the Hall of Fame for what he did on the defensive end.
Ben Wallace won a championship. And Ben Wallace challenged for more.
Ben Wallace didn't win 4 Defensive Players a year.
That is true.
And so it's like, Rudy Gobert will go down as one of the best defensive players that this game has seen. And he can do nothing with Nikola Jokic, which means that the Nikola Jokic is an all-time great. I see a lot of MV3 text messages already coming in. That's exactly right. Because what we're watching here is transcending just this franchise, and it is going into the actual fabric of the lore of the NBA. And when it is all said and done, Nikola Jokic, no matter how many Lil Wayne say whatever they got to say, Shaqs say whatever they got to say, Kendrick Perkins start in a space but then are converted to this new space where they're talking about him in reverential terms. Yeah, he's that dude. He is him. And it's just, it's amazing to watch. And for the Nuggets as a team to turn this around Well, quite honestly, I expected it. Like last Friday, we signed off the air, and I said, when we come back on Monday, I promise you we'll be talking about a series that's 2-2. Yesterday, when we talked, we asked the question, what do we think is going to happen with the final 3 games of this series? I said the Nuggets are going to win 2, and it's out. Now, look, is it going to be easy in Minnesota on Thursday? No, probably not. But when you asked me yesterday, does Minnesota have any more moves to make? And I said they are cooked defensively. Now, what I expect them to do against Nikola Jokic on Thursday is not single him up anymore. I expect double teams to come from every single angle.
You don't get to defend him alone anymore,
No,
Rudy.
you do not.
You don't get to do that anymore.
Right. But Raj, this is the beauty in having a player like Nikola Jokic, because that's what you want. So bring all the double teams, because you're talking about the active best passer in the NBA as well. So he's going to identify where the extra man is coming from, and then he's going to spray that basketball out to dudes who will make 3-point shots, or Aaron Gordon who will lob dunk. Like it just is one of the reasons why the Nuggets are so hard to handle. It starts with Nikola Jokic, and we saw that last night. Just a great performance. I think we're all just happy we were able to witness it.
Number one, the big Frenchman is sitting on that podium speaking his native language. We need to do this. You need to get a stop. It ain't we. Karl Anthony Towns is actually doing a pretty good job when he's on Joker. It's you, my man, that's getting cooked. So it's no we. Now, yes, you do need help from the other guys, but on some of those, help can't help you. Like, you just got to get a stop. So that's number one. Number two, when you're in these playoff series, for me, I'm always looking for the smallest ounce of weakness that I can find. And the way Karl Anthony Towns walked off that floor with the limp after he played the rest of that game totally fine, and then he could barely walk leaving the court, they don't believe anymore. And when you lose belief, this defending champions you're playing against, when you lose the belief, it's over. And they don't believe they can win anymore, which means this series is over.
Say what you want about Draymond Green. That's his post-game comments on TNT last night, Debs. Say what you want about him. The guy's a competitor. He goes over the edge way too much. He can rub you the wrong way, but he is a competitor and he's a champion. If Draymond spots that, I think you're probably spot on.
Yeah, because you know why he knows that so well?
Well, because he's done it to a billion different teams.
Because he did it to Draymond Green actively. And he cooked Draymond. This was the last game between the Warriors and the Nuggets this season. Draymond was on the court. Jokic, 32 points, 16 rebounds, 16 assists, 4 steals, and a block. It was such a good performance, Raj, that Draymond Green couldn't wait to go to his own podcast that night or early the next morning, but it was not 24 hours later after that game and go, man, I got cooked today. He was so good. He had me in a blender, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, he's got firsthand knowledge of that because Jokic did it to him, too. Because nobody is immune to what Nikola Jokic is able to do to any defender in this league.
We'll get back into this one. Nuggets take a 3-2 series lead. Got a great show on tap for you. We'll go back into the greatest of all time debate. We'll talk a lot more about the Avs as they prepare to take on the Dallas Stars tonight. 6:30 p.m. puck drop, 5:30 p.m. pregame show. Join us up at Hofbrau in Westminster, courtesy of our friends at Templeton Distillery and Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. Signed Avs gear. Myself, Berto, Mark Springer will be up there from 5 p.m. through the postgame show. On the other side, we'll get the latest from Morning Skate live in Dallas as Connor McGahee joins us. Shout out Wednesday here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as we broadcast live from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Avs at Stars, Game 5 tonight, backs against the wall, facing elimination, down 3-1 without Valeri Nichushkin. If you guys are looking for something to do, head on up to Hofbrau, Westminster. Join us for a viewing party starting at 5 p.m. Myself, Berto, Mark Springer will stay throughout the entire postgame show as well. But before we get into more of that, let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. It's medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we find the Golden Pipes, the voice of your Avalanche on 92.5. He is Connor McGahey. Connor, what's up, dude?
Raj, I wish you would have let REO Speedwagon breathe a little bit.
Nelly, you can bring it back up if you want. Like, we can make our guests happy here on the show. I'll bring it back for you. There you are, Connor.
Here we go. Thank you. Yeah.
With REO underneath us for a few seconds, what's going on at Morning Skate?
Well, it hasn't started yet. It's an optional today, so guys aren't on the ice yet. But we do know from a Dallas perspective. Yeah, there we go. From a Dallas perspective, no Rope Hintz tonight for the Stars. So Radek Faksa is in, Hintz is out. Chris Tanev will play for Dallas. So that's the update from the Stars' perspective, and that's a piece of good news, I think, for the Avs, because it's about time that the Stars didn't have all of the luck in this series.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that, Connor. But okay, so with those individuals off the ice for or just one individual off the ice for Dallas, what tangibly does that mean for them, and how can the Avs take advantage of that?
Well, I mean, Rope Hintz is technically their top line center. I wouldn't say that it's like missing Nathan MacKinnon, but Hintz has received a lot of pressure in this town for his lack of production, but he's got a 4-point game in the series and can be a driving force for their offense. So Faksa in for Rope Hintz isn't exactly an even trade, and so that's something that the Avalanche need to take advantage of. And in this hockey game tonight, they'll take any break that they can get, and they absolutely have to score the first goal in this game. I believe in my bones, if they score the first goal of the hockey game, they're going to win tonight. And so that is priority number one, and not having Hintz in the lineup just provides a little bit of an opening for them to do that.
The Avs are 0-4 since moving back to Colorado when being down 3-1 in a series. They've never won a series since being here in the Mile High City. They have forced Game 7 multiple times being down 3-1, and that is the trend right now in the playoffs, right? Boston stays alive last night. Carolina has stayed alive despite being down 3-0 and 3-1 in subsequent games. It feels as though this is kind of pushing the Avs' way in each of those 4 contests. When down 3-1, this organization has won Game 5 and at least extended it to 6 games. In order for them to do that, it's got to be the top guys, right? Like we saw Nikola Jokic step up to the plate last night and put on an all-time performance in a huge game as an MVP. If you don't get an all-time performance tonight from your 3 best players in MacKinnon, Makar, and Rantanen, you can probably chalk this one up and get some tee time starting tomorrow.
That's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And MacKinnon, Rantanen, both 21 points in games where the Avalanche are down in a series. Cale Makar has 16, and they have not been as visible as they were in that first round series versus the Winnipeg Jets. 3 points each, really. And, Cale Makar, a 3-point game in game number 1. But Nathan MacKinnon said as much after game 4. He said, I have not been good, especially early on in games, and I need to be better. And that's exactly what I want to hear out of my superstar. And so we know the mode, fellas, that he can get into, and, he can just see red and absolutely go freak show. And I think this is the kind of stage that Nathan MacKinnon actually not just is forced upon, but actually likes. I think he likes opportunities like this where he can go and control a hockey game. And I just, because of the pattern of those top guys here in this series, I think that's why early on especially, they're going to come out going like gangbusters.
And look, we know that with Nathan, Nathan hasn't been as visible. It's not just a Nathan thing. Obviously, Dallas is doing something tangibly to him to make him a little bit less ineffective. What are they doing, and how does MacKinnon kind of work through that to get to his most effective self?
Yeah, I mean, they're just, it's clogged up hockey. And MacKinnon has had many times this season where they play teams that play that way where he gets frustrated. So I think for him, he has to not get frustrated, not try to do too much. I think it's about quick decision making, quick movement of the puck, because, we talked about that in the Jets series. When you're quick with anything that you do, it breaks up structure. And that's exactly what MacKinnon needs. As much as good as he is in small, tight spaces, he just needs a little bit more to work his magic. So I think quickness and hard work are the two key ingredients for the top guys, especially to break up Dallas a little bit tonight and to make an impact.
Connor McGahey, our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline, ahead of Avs and Stars Game 5 tonight, 5:30 p.m. extended pregame show right here on Denver's exclusive home for Avalanche hockey, Altitude 92.5. Connor, fix the power play for me.
Here's what you do. You do not. First of all, I think you shoot quicker. You just do. You get somebody in front, probably Arturi Lehkonen, and you get in front of Jay Gottinger. You stay there and you shoot the puck quicker. You don't force the seam pass. You get creative. You be unpredictable, and just try and do things that you haven't done all year. Look, here's the thing: the Avalanche, despite going 0 for 8 on in the last 3 games here in this series, still have the second best power play in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So it can work. I just think that, again, like 5-on-5 play, quickness of decisions and quickness of shots is what is going to solve a lot of this problem. And there's not going to be a ton of shooting lanes. So when you have one, you're not going to wait for a better opportunity. You have to take it, because the Stars have 37 levels of shot blocking, which is not fun hockey to watch. People don't pay money to watch block shots, but it's there. And so I think the Avalanche have to not wait for a wide open opportunity, just a little bit of a seam. And if you do that, you're going to find the way through. And it's all about second opportunities too. You're not going to pass the puck into the net against the Dallas Stars and Jay Gottinger. You're going to dig it out of the trench in front and put it in on a rebound. They haven't been able to do that just yet. Sorry, Raj.
What is it about this DeBoer situation with Bednar? And I've seen the very loud, and I would assume it's a minority of Avs fans, that, you can't get past DeBoer, therefore you can't coach this team, Jared Bednar. It's a ridiculous comment. But like,
who says that?
I've heard a lot of people on text are all about it. The fired Bednar birds are back out there right now because they're down 3-1 and the sky is falling.
Stupid thing to say.
When you look at the DeBoer situation, right, over the last 5 years, Bednar has won a President's Trophy, a Stanley Cup championship. Sure, they've had a couple of early outs with 3 second-round exits and a first-round exit last year, but DeBoer's been fired by 2 coaches, has only made 1 Stanley Cup final, and has not won anything. What is it about the DeBoering style of play, since you've coined it so well there, that allows them to win a bunch of hockey games but not get it done when it actually matters?
Well, because I think and first of all, Jared Bednar is the franchise leader in wins. He's the best coach in the history of the franchise, the Quebec Nordiques, and the Colorado Avalanche. End of story. He should be in the Hockey Hall of Fame right now because he's won a Kelly Cup, he's won a Calder Cup, and he's won a Stanley Cup. That's something that Pete DeBoer hasn't done. Because at crunch time, you need superstar efforts, and you need offense. And so I just think that there are things that Pete DeBoer teams run into at crunch time where, look, when you exert that kind of energy so much, and Raj, defending is hard work. Defending is exhausting. And so when you defend so hard for so long, I think the tank runs out. And at that point, an opportunistic team in a conference final, in a cup final, is able to pounce and take advantage of that empty tank. Because that's not easy work. That's a lot to ask out of your team to do that for so long, and the scale tends to tip the other way. So I don't agree with that narrative. I know that there's some data to back up that Jared Bednar doesn't do well against Pete DeBoer, but at the end of the day, it's a results-oriented business, and Jared Bednar has gotten the results. He's got a cup ring.
Yeah, here to that. Well, okay, let me just piggyback off of that then. Can there be a wear-down effect? I know this is just the second round, but can there be a wear-down effect this early in the playoffs? And then can the Avs just keep charging to get some of that weary-legged, now there's more space, now there's more opportunity for you to score?
Absolutely. The Avalanche, well, it's good and bad. By the way, players just coming on the ice here at Morning Skate. Devon Toews is one of them. I'm looking at him right now. Devon Toews is on the ice here at Avalanche Morning Skate, so he is feeling better. I would assume that if he was not, he wouldn't be on the ice at all. So whatever was ailing him before, he seems to be feeling pretty good, and so that's a good sign for the Avalanche. But again, have the Avalanche allowed the most goals in the Stanley Cup playoffs? Yes, but they've also scored the most. And I just think that even though there's been a lull in this series for the last 3 games, especially at home offensively, you have to remember that Dallas prides themselves on how they play defensively on the road. They haven't allowed a power play goal away from American Airlines Center in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And again, the whole conversation has been about how they can get a lead and lock it down away from home. They're 3-3 here in Dallas, and most of them have been pretty high-scoring affairs. And that plays right into the hands of the Colorado Avalanche. And so, again, if they can force them out of their structure, I just think that the premise that we've just talked about can emerge in this Game 5 here tonight.
Last one before we let you go here, and you can watch Morning Skate, Connor. What's going on with Mikko Rantanen? Does he deserve all the flack that he's been thrown at by Avs fans? I think there's been times where he looks disengaged this series, whether it's injury related or frustration. He's the one player. It's funny because you have Nathan MacKinnon on the team who's very demonstrative. It's very clear he wears his emotions on his sleeve, and his body language always bothers me. Yeah. He puts up points, but it doesn't feel like he's being effective. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know specifically, but I guess we have a high standard for Mikko, and Mikko has a high standard for Mikko, right? So we can see, one of the best power forwards in the National Hockey League and what he can do. I mean, we've seen that over the years. That he can dominate on the puck, great vision, good passing ability, and when he applies the work to his game, that's when he's almost unbeatable. I mean, Raj, you and I are not tall men, but we stand next to Mikko Rantanen, and you come up to the bottom of his pec. You know what I'm saying? He's a big guy, and he's called the Moose for a reason. And when a big player is not playing like a big player, I think that's what draws the ire from some fans because, again, it's because they know what he can do. And when he's not doing the little things and when it appears like there's not maximum effort, I think that's what drives people crazy as well. So I think you know the skill of Mikko Rantanen. You just want the away from the puck, the work rate to be at 100%. And if you still lose at the end of the day, then so be it. But you just want maximum effort from one of your top superstars.
He's Connor McGahey. You can hear him tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app, which is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheitwins.com. That is willheitwins.com. Connor, get out of here. We can't wait to hear from you tonight on the pregame show. Hopefully the Avs can do what they've done every single time when being down 1 or down 3-1 in a series, which is win Game 5.
Thanks, boys. We'll see you Friday at Ball Arena.
Thanks, Connor.
Live from Dallas, Connor McGahey. On the other side, I will tell you guys how you can win tickets to a Nuggets game this playoff run. Stay tuned. It's Dempsey and Company. It's a shout-out Wednesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Christopher Dempsey ahead of Game 5 of the Stars and Avs. I'll tell you why you should believe in the Avs a little bit later on. Mile High Playoff Sweepstake, it's back for week number 5. You can win tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, an autographed jersey, an autographed ball, and an Altitude Authentics gift card. Those are all on the line for 4 lucky winners that we're going to announce Friday afternoon at 5 p.m. You will win a pair of tickets either to Game 7 of the second round, or if the Nuggets get it done in 6, you will win a pair of tickets to a Western Conference Finals game. So this is big stuff. So I would listen up. The keyword for our show today is chicken. Text the word chicken and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. Each show has keywords today and tomorrow, and you can get an extra entry online at nuggets.com/playoffs. Again, text the word chicken with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. That's because Nikola Jokic cooked Rudy Gobert like a barbecue chicken.
He did. He did that, Raj. He did that consistently the entire game. And
I cannot take credit for that.
What?
It's Draymond's.
Barbecue chicken. It's happening. Listen.
Yeah, like it's been like that's been like a TNT thing. Barbecue chicken. Look, I a few things. Nikola Jokic was amazing, of course, because he pretty much always is. And if you look at him over the course of the series as a whole, his worst game was the first game, and he lost that one by 7 points. 7 points. And so it wasn't going to get any worse than that. He still scored a bunch of points in that game. I think he had 28 maybe. But what's happening over the course of the series, Raj, is that he is getting it sorted out in terms of how they're defending him, about how the rhythms of the Minnesota defense and what that is allowing the team to do. Like, one of the things that I've actually actively loved watching over the course of the series is, so in those first 2 games when Minnesota's defense was at its most suffocating, one of the things that you would just notice is that, there was an emphasis on obviously shrinking. So basically getting in the gaps and shrinking, not allowing drives and paint stuff in the paint, and then loading up to a side that had to the strong side. So in other words, what was wide open the entire time was the skip pass to the opposite corner. And
the KCP baseline 3.
Yeah.
Where he hit from opposite sides on it was either back-to-back possessions or 2 of 3 possessions in the fourth.
Yes. And that pass has been available since game 1, but it's you sometimes don't see teams sell out to strong side the way that Minnesota had been doing in those first 2 games. And so you start to notice, even looking back on film, like, dude, this dude is open the entire time. And then I would say even a little bit late in game 2, although the defense was so suffocating in game 2, it was just hard to get anything off. Especially into game 3, you just saw Nikola just immediately look opposite, just fire, just whip passes to the corner. And now it's such a long closeout that either you're getting an open 3-point shot or you're getting a closeout that you can now just drive and now get into some drive kick action or just finish it.
What's going on with him and the dunk contest that we're seeing over the last 2 games?
That's crazy.
Like, what is this? The right-handed tomahawk dunk. Last night, the 2 hands behind the head slamming that thing home.
Yeah.
What is going on? Is it as simple as no one thinks Nikola Jokic cares at all about what either people think of him or the all-time greats think of him because of how he carries himself in the public eye, which is self-deprecating and don't look at me, look at my team.
And I don't think he does, actually.
I don't know if he does, man.
He's not a give me my flowers guy.
I don't know if it's a give me my flowers guy, but it looks as though he felt disrespected and went, like, you don't think I can do this? You don't think I can be as dominant physically as anyone in this league? You don't think that I can play? I know it's not like above he's not Dominique Wilkins.
Right.
But you don't think that the Shaq comment pissed him off a little bit? Because he's been different ever since that
I really wonder
that TNT segment.
Yeah, I really wonder if you sat Nikola down in an honest moment, just like you and him, just like, Nikola, come on over. Have a little what's the Serbian drink? Starts with an R.
Rakia.
Yeah, that's it. Come on, like that Shaq's that that was
that cut you a little bit.
Yeah.
That pissed you off
Right,
a little bit.
right.
You're not going to let anyone know, but it does feel as though
And then would he
it lit
say
a
yes?
fire under him.
Would he say yes?
I wonder if he would. Like, because I'm telling you, and maybe I'm reading into it too much. Like, the dunks, because it is so not him,
Mm-hmm.
they feel like a middle fingers to the air.
You know, I think, here's what I think. I think he's doing, in a weird way, this is an extension of he is doing what he feels needs to be done in the moment. And so, I guess my point is if you're going to the rim against shot blocking people, do you go with layups or do you go with dunks? And, you know, if it was, who was the guy that was blocking the shots and he ended up having, it was in the regular season, and I can't remember the game anymore. They are, a lot of times they just all mesh together. But in these instances where he knows he's got to go to the rim strong, like if you're gonna try to lay this up, you might get that swatted back out there. So let's not lay that up. Let's dunk these things. And I think in these instances when you've seen him dunk, it's, I'm not going soft, bro. I'm bringing it the way it should be brought because I don't want anything other than a bucket and a foul, or just a bucket or something that is positive for my basketball team. And that's why I think we're seeing some of those dunks in the manner at which they're coming. He's not just like windmilling. Yeah, he's not like,
I don't know if he has
you know what I'm saying?
windmill
Like,
in him.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if
Does he have windmill in him? Is there enough hang time for windmill to happen?
Probably not. But you know, it's not like he's alone on the fast break. You know, like the hit ahead pass, boom, hits Nikola Jokic, and then he just rocks the cradle and like that.
Did you imagine, man? He throws down the LeBron dunk, the famous one.
Yes,
where
it was the Wemby game. Thank you.
Throws it down. He's got Dwayne Wade behind him with his arms open like this.
Right.
You imagine he does that little cradle?
I mean,
he throws down like a 76ers Andre Iguodala's type of dunk.
Right. He's not doing that. So it was.
If there's one thing that I can beg from Nikola Jokic before the end of his career,
yep,
show us a dunk contest. Maybe not the NBA dunk contest.
Yeah.
But I just need you.
You think he's got even a reverse dunk in him? Like
He
just
has to,
turn
right?
this reverse dunk.
He has to. He's an elite athlete.
I agree.
It's got to be in there. If
I
I
agree.
can do it on a mini hoop, a 7-footer can do it on a 10-foot hoop.
Of course he can.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Right. Thank you on the text line. There's a couple of text messages. It was the Wemby game against the Spurs when you know you have to dunk that thing or Wemby's going to block that bat right back out there. So I think that's existing in this series as well.
Other players who I need to talk about, Christian Brown.
Oh,
It
he's
looks
amazing.
exactly like, and this is the guy that we were waiting for, right? This is the one that when you went into the off season last year after the championship, and reality set in and the boos from the parade wore off, you knew, well, Brucey B's not coming back. Sorry, coach. It's just not simply going to happen. You don't have the space. And you also didn't know that Indiana was going to blow the doors open with the Brinks truck.
Mm-hmm.
When you went into that offseason, it was, well, you've got a guy in Christian Brown going into year 2 that can step directly into that role. And you didn't really get it this season up until the last 45 or so days before the regular season ended. You're now seeing why the future of the 6-man spot on this team, and if not, KCP's spot that he'll eventually give up on this team, is Christian Brown's.
Well, you know, it's interesting because what was it, Calvin Booth, the Nuggets GM, when we talked to him, and his initial response to how do you replace Bruce Brown is, well, we have 3 people that are going to do that job: Reggie Jackson and Christian Brown and Peyton Watson. And Christian Brown, you know, look, it's been a little up and down with the confidence at times this season, but right now, who cares? Because right now he is playing at his confident best, and this is 2 games in a row in double digits. And by the way, in large part because of him and obviously Justin Holiday too, the Nuggets bench continues to. This will be the second time that they outscored and this is super modest numbers for the bench scoring, 16-15. But this would be the second straight game that the Nuggets bench outscored the Minnesota Timberwolves bench, which is a big deal in this because the Timberwolves have the active sixth man of the year in Naz Reid coming off their bench, and other guys. Obviously, Nickeil Alexander-Walker started the game yesterday in place of Mike Conley, so they didn't have those points coming off the bench. But Christian Brown has been great, Raj. Well, it's about, for him, it's just about right now, he just exists in this space where once the defensive plays start getting made and he starts getting out in transition and he's got the layups, the dunks, the energy plays, and he knocked in a 3-point shot yesterday too, which was great to see, then that's when his game goes from one level to the next. And that's when you start to see sustainability from one game to the next. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. What I see in Christian Brown, I see such a high-level support player in him, and I just want him to always live in that headspace. And I know, I feel like I understand the ins and outs of that kind of stuff because I was kind of a head case myself. So it was, you would have these when you're confident in going. Everything is easy. But the minute a couple of things start going wrong, you miss a couple of shots, maybe somebody's looking at you, and now it's like, maybe I'm going to hesitate on this next shot. Maybe I'm not going as hard.
Even the three that he took, man, he was on his toes.
I mean, he was. But I just, for him, I just want him to exist in this headspace all the time, which is easier said than done. But he is there right now and has been really everything the Nuggets going into this game last night were +2 in the non-Jokic minutes. I mean, that seems like, well, plus, it's not that much. It's amazing, actually, because we're actively tracking those things, and it's usually like -12, -14. What are they doing? But guys like Christian help mitigate that and make sure that you're not relinquishing leads or that you're maintaining them or that you're just keeping yourself in the game.
You can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the upcoming BMW Championship in August by entering Altitude Sports Radio's Major Championship Pick'em. Just visit altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. You guys only have a few hours left. The PGA Championship opens up on Thursday morning early. So get in on this thing right now. All you have to do is pick 4 golfers, one from 4 different groups. And if your golfers total the most prize money among all entries, you are the winner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, and it's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines this August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets. Second hour of the program is packed. We've got Nelly's NFL Notes. It's NFL schedule release day. We'll have Dempsey's NBA Baseline coming up around 11:30. Shout out to the 11:45. We'll preview the Avs and the Dallas Stars as well. Whole bunch to get into on the other side. Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Jokic goes to the right hand against Gobert. Gets in the paint, spin move, spin, left, right, jumper, good.
That's a heck of a move right there.
I mean,
that's unbelievable.
I mean, could you do that?
No.
No, me either. Minnesota leads this basketball game. Jokic dunks that thing home with 2 hands. Get out of my way! KCP catch and go, a head fake on the jumper, throws it off to Joker for 3. Yeah, nothing but net. Shoot with confidence.
Step back like he knew something on that one, didn't he?
Gets double teamed. Over to you. Oh, what a pass, Jokic. The dunk blocked by Naz Reid, and that's going to be a foul. What a pass by Nikola Jokic. Jokic layup. Got it. Foul as well. Let's go. Yeah, you chant that MVP. MVP. 4 on the shot clock. Top of the key, Jokic. Jokic, 3. Yeah! Denver leads at 106-92 in game number 5. And Scotty, this thing is over!
An all-timer last night from the MV3. Nuggets take a 3-2 series lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves. 112-97 as Joker drops 40, 13 assists, and 7 rebounds with 0 turnovers. Last night, you have an opportunity to go see the MVP and his team either in Game 7 or in a Western Conference Finals playoff game this year, thanks to the Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes. It's back for Week 5. You can win those tickets, an autographed jersey, an autographed ball, an Altitude Authentics gift card. Those things are all on the line for 4 lucky winners. We're going to announce them Friday at 5 p.m. And the keyword for Dempsey and Company today is chicken. Text chicken to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. Every show has keywords today and tomorrow for your shot to win the Mile High Playoffs Sweepstakes. Get those in. Again, the keyword is chicken with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Demps, it felt personal last night for Joker, being handed his MVP trophy, thankfully named the Michael Jordan Trophy now. Who was it for all of those years in the 90s? Who was it named after? It was an odd name.
Did it have a name? I can't remember the last name of that trophy. But they updated them all last year or the year before.
Thank God. So Silver hands him the award, and it just felt as though he was ready to put his stamp on it. And I said it yesterday. This was a legacy game for this starting 5 to prove to the rest of the world who was trying to write them off and say, again, go be with the Raptors. Go be with the Bucks. You got your one. Now we don't have to worry about you again. We've given Nikola his 3rd MVP. Now we don't have to give him another one. We don't have to talk about this boring team in a flyover state in Denver.
Can I tell you what I really liked about this team, this series? It wasn't. I mean, I just look. I think the last 3 games in total, Raj. I think you're right. It's a little bit of a statement. It is. I mean. But this is the team that they always knew they were. They just didn't get to it. But now they're here, and Minnesota is finding out that wanting something and then the ability to actually go out and do something about that, go get that thing, are 2 vastly different things. It's this sport. It's just this. The NBA, more than any other league, forces you to be really good all the time to get to the mountaintop. And I love that about this league. And Minnesota thought for a few fleeting moments that, man, we rolled in here, man. This is going to be not that it was going to be easy, but we are ready, right?
We've arrived.
We're here. Not yet.
People thought it was going to be easy.
Not so fast, my friend.
Shaq was cooking them. Chuck was cooking them. Sweeps.
You know what? Sweeps. You know what? I'm glad you're going there because there's a couple of things I want to get you specific with the game, but I do want to say this, and sometimes I get a little fired up, so I'm sorry, but here we go. The mea culpas that we've been hearing from people who should otherwise be knowledgeable basketball analysts are, I roll my eyes because you actively don't do your job in the best way, in the way that allows you to come to the analysis and the conclusions that you should come to. The only question that you have to ask as an analyst is, Not the what. We saw the what. The question is the why. And not the surface level why, but actually the reason why. Why did this thing happen? Why did the Nuggets lose their first 2 games? Why did game 2 look like that? Why for real? Because if you were doing your job the right way, when you asked the why for real, it wouldn't have led you to the conclusion that, oh, looks like the Nuggets are going to get swept. That was dumb. Dumb, stupid analysis. And it burns me up, Raj, because I know how many doggone hours I put into watching and rewatching and talking to people and doing all these things so that when I get on a microphone like this, I am not passing off stupid takes and bad information. And that's just, so it's just easy to come on the other side and say, oh, well, you know what? I'm sorry about that. No one could have foreseen what is happening now. Really? Really? Because it's your job. Are you watching these games and asking the right question? You played these games in a great many cases. You played in this league. What? Having said that, what I really liked about this basketball game, Raj, is I loved Jamal Murray afterwards saying, look, sometimes it's not about my ability to just inject myself into a basketball game with multiple shots. Sometimes when you see Nikola Jokic going ballistic, you make sure that the big man gets fed. And that's just such a mature take because, how many times do you see, honestly, as Boston kind of goes through these last few years, you kind of see this happen with them a little bit. If Jason Tatum is going off, all of a sudden Jaylen Brown will shoot like 5 times. And it's like, well, dude, let's just give the ball to Jason Tatum. It's fine. I love that about Jamal Murray.
Love it about him. I love it about the team because there was an instance last night when Aaron Gordon felt like he wanted to go there. And it was after a big-time play down low. I believe it was a dunk. And then he took a baseline 3 that he shorted, had no chance of going in. Wide open baseline 3 that he shorted. He got the ball back the next possession. Wide open on a wing 3. And looked as though he was like, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm still feeling it, even though I've had a couple of possessions that, haven't gotten the results. And instead of feeling himself, took it back, gave it back to Jamal. Jamal goes, he only shoots the ball 4 times in the fourth quarter last night. He goes 3 of 4, but has 3 assists and a steal, as well as a block in that fourth quarter. Gives the ball back to Jamal. Jamal finds Joker.
Mm-hmm.
On any other teams, it feels like, well, I'm open, so I'm going to shoot this.
I'm going to take that shot.
I'm going to take this shot.
Mm-hmm.
And in years past, Aaron Gordon would take that 3 and force that 3. And I feel as though that the unselfish nature that AG himself said he's learned from the MVP, it has made its way into every single player on that roster.
Yeah, I want to say this. I want to say this about Aaron Gordon because I want to give him his flowers. That was very nice of him to say that. To Katie's question about being selfless and why wouldn't I do that if the MVP, 3-time MVP can do that? I think that was an awesome quote. But the reality of the situation is that's how he arrived in Denver, Raj. He arrived selfless. He arrived with a team first, not me first attitude.
Selfless but green.
No.
No?
No. Well, no. No, he was
All right.
He was the lead player in Orlando. You know what I'm saying? He was a veteran. He was the lead player for a basketball team, and he was the guy that they got the ball to. They were just like, here, please lead us to where we need to go. So he has active, very recent history of having the ball in his hands and having a team run all the plays for you so that you can lead them to where they're trying to go. And to go from that to, well, you might be the 3rd option at best, maybe 4th option. That's not sitting well with so many players. They would say, they would tell you to your face, it's about the team. I'll do whatever the coach wants me to do, and it's fine. And then you would see something else over time in their play. And Aaron Gordon has never, ever, not for one single second of one single game or one single day, been anything other than I'll do whatever it takes for the team. And he needs to get his flowers for that. He didn't have to learn to be selfless because he was already selfless. And somebody will at some point will say that about him, inside. Because without that attitude, you don't get to the importance level of what he has meant to this basketball team. Yeah, he's a physical guy. Yeah, he's a lob dunk guy, and we're all very excited and happy about those things. But he is also gritty guy. He is also, you need me to learn this offense and run. I need to be the ball handler in this pick and roll action. I can do that. I need to stretch my game out, shoot some threes, make sure that this offense is spaced correctly. I can do that. You need me to do all of these things in all of these games so that we can come down from an 0-2 deficit and now be ahead 3-2. I can do that. And I love that guy so much. And look, we all do. But it cannot be understated what he is putting on the basketball court, the massive amounts of energy and effort and just everything that he is having to do for this basketball team in order to get through this series. He deserves his flowers, not because somebody else got into him, but because he is that dude.
They continue to find ways to win games with contributions from different players every night. Like, you look at Michael Porter Jr., he's the reason why you were so successful in round one. Sure, you have the Jamal Murray shots and the buzzer beaters, and don't get me wrong, Jamal's heroics at the end of the game need to be there. But there were 3 separate games in that LA series that Michael Porter Jr.'s three-point shooting kept you in the series, and he hasn't done so in this Minnesota series thus far. Like, he hasn't been the same guy, and he's catching like a little bit of flack from fans.
What was he, 2 for 10 yesterday?
Yeah, he struggled. But the fact that you can overcome a max player going 2 for 10 and still win the game, which is something that Minnesota didn't do last night.
Right.
Minnesota could not overcome Anthony Edwards not having a nuclear game.
Right.
Denver can.
You know what Minnesota's ultimate problem is? This is to your point, is when you get past Anthony Edwards, who's your second most reliable scorer? Should be Karl-Anthony Towns.
It's Cat.
Okay. And he had 23 last night. So it wasn't a bad game for Cat. But I think when it gets down to it and the Nuggets are actively double teaming Anthony Edwards to get the ball out of his hands and then rotating behind that, what Minnesota is probably starting to be crystallizing for their management and people who will be making personnel decisions is we don't have a clear number 2 who can then still punish the opponent for devoting so many defensive resources to our star. And until we get that guy who's a consistent guy, then you will always be able to be taken out of a game.
Because it ain't Mike Conley. And Conley didn't play last night, but you put him in that game. Is Conley dropping 25? No. A good night for Mike Conley's 16 points.
Yeah. It is. And, look, they missed him, though. I guess they missed him, Raj, more from the fact of, what did Nickeil Alexander-Walker finish? 14. So probably a comparable scoreline there. But Conley probably would have given them the ability to, so when the ball comes out of Ant's hands after he's been blitzed by 2 Nuggets, then Conley can make you pay probably more than anybody else really fast on their perimeter with a quick 3-point shot, or he can now create offense and, keep that thing flowing and keep you in rotation, eventually put you in a bad space. So they missed that. But until they get 2 to 3 guys that can really make you pay for devoting all your time to the star, then you have a shelf life in the playoffs. And the Minnesota Timberwolves shelf life appears to me to be the second round of the 2024 Western Conference playoffs.
Text us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Shout-outs coming up in 30 minutes on the other side. Nelly's NFL Notes. It's schedule day around the National Football League. Chris Dempsey will bring you through his NBA baseline at 11:30 as well. And then we'll hear from the head coach, Jared Bednar, of the Avs at 11:40. We'll have to hear what he says about dumping pucks deep, playing in the corners, and playing with your back against the wall. It's Dempsey and Raj. Every day here on Dempsey and Company at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories around the National Football League, and it is schedule day, Steven Nelson. So what do you have on tap for us?
First of all, like that Spotbuster said during the commercial break, it's time to get mean. It's time to get upset. The NFL is making us wait till 8 p.m. Eastern to release the full schedule. Guys, this isn't LeBron James with the decision. I don't need an NFL Plus exclusive show announcing the schedule. Every beat writer on Twitter already has leaks. Can you just give me the schedule now? I want it now. Why are we waiting?
Facts, Nelly. Facts.
Well, the reason we're waiting is because it's working and we're all talking about it. One thing that has been announced in all these nibbles and revelations is that the NFL playing on Christmas Day is not going anywhere. So NBA, you better strap in. And they signed a 3-year deal with Netflix to air the Christmas Day games exclusively on Netflix for the next 3 years.
Exclusively? I thought it was an option to stream.
You know, let me see. According to this article, it didn't technically
If
specify.
it's exclusive, that's crap.
It didn't specify. Sometimes they'll do these things where it's exclusive for everybody outside of the market, but inside the market you can watch it on TV.
Right.
We'll see more details about this as it comes out. But Christmas Day is on a Wednesday this year. It's on a Thursday in 2025, and it's on a Friday in 2026. So no matter the day, they're coming after the NBA for Christmas.
I'm happy with Christmas football.
I mean, you're never not going to be happy with football.
You need something to do on Christmas.
I watch basketball.
Open presents. It's an awesome morning, right? Don't get me wrong. Great morning.
Yeah.
No matter how old you are, it's a great morning. But eventually, 10 a.m. hits on Christmas Day, and you're just kind of sitting there figuring out what to do with your family for the whole day. You need more football games. You need more basketball games. I'll take all of those. The Netflix thing pisses me off.
I actively love all these stories that are putting football games on streaming services just to see your face.
And by the way, I got some clarification. According to CNBC, it will be exclusive to Netflix, but it will be broadcast on TV in local markets. Yep. And then also, if you have an NFL Plus subscription, you can watch it in the NFL Plus mobile app.
Yep. I have that. I also have Netflix, so that's a double up situation right there. Raj, how do you feel about that? You're gonna have to get Netflix.
I have it.
Unless the Broncos are playing. And the Broncos are playing, then
the Broncos are not playing on Christmas Day. So we've already found out what the 2 Christmas Day games are. It is Kansas City and Pittsburgh, and then Baltimore and can't remember who the 4th team is.
Yeah.
I could have the matchups mixed up, but Denver will not be playing on Christmas Day. I assume the Nuggets will be playing on Christmas Day.
Yeah, they better be. Unless they actively say to the league, please don't have us play on Christmas Day, which
they're
they
not
will
gonna,
never say that.
They're not going to say that, and the only way that they don't is if they lose the next 2 games. If they lose the next 2 games, you might get Christmas off, Dems. You might have it completely off.
That's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing. Well, you're not going to trade that. You're going to trade Christmas Day for an off Christmas Day for a deep Nuggets playoff run. That feels selfish of you. Don't do that.
No, I want the Nuggets to win the title.
There we go. And if they win the title, they play on Christmas. Therefore, you don't see your family.
Thanks, Raj.
Spoken like a guy who doesn't have kids yet. Nelly?
This segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. I'll do a choose your own adventure here. Do you want to hear the games that have been leaked for the Thanksgiving Day slate? Or would you like to hear the full slate of international games?
Give me Thanksgiving Day because I don't care about games in London and Brazil.
Oh, we care about those too, Raj.
Well,
Thanksgiving first.
We'll start with Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
The 2 ones that we have so far, the primetime game will be Dolphins visiting the Packers, and the late afternoon game will be the Giants at the Cowboys. There is no word yet on who the Lions will play because, of course, they have to play early in the morning and find a way to lose that game.
They're not going to lose.
The Lions losing on Thanksgiving is as much of a tradition as turkey.
It is, but they're good now. They've been bad for so many years. They're going to win that game.
They still lost last year, didn't they?
I think they did.
Yeah, that's what they were good last year. And they
that's
lost.
true.
Do you remember though when there was the fact that we're even getting other team. Do you remember when there was an active movement because the Lions were so bad, and then they would always also lose on Thanksgiving to get them off of Thanksgiving, even though they were one of the tradition. The Lions and the Cowboys playing on Thanksgiving is a tradition, and it was so bad for so long that people wanted the Lions out of there altogether.
You want to hear something a little bit more exciting than Thanksgiving game days that we don't care about, and Brazil game days that we don't care about, and London game days that we don't care about, which I'm assuming are the Jacksonville Jaguars. I have rumors that we do care about. This from Mile High Report, SB Nation.
Okay.
The first 4 weeks of the Broncos season are rumored to be this: at Seattle round 1, home versus Russell Wilson and the Steelers week 2, on the road week 3, in Tampa Bay against Baker Mayfield and the Bucs.
The Mike
and
Sanford
then week
Bowl.
4, oh yes, that's exactly
Love you,
what it
Coach.
is. And then week 4 on the road at the Jets and Aaron Rodgers. So 3 of the first 4 games on the road again. This is rumored from Mile High Report.
They wouldn't
the
do
SB
that to a
Nation
team,
blog.
would they?
Yeah, they would. Of course,
Three
they
of the
would.
first. 4
I
on
mean,
the road.
if you look at that week 2, that screams, if Wilson's the starter in Pittsburgh, that screams primetime game.
Okay, first of all, going back to what Nelly was saying before, it is ridiculous that the schedule doesn't come out until nighttime. It's dumb. It's dumb. We already know the games. Just tell us when they're slotted. It's fine. Let the social media of all these teams have the entirety of the day for their masterpieces to be put online and for us to consume it and laugh and cry or whatever we're going to do. But so that we can see the schedule, it's dumb. Having said that, I cannot wait for Steelers at Broncos. It's going to be my most favorite game of the season. Because Russell Wilson, he's going to want so badly to come into Denver and throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns or whatever he's going to do that I want to see if it's possible. I want to see if he can do it. I want to see if a new team and a whatever, can he do that? Or do the Broncos just have this institutional knowledge and they're just going to go, bro, we saw it. We know what you are. We're going to pick you off 3 times. And you're going to lose, and we're going to be proven right. Like it's such an interesting game.
All right, so outside the Pittsburgh home game, let's see what else has a chance to be a primetime matchup. Your home games are Pittsburgh.
Yep.
The Chargers, the Raiders, the Chiefs, your divisional opponents.
Mm-hmm.
I would say one of those is a primetime game.
Right.
One of them is nearly guaranteed.
But you think the Broncos are not going to be on primetime a ton?
Not a ton, but
whatever
you
the
still
minimal
have the
amount.
Sean Payton experience. You still have the first-round rookie quarterback. They all love those storylines. I venture to say that your one primetime divisional game that you'll get this year is going to be a Monday night matchup against Harbaugh and the Chargers, because they like the head coaching matchup of Peyton versus Harbaugh. I don't think that you're going to get one with the Raiders or the Chiefs. You'll get the Colts at home, the Browns at home, the Dogbutt Panthers at home, and then the Atlanta Falcons as well at Mile High. So I think if you have a chance to have 2 home primetime games, and I think it's going to be Pittsburgh in possibly week 2, and then LA. And I don't know if that'll be a home or away game, but I think you get a primetime.
Usually one of them.
Usually, but
just because Patrick Mahomes, just because Patrick Mahomes.
I still feel as though the head coaching matchup is more intriguing, Peyton versus Harbaugh. It's more intriguing than it is bringing Mahomes
Thursday night.
Yeah.
Thursday night.
Thursday night, home or away. I think you're going to get a Chargers Broncos primetime game.
Yeah, I can see that.
Away, you get the Ravens, the Bengals, Chiefs, Raiders, Chargers, Saints, Jets,
Saints,
Seahawks, Bucks. Saints is probably guaranteed.
For sure.
Sean Payton returns to New Orleans.
Exactly right.
3 primetime games. And I bet you that one is your Sunday night game.
Yeah.
If you get it,
yes.
That's your Sunday night game is New Orleans.
Right. With and later in the season so that it can be flexed out if it needs to be flexed out, right? So, if Sean Payton going back to the Saints isn't national TV in some way, I'd be shocked, to be honest with you. I'd be really, really surprised.
All right, that'll do it for Nelly's NFL Notes today. We're coming off of a big win for the Nuggets, and we push this back. It's time for Dempsey's NBA Baseline.
Congratulations to the Nuggets for just being total G's yesterday.
Yes. Where has that been? Yes.
I was just calling them like I see them with the win over Minnesota, 1-3 straight, going up 3-2. We'll see what they can do to close this thing out tomorrow. There were a couple other games, Raj. I think in some pretty interesting performances for me. The New York Knicks win yesterday. They beat the socks off of the Indiana Pacers, and I believe that was like 121-91. And I got to tell you, I didn't see that one coming because the Knicks are just running out of players. Guys are injured left and right. They're playing basically 7. And they play a style of basketball that if you're playing guys 38 to 48 minutes every night because out of necessity with the Knicks, and then you're a team that really isn't necessarily super high field goal percentage team, like you, the way you are good on offense is by getting offensive rebounds. So that's just extra effort. There's a wear down factor right there, man, that I think over time, especially when you're playing a team like the Indiana Pacers, should be a bad matchup for any team with players that are actively not playing because of injury. And yet, yesterday, they summoned whatever they had to summon in Madison Square Garden and win by 30. And they do it by taking 29 more shots than the Pacers. 101 shots is what the Knicks.
What happened in that game?
Here's what
How
happened.
many turnovers?
Well, glad you asked. 18 turnovers for the Indiana Pacers.
Whoa!
Here's part 2, Raj. 20 offensive rebounds for the Knicks. 20 of them. And between those two, that'll get you a 101 shot to 72 shot advantage in that game. And if you have that much margin for error, then yeah, you're going to be able to, sooner or later, you're just going to score. I just think if you're the Indiana Pacers, and this has been to be honest, it's been a really interesting series. You have one job against the New York Knicks, and that is to box them out on the offensive glass, because you're going to be able to force missed shots. It's just not that great a shooting basketball team overall. But kudos to the Knicks for digging deep and pulling this victory out, because that is really, really well done. That series, they are now winning 3-2, going back to Indiana. Indiana is trying to obviously save their season, and the Knicks don't want to force a Game 7. Also, the Oklahoma City Thunder. And I believe they play tonight. But the other night, they beat the Dallas Mavericks in Dallas, 100-96. And you know, the thing about the analysis on Oklahoma City is, they're young. I mean, they're super talented, but they're young. The youth will cost them at some point in the playoffs. And it was starting to look like Dallas was going to be that team that was just going to take full advantage of that and say, yeah, you're right. You know, like, even though Luka's not super healthy, like, we're still going to be able to beat you because we're just smarter and more veteran than you are. And in that game, it looked like Jalen Williams looks dead tired. Chet Holmgren looked dead tired. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander looked really, really fatigued. And it looked for a minute in the third quarter, or the fourth quarter, that the Dallas Mavericks are going to be able to separate that out, and then they couldn't. And it was so very impressive to watch a young team just grind and grind and grind and grind and grind, and finally you make a shot, and you have the lead late in the fourth quarter, and now it's just back and forth. Luka misses some free throws, and you end up winning that game. But I can't tell you, like, there's just impressive performances in these playoffs, and I'll give OKC their flowers for that game. That was hard to go into Dallas and do that. Can they make it stand up? We'll see.
It's been a more difficult series than most people have been anticipating for Oklahoma City against Dallas. Like, I saw a lot of OKC in 5, worst, OKC in 6. This has 7 written all over it.
Yeah, it really does. These teams look even, is what they look. You know, like look like, and I think from an Oklahoma City standpoint, it really is actually, because it's their first time going through this, you know, as this currently constructed. So, like, if this was Oklahoma City like 3 years from now, this would have been a 5-1 for sure, because Dallas is good, and I got to give them credit with the way they've constructed that roster. Like the PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford additions were really, really good. Derek Lively has been a great addition from the draft. So they have a much better roster around Luka and Kyrie, which is allowing them to do what they're doing. Good defensive team. Can they score enough is the question.
It should be pretty clear. I feel like I'm reading your mind on this one. If you're a Nuggets fan, you're begging that Dallas wins this.
Yeah, because you'll also, because, well, two reasons. One, I think you'll get this is going to be a fight to the finish, like you just said. This, like the team that comes out of this will not be feeling great because it's just going to be a battle every single night out.
I mean,
but also,
it's also been that on the other side of the West bracket.
Oh, it's true. It's true. But the Nuggets, here's the other thing. If Denver wins tomorrow night, the Western Conference Finals don't start until next Wednesday. So get all that rest, right? If Dallas wins, then you have home court advantage. So there you go. If OKC wins, obviously, then you're flying to OKC, for the first two games of that series. But these last four teams, they're really good in the Western Conference. They're really good. I don't know where Dallas goes from here, to be honest, because I do not think they're championship caliber. I think Oklahoma City can grow into that, quite honestly, fairly easily. They're that good right now, with a really bright future and a lot ahead of them. But these are two. Anyway, those are two series that I think have been really, really interesting. As we are watching the Nuggets do their thing in their own series.
OKC and Dallas tonight, 7:30 p.m. tip on TNT if you want to watch Game 5 of that series. Game 5 of the Avs and the Stars is tonight, 6:30 p.m. puck drop and a 5:30 p.m. pregame show. Join us at Hofbrau in Westminster for a Game 5 viewing party as the Avs fight for their playoff lives in Dallas. We're going to broadcast live at 5:30. Berto, myself, Mark Springer. Awesome prizes. We're giving away a signed Cale Makar stick, signed photos of Mikko Rantanen, Nathan McKinnon, and Samuel Girard all throughout the game. Got to be present to win those prizes, all presented by our friends at Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. We'll see you at Hofbrau in Westminster tonight. On the other side, we'll preview the Avs Game 5, hear from Coach Jared Bednar. I have breaking news out of CU Boulder and Coach Prime, and a way for you to win tickets to the BMW Championship in August. The PGA Championship starts tomorrow. There's news about the world number 2.
Raj, am I going to be happy or mad?
About what?
The CU news.
You're already over it at this point. It's kind of we're closing a chapter on a book, Demps. I'll tell you what happened next. Before we get to shout-outs and Coach Jared Bednar and what he had to say about his team on with Moshe Lombardi and Kane this morning, Cormani McClain, former CU Buff, transferring to Florida.
Oh, is he going to Florida?
He's going to Florida. Number 14 overall recruit in 2023, visited the Gators last week and is now transferred, according to his agent, Hector Rivas.
All right.
He gone.
Wait, he has an agent?
Yeah. Apparently. Of Disruptive Sports.
Wow.
Is what was told to ESPN. So
you can just do that now, huh?
You lost a guy who didn't seem like he was, I don't know, good enough, strong enough, tough enough to play for Deion Sanders, and is now going to an SEC school. Not good enough to play here in Boulder.
Oh, Raj, I see what you just did.
Mentally weak.
It took me one.
SEC school wants him.
It took me a minute. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Good luck to him. That's all I'd say about that. It's good luck to him for sure.
Coach Jared Bednar was on this morning with Moshe Lombardi and Kane.
I'll give you a little stat. Like our dump-in rate is the 4th highest out of 8 teams that are playing in the second round, and our recovery rate is the 2nd highest. That adjustment was made, in game 2. Our dump-in rate is way up from what it was during regular season, simply because they're not giving us anything on the roster. They're going to put 3 guys above it all the time. We still have, equal amount of entries as Dallas in this series. The problem is it's getting dangerous after that. Getting into the zone with possession, Dallas has been shutting us down. So we've had a little bit more success dumping the puck in and retrieving it, but then spending time in the O-zone. It's not even spending time in the O-zone. Like, I think last game we were at over 6 minutes again. Like, Dallas averaged under 5 minutes, or right around the 5-minute mark all season long. We're hitting 6 in every playoff game of O-zone play time. It's getting dangerous during that 6 minutes.
My key to them winning tonight's game is continuing to dump pucks behind the Dallas defense, which is what you have to do. It's the reason why you scored goals in games 1 and 2. You were getting pucks deep. What I think they've gotten away from is they're getting back into what they want to run their offense. It's called when you roll into 3 high. And it's when you have 2 defensemen up top and a forward in the middle of them, so you can get the shots. The puck goes from the corner up top to a strong side defenseman, and then they switch it to the far side so that you can get the goaltender moving and then get your net front presence moving across the goaltender. The Avs love to create chances from 3 high in the offensive zone. Unfortunately, as we heard from Connor McGahey earlier today, Dallas just puts lanes of shot blockers in front of you, as many as humanly possible. For me, dumping pucks behind the Dallas defense and then going low to high isn't going to be the answer. You have to beat them out of the corner. You have to beat them off the half wall, which is the little hash mark right next to the offensive zone dots, right? That's what they call the half wall. You walk that little seam and go shoot from 15 to 18 feet from the crease. Like, that's where you need to go attack tonight. You can't go low to high. Dallas is going to continue to block shots, and you got to pick Jake Ottinger's ears tonight. That's the only way you can do it. Cycle pucks down low, walk the half wall, and put a decent shot on net. Like, you might have to beat him with something that he sees. He's going to be able to see those shots from the point. It's easier for him to save if they're, 1, getting blocked, or 2, if he sees those lanes. If you can walk off the half wall and pick him on the short side, like, that's where McKinnon and Rantanen have to be elite.
Yeah, I mean, look, they got to do something, because they're just not being productive right now. Just not in the goal scoring sense, and not in a shot creation sense. And so, where do you go to, create the chances that are like and not just any old chances? I mean, you need some dangerous scoring opportunities, and those have been obviously lacking. And how do you get Nathan McKinnon to be a part of that in a really real way? Mikko Rantanen, obviously, we've kind of been wondering about for just a few games now, not just lately. So, I mean, I think, Raj, for me, I keep going back to the names, and I just look at this team and the stars and the immense talent that's on this team, and I just go, well, why couldn't they do this? Like, why couldn't they do this? Starting tonight, 1 period at a time, you have the some of the best players in the world on your team still, even though you are missing obviously Val, but maybe you're getting Devon Taves back here.
He's confirmed to be in the lineup tonight.
Love it. So there's just too much talent, man. There's too much talent to just give up. I firmly believe that. And even like I need to tip my cap to the Dallas Stars because they have formulated a game plan and executed that game plan to a T. And it's worked. But it doesn't mean it has to continue to work every single night, all the time, and it doesn't mean that you don't have the players that can see their way through. Because I feel like they do.
They have enough talent. Like, they've beaten Dallas this season without Val, and they put 5 goals against Dallas without Val. Like, it can be done. You just have to have your elite performers. They have to perform at elite levels. They have to do what Nikola Jokic did last night. Like, this is the time. You want to be in the same conversation as Nicole, and I know that like Nate and Kale may never get to that point because Joker's doing things that we've never seen here. Like, Kale would have to win 4 or 5 Norris trophies, 2 or 3 Stanley Cup championships to be in the same stratosphere as Nicole is right now because of his. It is different, right? One player can dramatically alter the trajectory of a franchise in basketball. One player in hockey. Not necessarily the case. Like, look at Connor McDavid in Edmonton.
Right.
What have they done? He's the best player on planet Earth. What have they done?
Mm-hmm.
You have to have the team around you. And for me, it's not just Nate playing well tonight. He said he played like crap in game number 4. Mikko needs to show up. Kale needs to show up. Nate needs to show up. You need all 3 of those guys to realize that your back's against the wall and you're about to go out in round 2. Can they do it? Yes. Is it going to be incredibly difficult? Of course. It's the number 1 seed for a reason. Dallas is a damn good team. They're good enough to win a Stanley Cup championship this year. I would argue so are you. Without Val, maybe not. But it all starts tonight. Avs have won every single Game 5 that they have faced in franchise history when down 3-1. They've never won that series in 7 games, but they have always won Game 5. That's tonight, 6:30 p.m. puck drop, 5:30 p.m. pregame show. You can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em at altitudesportsradio.com/major. You can enter there, pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group, and if your 4 golfers total the most prize money among all entries, you are the winners. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, and it's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets. It's Wednesday. It's time for shout-outs. Congratulations to girls tennis titles captured over the past week. Ralston Valley and Colorado Academy win their first ever state titles at 5A and 3A, and Kent Denver wins theirs at 4A. We've also got the 5A girls lacrosse and soccer brackets going on right now. Colorado Academy looking for like their, what did we say last week? Ninth straight state title. They're playing in the final coming up in 2 days against Fairview at the University of Denver. And a personal shout out here, semifinals of the girls 5A state soccer bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Connor McGahee's wife, Teresa.
Shut up.
Head coach of the Mountain Vista Golden Eagles, the number 1 seeded team in 5A, takes on Ralston Valley tonight at 5 p.m.
All right, good luck to them.
DU. So good luck to Mountain Vista. Hopefully the girls of Mountain Vista can give Connor and the Avs some good vibes tonight.
No doubt. All right, I have I'm gonna run through them pretty quickly. One, I just have to shout out Nuggets fans. That was about as loud as I've ever heard Ball Arena last night. Especially on one of them. Yeah, exactly right. You guys showed up big time. All right. Number 2, University of Denver lacrosse. They're playing Syracuse. That's right, Raj. They're playing Syracuse in the quarterfinals on Sunday at 10 a.m. Okay. Nobody wants to hear that.
Meet the eastern sky.
It's been a really good season. Go Pios. Beat the Orange. And then 3, hi, Colorado Rockies. We still know that you're out there. Yeah,
6 straight,
right.
baby.
You won 6 straight. It's amazing. Congratulations to you guys for actually winning consecutive games. Actually, a lot of games in a row now.
Well, we must have ESPN or something because my shout out was also to the Colorado Rockies. I mean, they've won six
Right.
games in a row, and we haven't even given them their due coverage because obviously we've had Avalanche and Nuggets fever. In those 6 wins, they have scored 35 runs. That means they're averaging almost 6 runs a game. The Bats are hot boys. And I guess I should also give a shout out to Mike Sanford, who was going to give me hell on Friday for saying his take that the Rockies were going to get hot has aged poorly.
Also, Nelly, how many games are the Rockies behind the San Francisco Giants?
That's a great question. I haven't looked.
It's just 5, man.
Oh, hey. Take that, Mike.
That'll do it for us today. For Steve Nelson, for Chris Dempsey. Love and appreciate you, fellas.
Barbecue chicken.
Nuggets win. I'm Alex Ryan. Emmy, join us at Hofbrau, Westminster tonight for a Game 5 viewing party. Proudly stands our alma mater.
No. Go Pios.
Honor him.
Jokic goes to the right hand against Gobert. Gets in the paint, spin move, spin, left, right, jumper, good. Nuggets tie the ball game up at 8 points apiece.
That's a heck of a move right there.
I mean,
That's unbelievable.
I mean, could you do that?
No.
Minnesota leads this basketball game. Jokic dunks that thing home with 2 hands. Get out of my way! Jokic has it. Down low, Gordon. Dunk! 2 hands!
And Rudy fouled him. No call. What a strong play by Aaron Gordon.
Nuggets looking for a 6-0 run. Gordon. Dunk! 2 hands! 6-0 run by Denver has them out by 4, 59-55. Behind the back pass, KCP 3. Good! Dude, when he shoots it fast, when he doesn't think about it.
It's good, right?
9-2 run by Denver. 62-57. Quick jumper won't go. Jokic rebound, leaking out Murray. Dunk right-handed! Timeout, Minnesota! The inbound goes to Murray, hands it off over to Jokic. Right side, Christian Brown. Don't be shy. Shoots a 3. Got it! Big bucket there, Scott.
Like that, right there, right?
That's a big bucket. 101-84, Denver up by 17 with less than 6 minutes to go. Murray has it on the high left side. He goes to the left hand. 4 on the shot clock. Top of the key, Jokic. Jokic, 3. Yeah! Denver leads at 106-92 in game number 5. And Scotty, this thing is over!
Oh! Why? Because Nikola Jokic is a freak of nature.
I mean, I had an open lane, and I just, I'm a freak of nature, and
I'm a freak of nature. So we've got Jamal made a shot. Now we got the freak of nature game. That's what I would call this game, man. If you're going to put a label on it, this was the freak of nature game.
Yes, it was.
Woo! Thank you to AAA Home Improvements. We'll get it going, man. AAAHomeImprovements.com. So many good things to talk about, and check it out at AAAHomeImprovements.com. Yeah, Tyler.
You know what that game was? That was Nikola Jokic saying, give me the damn ball. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to make every Denver Nuggets fan wake up from whatever slumber you think you're accustomed to with me and start pinching yourself, because you all are going to wake up and realize, I'm not saying that we take them for granted, but I mean, you're going to wake up and realize just how freaking special I am. I mean, the way that he sliced through Rudy Gobert, the best defensive player in the world.
Four-time winner of that award.
4-time winner of that award.
Including this year.
Sliced through him like he was playing a middle schooler. I mean, what do you want? Guard me up top. I'm taking it down low. Just did anything he absolutely wanted to do. And that was a game that you had to sit back and pinch yourself and say, man, damn, are we lucky to be watching this dude every single day.
Freak of nature.
I mean, I had an open lane, and I just, I'm a freak of nature, and
I'm a freak of nature. It was so funny when he said that. Oh, he took a long time last night too, Tyler, coming out. Oh my God. It was like, how'd you even stay up? I mean, was it exciting enough that you just couldn't go to bed, sort of thing? Or
I actually had to miss the first quarter and a half, so I listened to it on the way home. I was speaking at a doctor event,
really?
a shoulder surgery event.
Oh, really?
I was the keynote speaker.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah,
very nice. Congratulations.
So I guess I'm technically a doctor also, Vic Lombardi.
Is that what qualifies you to be a doctor?
Well,
just to
I was the
speak to
keynote
doctors?
speaker speaking to doctors.
So if the doctors ask you to speak, you automatically become a doctor?
Yeah. I think I got a doctorate. Yeah. Something along those lines.
Okay.
But I listened to the first, probably the most of the first half on the way home. And then, I stayed up till the very end, watched the entire thing. Didn't miss a second of it by the time I got home.
I mean, once you're there, it's like, whatever. Seriously, the time means nothing once you're there. It's when it's over that you sort of look at that clock and I'm sorry, what time is it?
I know.
And I was kind of hoping Dan Tanner, Nicola was going to be, Dan's doing in the paint there too. And listen, of course you're going to wait around for Nicola last night. You'd be an idiot to leave. I mean, who would leave under that circumstance?
What time did you get home?
1:30.
You know what's funny?
Because Dan, we were on till 1 a.m., weren't we? Within the paint, didn't we wrap it up at 1 a.m.?
Right at 1.
Yeah. I mean, I was just watching from home, but I was so wired and jacked, and I mean, I was like dialed. That was one of those games that, like, there's no chance you're taking this for granted. No chance you're going to do that. I was so jacked up just watching from home. I didn't go to bed till after 2 a.m.
Oh, Dan, I was exhausted. So once I finally, I'm not going to lie, I might have had a little adrenaline food late at night. Kind of a bad habit, but
maintenance.
I am in maintenance. I was good the rest of the day, that's for sure. But you just are so jacked up.
Yep.
I might have got to sleep around 2:30. Dan, you?
3:45.
Yeah, because like, how do you just fall asleep after that? Seriously, how do you just fall asleep after that?
How do the players fall asleep?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I do not know.
You don't.
I don't know.
It's hard, man, and especially playing those night games. But I mean, it's hard if you play a game in the middle of the day just to wind down because you're rewinding every single play of the game. Man, the Denver Nuggets told Anthony Edwards, "All right, that's cute. Like that's cute what you've been doing out there. It's time for us. We're going to double team you, no matter what you're doing, no matter where you are out there on the court. And it's time for you, Anthony Edwards, to like, hey, buddy, you ain't it yet. This dude's it. This dude, our dude, is it. Not you.
There's no
this
doubt
dude.
about it. Devin Glover. So Tyler on PhD has a PhD.
Yeah.
Well, it depends what doctors you were taught. I mean, you could just have a medical. You don't have
orthopedic surgeons.
That would just be a medical degree. It wouldn't be necessarily a PhD.
Yeah. So it's funny you say that because I thought I embarrassed myself last night because sometimes I get confused on what the P means on it,
confused.
right?
Actually, I'm not. Wait, give me a second.
Because last night, I was up there and I was like, well, technically, I consider myself having a PhD in football. That was my little
That's
joke
your
of
joke?
being a doctor, right?
Uh-huh.
Then I was like, wait. Is the P, like, how does the P work in
I don't know.
in
What
that
does the P
situation?
stand for?
I think that's, I don't know. Yeah, because MD are doctors.
MD are doctors.
PhD is...
It's a doctor.
It's a
doctorate. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. So I didn't say MD, so I actually said the right thing.
But you were talking in front of surgeons and people with MDs.
Correct. So I referred to myself as a PhD.
What then?
PhD, Doctor of Philosophy.
Perfect. Philosophy of football.
Wait a second. You know what? I'm not going to go down that wormhole. I'm too happy because we got Jokic. Because Jokic is a freak of nature.
I mean, I had open lane, and I'm a freak of nature, and.
Oh my God, so good.
Hold on, can I tell you one last funny thing from my stupid event last night? It wasn't stupid. It was nice.
Stupid event.
But it was stupid that I was the keynote speaker. Because you want to know who spoke before me and had like a 10-minute window, and I had like a 20-minute window? Randy Gradishar went before me.
Randy does a lot of that sort of thing.
I know, but I'm sitting there watching Randy go like an hour in front of me. He does his little 10-minute speech. Then I'm closing out the event with a 20-minute deal. I'm like, how did that work out?
Who arranged this one?
Yeah,
Randy with the gold jacket.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet for you? We're still trying to get you in the Creek Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
we're still working on
baby
that
steps.
one. Draymond Green about the Wolves.
Number one, the big Frenchman is sitting on that podium speaking his native language. We need to do this. You need to get a stop.
We.
It ain't we. Karl Anthony Towns is actually doing a pretty good job when he's on Joker. It's you, my man, that's getting cooked. So it's no we. Now, yes, you do need help from the other guys. But on some of those, help can't help you. Like, you just got to get a stop. So that's number one. Number two, when you're in these playoff series, for me, I'm always looking for the smallest ounce of weakness that I can find. And the way Karl Anthony Towns walked off that floor with the limp after he played the rest of that game totally fine and then he could barely walk leaving the court, they don't believe anymore.
Woo!
And when you lose belief, this defending champions you're playing against, when you lose the belief, it's over. And they don't believe they can win anymore, which means this series is over.
Oh. Hey, Draymond's pretty good at that stuff right there.
Yeah, he does a podcast. He's got a thing. He does a thing after every game.
Oh, I'm going to the Minnesota. What is the name of their place? The Target
Center.
Target Center. And I can see all those people like sheep just putting on all the T-shirts to tell them to put on T-shirts. And all of a sudden, they're looking around, and I can hear Journey piping through because they do just pipe sound through, right? That's what they do. And somehow the Timberwolves
We stopped believing.
And you know a team has lost. Whenever you hear this song in a building, you know your team has lost. Because when you have to say, don't stop believing, that means it's over. Some will win, like the Wolves last night. And Tyler, there is no more appropriate song for the Minnesota Timberwolves than this. Congratulations, Wolves. They've lost heart. They've lost 3 in a row, Tyler. I think Karl-Anthony Towns is faking injuries. Hey, guess what, Anthony Edwards? You're not Michael Jordan. Not yet. You're good, but you're not Michael Jordan.
That was a cute 18. Cute 18, Ant.
Hey, Chris Finch, way to cry like a baby pregame. We'll play that coming up. It's PhD with an actual PhD on 92.5. Ooh, using driver's seat, man. That's a cool ass promo right there. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney. If you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, I want you to listen to this. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are amazing deals. So it depends on which model you select, but qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. Up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing and get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. Hey, you got a trade? Come on now, bring it on in. Even if you owe more than it's worth, they're going to make it happen for you at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. And every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. They're the absolute best, so what are you waiting for? Check it out. It's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. Incredible showroom at 1415 Vistiview Drive in Longmont, but you can always reach them simply by going to Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. That's Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com.
keep playing the way we're playing. I mean, like I learned a long time ago, very simple from Jeff Van Gundy, understand why you win, understand why you lose. So after that Game 2 loss, we took time to really own why we were losing and why we were down 0-2. And then obviously we've won 3 games in a row. And I think in those games, I think we've been physical, aggressive, assertive, disciplined, confident, whatever you want to call it. And we know that closeout game is always the hardest game in any series. And they have a great crowd. That place is going to be rocking on Thursday night. We just have to weather the storm, stay with it, and continue to play championship-level basketball.
Thank you, Coach Bednar. Coach Malone. Sorry. I'm thinking about Jesse from Gorillas down in Dallas. We'll hear about Bednar.
Sorry, we're willing good vibes for the Avs. That's what
we are.
We're willing the good vibes.
We are. Hey, the Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes is back for Week 5. Tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, an autographed jersey, and an autographed ball, and an Altitude Authentics gift card. I am feeling much better about saying a Nuggets playoff game. I'm feeling much better about that. That's all on the line for 4 lucky winners to be announced Friday at 5 o'clock. The key word for our show is masterpiece.
Gibson with Gobert. 3. He is putting together a masterpiece. Another one. Incredible.
Text masterpiece, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925 to enter. So there you go. Again, that's masterpiece.
Gibson with Gobert. 3.
303-504-0925. Best of luck, first and last name. There you go. Pre-game, Chris Finch, who's not a real jokey guy. You know, he's kind of he seems pretty serious about things, you know, pretty intense, relatively. So near the end, you know, Rudy Gobert got fined $75,000 for doing the money sign to the refs. So he was asked about it, and here's was his response.
Disappointed in the gesture, in the fine. Obviously you can't be showing up the officials like that. But I'd like to see the itemized receipt. Because if it's $75,000 for the money gesture, then it must be $10,000 for the towel and $15,000 for the heating pad. So it's just kind of a little bit of a head scratcher to us, but we'll wait to see. So.
Can we break that down?
Yeah.
What the hell's he talking about?
It's easy. For real?
What, $10,000?
Yeah, so Jamal got fined $100,000.
$100,000, yeah.
They got fined $75,000, so it's missing $15,000. So it's $10,000 for the heating pad, $5,000 for the towel. So that's the missing $15,000 there.
I'm still a little confused. Is he saying that Rudy should have thrown a towel and a heating pad onto the court as well?
He's saying it was an outrageous amount of money for Rudy in comparison to what Jamal did.
I think he butchered it. And I thought he kind of came across as a crybaby. I mean, we laughed.
He's not wrong. He's really not.
Yeah, but okay, fine. Sean Payton wasn't wrong either when he was, his double latte moment. I mean, you're not wrong, but what are you doing? That's what you're thinking about? That's what you're thinking about.
I mean, I can hear Scott in my head right now. Don't set the standard for your team to be complaining, right? And so when your team hears that before the game ever begins, well, now they follow the leader time, right? And that's definitely true. There's definitely something to that. Now, I mean, if I wanted to try to take the other side of it, the other angle of it is I got my guy's back, right? So my guy's gonna see me that I've got his back before the game, and hopefully that rallies the troops one way or the other. Yeah. I'm with you for the record.
Okay.
I would not go out there pregame. That's not the time and place. There's probably a different time and place to do that. Not right then. But he's also not wrong. I mean, it is outrageous that Jamal got fined $100,000 and a money gesture got $75,000.
I mean, should Jamal have got suspended? But hey, man, that's in the past. I thought it's in the past. Meanwhile, you gotta love it when these coaches aren't stupid. They know when they're in these press conferences that you throw it a little soundbite. They know what's gonna happen. They're not dumb. Oh, you should have seen all the muggles in there as soon as he said it.
All right, people, I got the math wrong. Relax.
I let that slide.
I got a PhD, okay? Simmer down out there. Even doctors mess up.
75 plus 15.
Yeah,
Do
whatever.
doctors need to know math?
Not really. No.
Ask me what the humorous bone is.
It's something that you're missing sometimes.
Whoa! I can laugh. I can laugh.
The humorous bone, something my wife looks at every now and then. Well, all right. Listen, in terms of the Wolves, the only thing that delivered was Rudy Gobert's wife. Or partner. That wasn't even mine. Somebody gave that. It's just too good.
Oh,
That's
really?
a good. I'll use that around the
Stole
office.
that off Twitter or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. It's a good one, though, right?
That is a good one.
For the Wolves, the only thing that delivered this week?
Yeah.
Gobert's wife.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of crybabies there, man. A bunch of crybabies. Let me tell you,
good.
For those about to rock, I salute you. For those who made that game last night, listen, I do not like the late starts, but I'll tell you this, Tyler. You know what it's more time to do. And I guess, hey, man, I don't do that because I just cover the game and whatever. But I guess if I was just going to the game, I suppose I would, get that liquid courage going. And it starts at 8:40, 50, whatever it was.
It's a late night, dude.
Dude, the most liquefied crowd I have ever seen at Ball Arena was on Christmas night a couple years ago when they had that 8:30 start against, who was it? Golden State, I think.
People started having mimosas at 9 a.m.
Oh, my God. But you know what it does? That intensity of that arena last night was unbelievable.
Dude, they knew what they were watching. We got such a smart fan base. They knew exactly what they were watching. They were watching Nikola Jokic separate himself from a young dude that's on ESPN getting compared to Michael Jordan. And I'll give Ant credit for it. I mean, when he got compared to it, he said, stop. He was like, stop. I mean, what are we doing here? Don't compare me to Michael Jordan. I'll give him credit for that. But whatever. You think it's not going to his head? You think that he's not hearing all the noise, all the comparisons? And guess what the Nuggets did? Weird game plan for Minnesota, by the way. The Nuggets look at Anthony Edwards and they said, you know what? We're not going to let this dude beat us. So wherever he is, we're going to put two guys on that guy. That's what we're going to do.
They did a great job against him.
And they did a great job shutting him down, 18 points over the entirety of the game. Minnesota's game plan, and I get it. When you play Nikola Jokic, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I really do. I get it. But Minnesota said, all right, well, we're going to single up the greatest player in the NBA, the 3-time MVP, the dude that just got the award tonight. We're going to single him up and see how that goes. I don't know what the right answer is against Nikola Jokic. I'm not sure singling that dude up is the right answer.
Here's the truth. They played better without Gobert. Maybe Gobert should go home.
If you can't play defense, what the hell is what is his point of being on a basketball court if you can't play defense?
Listen, the Nuggets definitely caught a break that Conley wasn't available. Okay, you caught a break, but Finch was going to mix up the lineups anyways. I actually, this is crazy to think. It's crazy to think, but the best success they had was without Gobert. Do you think it's possible that they have Gobert come off the bench and play him in the non-Jokic minutes, which only been 8 last night?
No, absolutely not. Why would you play Rudy Gobert in non-Jokic minutes? His only value of being on a court is as a defensive player.
Against who? Jokic?
Well, yeah. Who's going to be the answer?
Naz Reid.
Maybe. Okay, maybe.
Naz Reid would just be
but
more
I'll tell you this.
Physical.
If Rudy's not playing when Jokic is on the court, just don't play the dude. Because he's zero threat on the offensive end.
You got to give Naz Reid a breath.
Couple decent layups, I guess he had, of course, across the game there.
Gobert was 7 for 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did fine shooting. He just got run over by a steam engine. Nikola Jokic, who is a freak of nature.
I mean, I had open lane, and I'm a freak of nature, and
that's right.
Now I'm gonna tell you something else too. All this conversation about Nikola Jokic doesn't care about the MVP.
Oh, that was.
Come on. Do we really think it's a coincidence that the entire team, and I know it was a team effort, but do we really think it was a coincidence that they all turned it on after the Shaq moment? Do we really think it was a coincidence that Nikola Jokic, after he gets handed that MVP trophy, and man, what a cool moment.
Oh,
the whole
it's
team
amazing.
to mob him.
It was
Everybody's
great.
jumping on him, which was pretty authentic because they all knew that the award was coming. It's not like they just found out in that moment.
No,
it still
they love
felt
him.
real.
They love him.
But do we really think it's a coincidence that he gets that thing and he's like, all right, you know what? Like, I might not care like the rest of you, but I'm going to shut you all the hell up right after I got this thing.
By the way, another great moment for Nuggets fans that feel slighted by the media because of that Knicks game. They did not, from what I understood, they did not air the ceremony on TV, from what I was told. Is that right? They
Well,
did not?
I didn't see the start of the game, so
Dan, you guys, I just kept hearing that they did. I posted it on Twitter. So if you want to see it, I mean, it's for whatever it's worth. You can see it on my Twitter, but that's obviously not the quality of television. Yeah, Dan, what do you got?
They didn't air it on TNT, but they did air it live on NBA TV. So it was technically on television.
Oh, my God. How's my grandfather going to find NBA TV? Finding TNT in 42? 45? What the heck? That's terrible, man. That sucks. I feel bummed for any Nuggets fan that was kind of looking forward to that moment because it was awesome. There's got to be replays of it, though. Better, higher quality replays of it. But still, like, that would have been such a cool way to begin watching that game that started at like 9:30 at night or whatever it was. Man, the Nuggets just... Oh, I haven't heard this yet, but I'm dying to actually hear this. Shaq about the Joker interview? Where was this from? Was this TNT? Or was this somewhere else, Dan?
It was on a podcast. I can't remember the name of it. I'll look it up.
So somebody asked Shaq about the whole Jokic interview, which he botched. Okay.
Let me say something to all the people that are not smart enough to, comprehend what I say. Never said I didn't like Joker. Never said anything bad about the Joker. Joker is the best big man in a long time. Very big. I thought Shea Gilgeous-Alexander should get the MVP. And the reason why I did it on the show, because when you say something, you get all these people in blogs, they turn around like Shaq doesn't like Joker. That's why I told Joker, I said, hey, man to man, brother, I love you, but somebody else you got. And that's what real men do. Like, if I have a problem with you, Mike, I ain't going to tweet it. I'm going to call you. And TM's going to be like, put Mike Babcock on the phone now. So, all these people, Shaq doesn't like any big man. He doesn't like the Joker. I love the Joker. He's the best big man in the game. I just thought Shea Gilgeous had a very special year. Only one of 50 players that had 30 points in 50 games. Nobody was talking about OKC in the beginning. They messed around, got to the #1 seed. So I just wanted to clear that out for all these people that are not.
Well, you didn't clear anything up. You just said exactly what you did. You're a big dummy on this. You didn't clear anything up. We know exactly what you were doing. You're trying to be a tough guy. And I get it. You don't want to say something behind somebody's back. You say to their face. That's not the point. I mean, good for you. That moment was supposed to be, Tyler, just recognizing the MVP. It wasn't, we weren't really sitting there and let's hear Shaq's opinion on things moment of the show. No, whoever was going to win the MVP, Tyler, whoever it was, that's just a moment to say something nice about the dude who's about to win, and whatever other criticism you want, fine. It's just not the right time. It's not the right context to do what you did. You're free to do it. You just botched it like a rookie who's never done TV before.
I think he's confused on what people were offended by. People aren't offended that you thought SGA should win the MVP.
No.
People aren't offended by that. That's cool, man. You've got a right to your opinion.
Sure.
That's totally fine. You don't have to justify anything about who you would give your vote to for the MVP. That's totally fine. Dude, that's not the point. And I think you just said it, but I'm just going to reemphasize it. When you bring a guest on, and specifically when it's time to honor somebody, that is no longer an opinion part of the show. That is no longer the time and place where it's about you, your thoughts on the situation, who should have won it. It's about the dude that you just brought onto the show.
Yeah, Shaq. And here we are a few days later. You know who doesn't get it? You don't get it, Shaq. Because the what you should have just done on that pod, or what? Hey, man, I screwed that one up. My bad. I'm not changing my opinion, but I definitely should have waited for a better time. And who cares who says whatever to you? Shaq's that influenced by other people's opinion about what you got to say it to his face? You know, are you getting bullied into saying something stupid?
It really surprises me that of the three kind of big guys and there were more, but of the three big guys that kind of put their foot in the mouth on the whole situation of Stephen A, Chuck, and Shaq.
Yeah.
That Stephen A, he's the one that I would have thought kind of would have dug in. I would have thought he'd dig his heels in, keep his opinion, whatever his opinion was. But he came out, he's like, hey man, like, you all deserve to roast me. Like, I called the Nuggets dead.
Did you hear what he said today? He goes, I'm going to go on a Denver media tour to apologize.
Well, yeah, because that's what you do when you're wrong. And Chuck and Shaq, honestly, you asked me the other day whether, like, I think it's a big deal when we as athletes, professionals, and what we do give an analysis that is wrong. And I'm like, no, I don't even remotely think it's a big deal because we don't have a freaking crystal ball. We just use the information in front of us. It surprises me that Shaq and Chuck take themselves that serious.
Yeah, Stephen A is fine. He was like, I'm going to go. Hey, Dan, we should throw something out except, you want to come on an apology tour? Hey, that's cool. Drop on by PhD. Yeah, that's fine. But at least Stephen A, talk about being a man. I guess Shaq's all about being a man. Being a man is saying I'm wrong and I'm sorry and having a little sense of humor about yourself. Shaq has like no sense of humor for a funny guy. He's got no self-deprecating sense of humor about himself at all. So that's on Shaq, brother. I mean, you want to die. We know Kendrick Perkins isn't funny. I thought Shaq had a sense of humor.
You know what, though? I really don't care. I still like Shaq. I still like Chuck. I think they're funny. I think the show's great. I don't really care that much.
Whatever. I mean, he's doubling down. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. I mean, we saw the MVP go against the Defensive Player of the Year and bang him for 40 while Anthony Edwards was just sitting there like, I don't know. We had another interesting twist last night too, Tyler. MPJ did not close. I was like,
was that a twist?
Well, it's 2 games in a row.
Yeah, that felt like confirmation, not a twist. Hey, we might have breaking Broncos news from a delivery driver.
That sounds like a resource and a source we would 100% believe. We'll get to that coming up next. Plus, Jesse in Dallas for the Avs and the Stars.
Hey guys, Tyler here with my friends over at Revitalized Health. You need help with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots? Well, Revitalize has got you covered. If that's you, guys, they're going to help you look and feel so much better. Their medical weight loss options are flat out changing lives. I know multiple people firsthand that just feel night and day different since they've been working with Revitalized Health. They've got 3 locations, so they're closer no matter where you live. And when you go check them out, make sure you let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this time of the year, you just don't really have a choice, right? So, yeah, I think we'll be fine. I think especially we scored before, and, we've gotten some good runs and scoring a lot of goals. So, I think the confidence is there, and, yeah, like I said, just get ready to play tonight.
Well, we got Jesse from Gorilla Sports on with us. Should we wait on the breaking Broncos news, or?
Wait, I mean, we could wait till after Jesse.
Okay.
Although we could ask Jesse what he thinks, if he believes it or not.
Well, I don't know what it is. So.
Well, the breaking news, Jesse. Tell me whether you buy this or not.
Hi, Jesse.
So,
hi, hello.
Hi, Jesse. So in 2024, there are 3 teams eligible for Hard Knocks. It's the Bears, the Broncos, and the Saints. Okay.
Okay.
We got a text from a local delivery guy. He says, D-Mac knows who he is, by the way.
Okay.
He said there that he just delivered to a hotel next door, which I think he's talking about next to the Broncos facility.
Okay.
20-some gigantic cases of NFL Films gear. NFL Films gear, 20-some cases delivered to a hotel next door. Do you think that this means that Hard Knocks is coming? Why would 20-some large cases be delivered to a hotel?
Well, they do have their OTAs going on next week.
Isn't Hard Knocks HBO?
Yeah, but it's
but NFL Films does it.
Yeah, it's done by NFL Films,
okay,
though.
okay.
Yeah, it's on HBO, but it's done by NFL Films.
Yeah. I'm buying it. I think it adds up. I've never seen NFL Films at OTAs.
Is that
Yeah, I'm
typical?
with you, Tyler.
Is that typical for Hard Knocks that they get B-roll or they start filming stuff in the spring?
I would think. I don't know.
I don't know either. I think it'd be-
Interesting little nugget there, though. We'll take inside info from anyone.
Yeah.
Delivery drivers, whoever you are.
By the way, I know who that guy is.
You do know who he is.
Well, I
A
know
good
all-
source? Good source?
Phenomenal.
Great source.
Phenomenal.
Okay.
A good source in hockey is our guy, Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports, doing a phenomenal job down there with hockey all year long. Okay, Jess, give us a report from Morning Skate. I'm going to guess. Here's a guess.
Okay.
They've had a couple days to digest it. Nathan McKinnon was out at the optional skate yesterday at Family Sports. Bumped over there, saw him over there. I was like, okay, all right. I'm going to guess they've kind of turned the page here. I'm going to guess that. What do you think?
Yeah, it was a good mood. It was an optional skate, so not everyone was out there. A lot of guys were on the ice, though, and it was a good mood. And I think they've turned the page, and, I mean, they have the mindset that you kind of have to have in this situation of, like, there's nothing to lose. You got nothing to lose. All you can do is go out and put your best foot forward, put the best effort in that you can. Andrew Cogliano told me, like, you make sure you prepare to the best of your abilities and your effort is as high as it can be, and you let the chips fall where they may. Look, this series has kind of transformed into a similar feel from last year where, unfortunately, because of everything else that's now happening around it, you're kind of like, well, you're punting on a Stanley Cup. Like, that's such a huge blow to their depth, and now there's so much uncertainty going into the summer, and what do you do with Val? What are your options with Val? Like, there's so much else going on around it that it's like, how do you even focus on this series? So they're going to go out, see what happens, and I'm expecting a good effort based on the mood in the locker room. I'm expecting that, if nothing else, I can't guarantee a result. I think there's going to be a good effort, good compete from the Avs.
Jesse, D-Mac just said it kind of feels like they're turning the page. I got to tell you, I kind of woke up this morning with just like this kind of weird hunch that I think they're going to come out on fire. I do, man. And I mean, I get it, man. I mean, it felt like a death in the family almost. Like when you find out an hour, by the way, we got some inside information yesterday about when they really did find out, and it was like really close.
Well, Kale said he found out
close.
when he was driving in.
Yeah.
So,
but
anyways.
I just got this vibe. Like, okay, let me ask you this. How many teams in the playoffs right now have 3 guys the caliber of Nate McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Miko? Whatever Miko might be playing down right now, wherever he's at. How many teams out there have got 3 dudes like that could have ticked off, could light the world on fire? How many teams out there have got guys like that?
Left in the playoffs, it's the Avs.
Exactly. So why are we talking about them like they're dead?
Yeah, well, and to me, it just feels like, I talked about this in my post game a couple nights ago. Like the gut punch of it all is like Chris McFarland went out, and to me, even without Gabe Landeskog, it felt like he built a winner. Like this is a team that absolutely could compete for a Stanley Cup. But to me, to go that distance, to be able to get through not only this round, not only pulling off 3 straight wins against the best team in the Western Conference, but you've got to get 8 more wins beyond this. And to lose a player of Val Nichushkin's caliber, and, we saw how important he was to that Stanley Cup team a couple of years ago, I just think it would take a superhuman effort. But you are right. Like, at the end of the day, when you have the best player on the ice in a series, it's going to give you an edge. And that's kind of, I asked Ross Colton about like, hey, losing a guy, I asked him, I said, can you guys rally around that? Kind of like what you're talking about. Like, can you get pissed off and say, gosh, this sucks and it's unfair to everyone in this room. We're going to go out and prove that we don't really need it. And everybody this morning and guys that we talked to yesterday have all been quick to say, look, we're worried about the guys in this room. We care about who is still here and the effort that we are going to put in here tonight. I think they're trying to move on without that. I think you do. I think you're going to have a pissed off group that is seeing that everybody is saying their season is done. They can't win without Val. They can't come back. And I think that you're going to have 3 of the top 10 players in the world pissed off and angry tonight. And I think that they're going to play like it. And again, we'll see where the chips fall. You still are going to have the best player on the ice, but man, it is just really hard to not, have a sour taste in your mouth right now.
All right, Chess. Well, listen, great coverage all year. Let's hope we get one more. Let's hope we're back talking about it on Friday. That would be wonderful. I will tell you, after the basketball game last night, I call it hope. Dan saw it. The conversion crew was out there transferring it from basketball to ice. They were. So they're keeping hope alive.
Relative to the basketball stuff, I did a sit down with Cale Makar last summer. And, he said, look, everyone was exhausted and we were just depleted and we didn't want to lose, but, everyone was just kind of tapped out.
Yeah.
And he told me, he said, we watched the parade for the Nuggets and the group chat lit up saying we have to do it again.
Right.
They're motivated and they are pushed by their roommates in Ball Arena. They see the success they're having. They want that back. Who knows? Maybe they're watching the fact that the Nuggets just rattled off 3 straight after being dominated in the first 2 games. They're saying, we can do this. We can do it.
All right, Avs are winning 5-2. They're winning 5-2.
Are they?
Yeah.
I like it. I like that prediction. And with an empty netter?
Sure.
That would mean, by the way, that would mean that at some point during the game, they would have the lead.
That's right. That's right.
They need the lead.
Yeah.
They need the lead.
Yeah. They haven't had the lead at all. They have not had the lead for 1 second in this series.
And that is, and I'm sorry, I know you guys are tight on time. You've tried to kick me off
good.
3 times.
No, good.
The Stars are built to play with the lead. They're built to lock things down defensively. I made the reference the other day to the 2001 New Jersey Devils. If you guys remember watching that Stanley Cup final, that was their thing. You can't let them get the lead. They'll lock it down on you. If the Avs can force the Stars to have to get up on their toes a little bit and skate and have to try to, score some goals themselves, that plays into the Avs' favor. Like, that's what the Avs want. Their inability to get the first goal has I really do think it's really affected them in this series. It's allowed Dallas to get to their style of game right from the jump. And the Avs have been chasing every game this entire series. Getting out to a lead would really help them.
Hey, I got a fun, it doesn't mean anything, but it's a fun stat applicable to tonight. From Good Raj gave us this one. But it means nothing, but it's a fun stat. In the organization, Canadian talk, in the organization's history, they have been down 3-1 5 times. All 5 times they've won Game 5.
Huh.
Ask me what happened in all of those series.
Did they lose in 7?
They lost all. I don't know in 7, but they lost all those series. But that is kind of a kooky deal, right? Like they have won Game 5 out of 5 times, but they have lost the series every time too.
The last time they went down 3-1 and they crawled back to force a Game 7 was in the bubble against the Dallas Stars with Michael Hutchinson in net.
Right.
So to the point that was made earlier, They did it a couple of years ago with Michael Hutchinson, their third goaltender in net, and no Gabe Landeskog. They can do it again. Like we shouldn't maybe be writing the obituary yet, but it's going to take a heroic effort tonight.
You know, Jesse, knowing little factoids like that right then and there, that's what gets the ladies going when you meet them at the bar right there. That's the type of thing that screams.
I know, that's why I do it.
I have too much time on my hands. Thank you, Jesse. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Thanks so much, guys.
All right, 6 o'clock tonight. Good early start, Tyler. And at 6 o'clock tonight, you know what's happening at the same exact time they drop the puck? NFL schedule release.
Boom. Did you just take credit for the lady killer fact?
Did I take credit for it?
Yeah.
No, I said good Raj.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Did you not hear?
I don't
Dan,
listen very well. I don't
You
listen.
did.
I don't listen very well. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I gave
I'm not.
credit.
I'm not like Shaq. I'm sorry. I was wrong.
Okay. All right. Let's see where we are with the schedule release thing. I'm curious, what players think about that. That's coming up. Also, it's time to celebrate just an unbelievable. If you're just dragging a little bit, man, I get it. I mean, I'm excited for tonight. I'm getting a second win, but that was one of those sports. It's been awesome. I heard somebody say, "Oh man, I want this to be done." I love this sort of sports exhaustion. Like, sign me up for it, where it's playoffs back and forth every night. I'm a little tired, I'm not going to lie, but I can't get enough of it. I just think it's fantastic. I mean, who would go on vacation in the middle of this?
What an idiot.
It's a PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's Z-Mac for AAA Home Improvement. Oh, man. You've been thinking about that project forever. What is it? What is it? Thinking about expanding your bedroom, kitchen, want to open up some rooms, move some walls. You want to build that Airbnb? I don't know. You've been thinking about it. What do you want to do? Well, first thing you should do is contact AAA Home Improvements, AAAHomeImprovements.com. Been thinking about it, but now it's time to start. They're the premier design and build contractor in the metro. They've helped hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. Here's Lori Lewis in Aurora. We had a wonderful experience with AAA. From the initial bid to the finished remodel of our kitchen, they showed up when scheduled, stayed within the projected money amount, and even finished earlier than we anticipated. We would recommend AAA without hesitation. I mean, there's thousands of reviews like that, and the before and afters are incredible. So contact them today for a free no-obligation estimate at AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
we talked about it at halftime. You talk about barbecue chicken. It was the one thing, like, I know that I can score on this guy. Another one, I was trying to prove, it looked like he was trying to prove a point. I said to Dre at halftime, I was like, he's trying to prove that, yeah, you're the defensive player,
against the defensive player of the year.
I mean, it's just footwork. It was like, I mean, maybe not first move, but second move, I feel like I could score. But no, I'm going to get you on the third move. I'm going to have you looking crazy. Now I'm going to pass behind my back. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And it felt personal start to finish.
Whew. Well, maybe. I don't know. I think, I don't know. It's personal as much as it's just a challenge. Maybe it's semantics. Maybe it's the same thing. But, I mean, it was awesome, Tyler. I don't know what to say. It was just awesome. And afterwards, Jamal Murray, who is like, said a dream come true was to be a cover player on NBA 2K, which I guess he's going to be. Like,
is it going to be the shot?
I don't know how it works. No, he's just like
Murray made a shot.
Well, I
the
mean,
cover photo.
I don't know what the cover photo is. It's a good question. I'm not sure what that is.
I wonder if it's going to be the shot at 5280.
But he's a big time gamer. And he did not know. He did not know that was happening. He was legitimately blown away and said that's a dream come true.
It is for every athlete. Are you kidding me? That's awesome.
So good for Jamal, man. That's awesome. And then he went on. Boy, he went on and on and on. He was like talking about cheat codes and players. And yeah, there's obvious guys like Steph, but you should try Corey Maggette. Okay. All right, cool. So good night for him. But one thing he said too was, in nights like last night, you just, if Yoke is on, you just step back. You just step back and just let him do what he's doing.
Don't get in the way of that, man.
Nah.
I mean, that is a freight train that is going downhill, and you don't want to get in the way of that thing. And I think that's what makes this team so special, man, is that, you know, Jokic has his nights, but more often than not, his nights are getting other people their nights. So when Jokic does get it dialed in like that, man, I think the team was doing what we were all doing watching that game. The team was sort of pinching themselves. They were sitting there watching that like, are you seeing what's happening to Rudy Gobert right now? Are you seeing the way that this dude is just getting demolished by Nikola Jokic? I mean, whatever Jokic wants to do, it works. I mean, some of those floaters, I mean, I know he makes those floaters look easy. Some of those floaters last night, I have no clue how those things were going in.
All right, somebody's helping me out here because I'm not a video game guy, but I appreciate it. I'm just not, that's not my thing. It's not the cover athlete, but the new season they are launching. They have one feature player every season.
Oh.
And Jamal is this season's feature player. Well, how long is a season? What's a season?
I don't know, but that means like when you turn the game on, it can do updates on its own. So when you turn the game on, Jamal will be the first thing you see when you turn the game on, stuff like that.
All right, but you don't know how long a season goes for. So
I do not, although I did play my first 2 games ever of 2K 2 nights ago against my son.
And?
Yeah. Addictive game. Really addictive game. Fun.
Dan, you have any clarification? Are you a gamer, Dan? You know any
I'm
of this
confused
stuff?
by the season thing. I'm trying to figure this out.
All right. Well,
doesn't
all
that
right.
just mean it's a new, like, because they release one every year?
Well, let's just think about,
No, it's not that. They do like they set like goals for each season, and I don't know how long it is, a month, 2 months. They do it in Fortnite. They do it in every game.
Compared to like Dan's probably in some sort of nerdy kickball club, you know what I'm saying? Like on Tuesday nights where they drink microbrews after, unathletically trying to kick a ball around, co-ed style. So in that league,
I think
Dan,
it's the Munchie Olympics, actually.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
So it's in that league, it goes like every 8 weeks or so, right? You just kind of just goes one after another. Is that the same sort of thing theoretically?
I would assume so.
You would,
I guess.
Yeah. What's the name of your team, your kickball team?
Ooh, the Drunchies. You know what that stands for?
I don't know.
The Drunk Munchies.
The Drunk Munchies.
Whoa, wait. So
wow.
is it that's good? Whoa,
that's good.
That's confusing.
I kind of get the Drunk Munchies. I actually know
It's a
exactly
real
what
thing.
No, it's a real thing for me.
It is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the Drunk Munchies. Oh yeah.
I don't put that poison in my body, so you know.
Yeah. No, my poison is like bread.
Wasn't it Eddie Lacy that talked about?
You rewarded yourself for that hard-fought win last night, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit.
What'd you reward yourself with?
There's some leftover something or other in the
Twinkie or two?
Oh no. I'm not sweets. Sweets don't get me in trouble.
Okay.
It's not sweets. But
are you sure?
No, I'm positive.
You sure you didn't enjoy sweets?
I promise I didn't. I know I didn't. I'm not into sweets. That's not my thing. I'm telling you, it's the pastas, it's the breads, it's the all that sort of stuff. That's what gets me in trouble. But I was hunting some hills today, Tyler, out on the bike.
Oh, you were searching them out.
I was hunting some hills.
Yeah. Come down to my hood. It's all about the hills down there.
No, I know it's ridiculous. Everything is. Some awesome ones. You take it right into Colorado Springs. And if you find yourself in Colorado Springs, just want to drive right into a bus. That's what's more appropriate in Colorado Springs.
Jeez, there's a lot of good people out there, D-Mac.
In Colorado Springs?
Yeah.
I bet they live on the north side. Hey, join us at Hofbrau in Westminster for a Game 5 viewing party as the Avs fight for their playoff lives in Dallas. This is it. Westminster, we're going north tonight, huh? Boys going up north. Hope they don't get lost. We'll broadcast live starting at 5:30 with Berto and Raj and Springer and have awesome prizes throughout the game, all presented by Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. See you at Hofbrau in Westminster tonight. I hope the Avs can do it.
Dude, look.
Maybe they can.
Maybe I find myself a little bit victim of what you did with the Nuggets the other day.
I felt confident about the Nuggets.
But I legitimately have got this feeling. Like, I hate to say it. Like I don't mean to say this about Val, but it's a little bit of like a F them all attitude, And sometimes it's like I'm not saying they're saying that about Val, but it's like it's like forget them all. Like we got what we got, boys. We got what we got. Did you know what we got? We got three of the best players in the entire world. And all the people out there saying, what does it matter if you got three players that are best in the world if they're not showed up in this series? Well, maybe they're going to show up now. And at some point, they get embarrassed, they get ticked off, and they're going to show up. I'm not telling you they're going to win the series. I've got this gut feeling that tonight, it's like, okay, there was a death almost that happened right before the game. And it wasn't like an injury. It wasn't like an illness. It was just like something that you didn't know how to, mentally, you were not prepared how to manage the information that was just handed to you right before the game. And you have had time to process that. And now it's time to be like, forget you all. Like, we are freaking good at what we do, and let's go show it to them. I'm tired of writing them off for dead.
I'm glad you feel like that. And, listen, I'm happy to take a victory lap on the Nuggets because I said if they win Game 3, they're going to win the series. And I thought they're going to win Game 3. I just don't have that feeling about the Avs, man. I'm happy to be talked into it. I'm happy to be talked into it. And if 303-504-0925, voice of the people. If you want to rally it up for the Avs, I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. So I know what that building is like, man, and it is awesome. And a Game 6 with the Avalanche on Friday night would be incredible. So sign me up. I would love to see it. But I just don't have that same feeling. I don't. I think it's over tonight. I hope I'm wrong.
I don't know, man. I think they got a lot of pride. I think they care. I think they're embarrassed right now.
I agree on all those things.
And beyond the pride, the embarrassment, I think they're angry. And maybe that anger is a little bit internal. Maybe it is.
I love your idea on it. Yeah.
You channel anger in the right way, and good things can happen.
All right, let's just look at that for a second. And listen, change my mind. I'm an open book. You could easily change my mind. So we're going to take this Val situation, and we're going to say, by the way, we didn't ask Jesse about Taves. Darn it. But it was an optional skate, so we wouldn't really know anyways. Well, we'll see. We're going to take this Val thing and what? Us against the world?
Yeah.
Backs against the wall. Here we go.
I mean, if you want to fold, you want to quit, okay, go ahead and fold and quit.
Is that...
I don't think Nate McKinnon was out there during voluntary skate yesterday because he wants to fold and quit, though.
But is that the reason why they've lost to Dallas? They haven't had the right heart? Or is it a right strategy against this team?
I don't know,
what
man.
is it?
I mean, you got to say with that stupid coach out there, and DeBoer. How do you say it? DeBoer?
Yeah, DeBoering.
Yeah, DeBoering. He does seem to have some sort of freaking puzzle that we have not been able to figure out when he plays the Avalanche. and that trapping and all that stuff that's going on. But I don't know, man. I mean, the first few games, was it Val's fault? No, it clearly was not Val's fault. Val was playing great hockey. The other guys were not. So I'm not putting this on Val. I'm not saying that they weren't awake. But sometimes it takes something external, and this one's a little bit internal, but sometimes it takes an external or internal moment like this that just rallies the troops and it just wakes you the blank up.
I'm seeing on the text line, Connor McGay, he said that Taves was at the skate this morning. Very nice. Thank you. Bedsy said that as well. He was good to go. All right, good. All right. So you got Taves.
I'll tell you this,
Thank
though,
God.
if they go out there and they are not motivated, if they go out there with the same defeated attitude that they had against in the last game after Val was out, watch out. And I mean watch out for everything, because this is when people get hurt. This is when bad things happen. If teams go into a game like this and they fold and they're mentally not there, they're not prepared to handle the challenge in front of them, bad things just happen. So let's hope that they show up.
Listen, I felt a little bit more positive when I saw McKinnon skating around at the optional skate yesterday. We got Taves coming back. You've had more time to digest it. We know now that, listen, some players were in the arena, Tyler, but I think most of the players found out as they were driving in about Val. That is a hell of a thing to find out as you're driving in. I mean, you don't have time to go through it to figure it out. Like, what the hell happened? The dude was at morning skate just like 4 hours ago. And now he's just gone for 6 months? I think it's legit. I think it's a legit reason to be off your game, but now you've had some time to think about it.
I don't even look at it like an excuse, and I heard Raj say it. I don't think it's an excuse. It's a reality. It's just an explanation. That's what frickin' happened. That's what happened in that game. They were not prepared for the news that was handed to them. That's it.
On the text line, if the Avs win tonight, they will win this series and most likely will win the next series.
Nice.
Oh, okay. All right.
See what they did there.
That is a crazy stat, though. I know it means nothing, but that's a crazy stat that 5 times they've been down 3-1, and all 5 times they've won Game 5, and all 5 times they've lost the series. That is actually pretty remarkable. That they've in their organizational history, or maybe there's just something to hockey, that you can sort of, get it together for one more game against a better team, but that doesn't mean you're going to win the series, because ultimately the better team wins the series.
Well, first off, I'm a big not my hump guy, so whatever those stats are, not my hump, I don't really care. It doesn't mean jack squat about now, today, tomorrow. I guess it's a good thing that they win Game 5.
I wonder what the NHL stats for all teams are on something like that. I wonder if there's a higher percentage of teams that just sort of rally for that one more effort, down 3-1.
I would guess not.
I would guess not too, especially when they have to play on the road. But that number does blow me away that that's part of the Avalanche history. It doesn't seem to actually make sense. But who knows, man? Who knows? We're here for it. We don't want them to lose. We want them to win for sure, and we'll have the coverage for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5:30 pregame, and then 6 o'clock puck drop. The NFL schedule release is coming out, and Tyler, you got something kind of right and kind of wrong. Our delivery truck driver source is maybe not that good.
Oh, really?
You want to know why?
Yeah.
We'll tell you next.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
1, 2. You can win a pair of tickets all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. You can pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group. If your golfers total the most prize money amongst all the entries, you're the winner. Chicken dinner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em. It's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, happening August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets. We'll get to no dumb questions. If you got a no dumb question for us, 303-504-0925, the Shop Mazda text line. Scott's in the air with the Nuggets. They were flying at noon, so just for the show, that doesn't work out timing-wise, but he'll be in Minneapolis tomorrow, and hopefully they'll be closing it out. We'll get to the Nuggets here in just a little bit. I got a couple of kind of house cleaning things to get to, Tyler. First of all, I just got to,
What's really going on at 20th and Blake?
That's a fair ball. He squirts it up the line. Carroll's home. Here comes Gurriel. Walker into third. Moreno a 2-run double, and it's 14-1 on opening night.
Let's keep it real with the Colorado Rockies.
And back lifts his ball high, deep to right. How about a walk-off Grady?
Here's your Rockies reality check on Columbus, Hastings, and D-Man.
They've won 6 in a row.
That's pretty wild, actually.
They won last night 6-3. They had actually a pretty good lead, and then they gave up a few runs, but they only allowed runs in 1 inning. Quantrill gets the W. They've won 6 in a row. That's no joke. You won 6 games in a row. That's not easy for anybody to do. They are the hottest team in baseball. Nobody is even close to winning 6 games in a row. And that's your Rockies. I don't mean to belabor a point, but I think it's fair if we're doing the Rockies reality check. When things are going well, we should mention that too.
Are you prepared?
For what?
Are you prepared to apologize when Bud Black wins Manager of the Year?
I'll give you this. If you're sniffing a 500 record, he should win Manager of the Year.
This is pretty wild, man.
Sniffing.
Even I'm finding a hard time finding something to make fun of about with this thing. I mean, this is legit. I don't think you accidentally win 6 straight.
You know what's going to happen because of this, though, and some nice weather right around the corner?
I'll tell you what's going to happen. You want to know what's going to happen?
What's that?
You're going to get people to pique their interest. They're going to start tuning in.
Yeah.
Okay? They're going to buy in for a quick minute, maybe a whole week.
Yeah.
And then you know what this is going to do? This is going to add kerosene. You're pouring kerosene on the fire of all the anger when everybody feels let down again. That's what's about to happen here. People are going to buy in. They're going to have gasoline poured onto the fire. It's going to explode in their face, and they're going to be extra angry that they bought in and they believe this for a second.
Well, I did point out to you, and you should see everybody's eyes roll in the back of their heads and fall asleep when I start throwing out some Rockies stats. But I did say, hey, they're losing a lot of close games. They're in a lot of these games. And now the tide has turned a little bit. So I don't know. I mean, hey man, 6 games, that's not easy to do.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool. It's awesome. It deserves a pat on the back. And you know what they've done? They've earned the right for us to have to check in on them. That's what they've done.
Yeah.
Now we have to check in during this winning streak.
They finish out they could sweep the Padres on the road with a win today. They're playing at 2:00. Okay. You got me, Rockies.
All right.
Hey, Dan, we should figure out how to turn the Rockies game on in the TVs in the studio.
Crazy.
We haven't actually done that this year.
Don't know how to do that.
I literally don't know how to do it. Do you, Dan?
What channel?
I don't know. But it's going to be happening during our show.
All right.
I don't know how to turn it on. I'm sorry.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready to listen to you marginalize the incredible inside information that came our way today.
Okay.
From a delivery truck driver.
Yeah.
I'm ready for you to dismantle.
Well, this may be a better source. NFL.com.
Okay.
Giants 100th season to begin on.
Hold on. Don't embarrass yourself.
Okay. on off-season Hard Knocks. Okay.
And you thought you were going to marginalize our report.
All right.
You thought you were going to dismantle that thing. This
Okay.
incredible
All right.
inside information that was passed our way.
All right.
Because you didn't read the full headline.
What were the three teams?
Off-season.
What were the three teams? The Giants, the
Bears,
Broncos.
Saints, Broncos are the three teams.
Bears, Saints, Broncos.
That could be mandated to do Hard Knocks. And I did see a lot of people texting about this Giants thing. But this is a brand new thing. Apparently, they're trying to do Hard Knocks all year long because originally it was just training camp. Then they went to the in-season Hard Knocks. And now this Giants one, this will be the first time that they've done an off-season with the New York Giants.
Chronicling Big Blues moves from January to July. Starts on July 2nd.
Say sorry to our source.
I apologize to our I love truck drivers.
Yeah.
Delivery people, truck drivers, anybody in their car, Uber, Lyfts, whatever. I love them. I love them.
Now, I will say,
So,
I'm not doubting this truck driver like you did. But I will say I did have another member of the on-air staff reach out to me and say, be careful with that source.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still buying it, though. I'm all in.
Interesting. I don't know why they'd be setting up so early, though.
It's a little weird. Yeah. But it's also a little weird. Why would NFL Films, like just generally speaking, why would they send out 20 cases of equipment to Denver, Colorado?
My wife sent me a text. Oh, I actually do have a really good source on this. I have a really good source. I don't want to say exactly who it is because I don't want to get him in trouble, but my wife sent me this text. I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. Now I get it because she was giving me like who I should reach out to about this. I'll do some digging on that.
I'm confused on what you're even saying.
Your
wife gave you.
I can say this. My wife sends me a little text during the show, which is great because I got she loves me. I think
must feel good.
Well, that's a burden.
Yeah.
So she was talking to me about something else, and then she just sent this other note like, "Hey, dummy, if you want to find out this story, you should reach out to a friend of yours who would really know this."
Are you talking about the friend that I think you're talking about?
No, I'm not. You don't know this guy. You don't know this dude. You don't.
All
I
right.
promise you don't.
Oh, I know who it is. I do know who it is.
You know what?
I don't know his name, but I know who it is.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
I'd be
Can I say
stunned.
it on air?
Yeah, go ahead. You don't. I'd be stunned.
You don't know who it is either. It's a dude inside the building that has been giving you information for years, but you never knew who he was.
Do you know who that is?
No, but I know the story. I don't know who the individual is.
Yeah, I've been getting this. I'll just say this on the air. I've been getting like stuff from inside the Broncos building literally for years.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, trust me. It comes with a major grain of salt.
Yeah.
But he's been right on like a lot of stuff that it's like, it's not that guy though, but that's a good one I got. I haven't heard from him and it's so wild. It's really like some spy stuff. Like it's anonymous, don't know a name, have no idea who it is.
That dude must have had an axe to grind. Inside mold that's just feeding you information for no reason.
I literally haven't heard from that guy in 2 years though.
So somebody got fired that he wanted to get fired.
Maybe.
And now he's happy. So now he doesn't feel the need to be a mole.
Maybe.
Or he got fired.
I don't know, maybe. But it was really hot and heavy during the ownership stuff. Like all that, like for 7 years. It was
so you're telling me you've got a source you could reach out to
Yeah.
that will verify whether the Broncos are going to be on Hard Knocks.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Yeah, actually I do.
Well, you should probably do that.
I will. I'll do it when we, after we do No Dumb Questions, I'll reach out. That'd be cool. That'd be cool if they were. I hope they would be. Would you like to see the Broncos on Hard Knocks?
I mean, from a pure fan engagement point of view, yes. From a strategic football ops point of view, no. There's zero advantage for the football team to be on Hard Knocks. It's 100% a disadvantage for everybody inside that building. But for our job, hell yeah, it'd be fun.
All right, let's go to No Dumb Questions. Let's see what we got here today.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Go ahead.
Don't look at me.
All right.
Usually Scott takes over at this point.
Yeah, Scott takes over. You probably should have done a better job of teasing it, so we got the questions in. You know,
I don't know.
That probably would have been helpful.
Well, we got Dan over here. What are you doing?
No dumb question. Has Nikola Jokic got us all fooled? Does he have us all fooled about his care for awards? I'm not saying like it means that much to him, but I think it means way more than he gives on. I think it means way more than we would understand. And I don't think it means that much to him, but I think it means more because it means so much to his teammates. And when he gets absolutely just unequivocally just wronged by Shaq on national television, that he gets passed out the MVP award, his team mobs him, which was very, very cool, and they all knew the award was coming. And then he comes out with a game like that. I do think he was motivated. I think he was out there to prove something, and not for himself, but for his basketball team.
I don't know if he cares about. I don't think he cares about the awards, but I do think he cares about competition.
I think he cares about respect.
I think that's true too. So the awards, I don't know. I think he could take it or leave it. I know he likes it when the people that are around him are happy. And he's a people-pleasing sort of dude.
Yeah.
He likes it when he gets fist bumps from the security people, inside of the arena. He gives high fives to little kids, a line of little kids, outside. You've seen that, right? He likes all that. He likes that engagement. He loves his teammates. He doesn't hate the media, but he just puts up with us. I
think he cares about respect. The award, probably not, and you're probably right about that. But I think he does care about respect for his guys, not so much for him, but for his guys. And I do think it motivated him.
Yeah, and I think he's the same guy. Like a pass more than scoring and makes two people happy, that sort of deal. So when he sees the joy that other people have with it, I think it does motivate him. And I think last night, don't forget they gave Rudy Gobert the Defensive Player of the Year award right in front of the Nuggets. Just the other night in Minnesota. So to have that moment, and it was really cool. The presentation was cool. Stan and Josh Kroenke were there. Adam Silver was there in front of his coach and his family. I mean, you know what I'm saying, Tyler? Like, it was a moment. It was a real moment where maybe he doesn't care about the trophy, but I think he cares about what the trophy says.
Yeah.
And it says respect, and I do think he cares about that.
I got another one on the text line. And I guess this one is really just asking which one of these two dudes is going to retire first. But the question is, no dumb question, who gets their number up in the rafters first, Jokic or McKinnon? I mean, is that question really just who retires first?
Yeah, kind of, because they're both slam dunks. I don't know what the rules are. I will say Jokic, and here's why. I think Nate will play longer, and whatever arcane rules there are about waiting will be changed to the second Jokic retires, his number will be 15, will be retired. No, nobody's going to wear 15 again. It's not going to be handed out after Melo
wore it. Maybe you wait a couple of years just so you can force him to come back to town.
I think it'll be ultimately Jokic, because it will not surprise me if McKinnon plays on another team besides the Avalanche.
Oh, really?
Well, because I think McKinnon may play into his 40s.
Hockey players do play forever, man.
Yeah,
they go forever.
I don't want him to play for another team. And maybe he won't. Maybe he'll be like
Nate's in year 10 or 11, right?
Something like that, yeah.
And he's not even 30, which is an insane thought.
Not 30.
Jokic isn't either.
And McKinnon is in unbelievable shape. And his desire to play hockey is through the roof. So, listen, he could be an Av forever. I hope he is. I definitely hope he is.
All right, one more.
But if not, I think Nate would keep playing even if he couldn't play for the Avalanche.
And I guess this ties into your take the other day that Michael Porter Jr. is going to get traded.
Yeah.
No dumb question. Which of the top 5 guys in the Nuggets do we lose first? Do you bring back KCP and trade MPJ?
That's a great question. I think that's such a good question. I think it'll be KCP. I think it'll be tempting to trade Michael Porter Jr. It will be. But what you would have to get in return is going to be so difficult to equate to his talent. And hey, Dan, do you know KCP's contract? Is he a free agent like next year? I mean, he may just get a bonkers deal like Bruce Brown did that they just can't match. I mean,
but that goes to your point about all the max contracts that you're carrying.
Yeah, and I understand Michael Porter Jr. has like the lowest level of the max contracts, but it's still $30+ million.
I do not think Michael Porter Jr. will get traded. And here's why. I get the frustration, and believe me, I'm watching Christian Brown close out these games. It's not just once, but it's twice.
Yeah,
and it's not just 1 year, but it's 2 years in a row in prime games that he's been on the bench. So I get the frustration. I get the take. I don't think you can trade Michael Porter Jr. because I don't think there's a team out there that's willing to take on all the injury with the money.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
And so are you really going to trade him for a box of rocks?
Well, I could see a team like the Spurs making a deal for him and really trying to make a playoff push like next year with Wemby and the talent they have and not care that much about whatever they've got. I mean, because he would, like on the Spurs, Michael Porter Jr. would be unbelievable. Yeah, Dan, what do you got?
KCP has a player option for next year, and then he's a UFA the following season.
What does a player option mean?
So he can opt out.
He can opt out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do if he gets offered like Bruce Brown money? What's he supposed to do? Turn that down?
No, he leaves.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be like Bruce Brown Part 2.
If Bruce Brown got that kind of money, what kind of money is KCP getting?
He's going to get like $25 million a year. Maybe more. I don't know. I mean, his value is unbelievable. Could you imagine?
But you don't have the weird bird rights issues with him, right? So, like, you could pay him.
Well, what?
You can always pay the tax, right?
I guess. I mean, I get lost in some of the financial stuff. So
because
I'm
you got
not the right source.
you got to be an astrophysicist to understand the NBA salary cap.
But like, what would the Knicks do to get like, KCP on the Knicks? Can you imagine that? A team that close, that defensive, that emotional piece of a two-time champion on the Knicks would be like ridiculous.
Oh, man, I see another one I want to ask, but we're out of time. It's a good one. Maybe I'll ask you a little bit later.
Well, ask me on the other side. It's
all right.
PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. You can find him at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. You can find him at 3rd and Alpine. That's where I went to buy my pre-owned car at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Fantastic experience, of course. And they've got unreal deals going on right now. It's a buyer's market. And that means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Proud partner of CU Athletics. How good? How about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat? You heard right. Go green. Take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. That's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? They got you covered. Lease one today for just $249 a month. All right, all the details are waiting for you. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont.com. No diggity. The Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes back for week 5. Tickets to a Nuggets playoff game. Oh, I can imagine if that is game 1 of the Western Conference Final because Dallas wins. An autograph, not going to be game 7. I don't think it's going to be game 7. I think this thing is over. Also an autographed jersey, an autographed ball, and an Altitude Authentics gift card on the line for 4 lucky winners. It's going to be announced Friday at 5 o'clock. The key word is masterpiece.
Gibson with Gobert. 3. He is putting together a masterpiece.
Your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, that is
Gibson with Gobert.
masterpiece.
3. He is putting together a masterpiece.
First and last name 303-504-0925 to enter. Best of luck. Broncos schedule comes out. NFL schedule comes out. It's always kind of a fun day. And tomorrow we'll go through it and we'll make some bold predictions, of course, based on no information whatsoever about how the season's going to pair out. We should do the same thing every single other sports talk show in America will do. We'll just fall right into like, duh. Just right
I mean, we got the Super Bowl. We got the draft, and then you got schedule release.
Yeah,
I mean, this is how it goes in the NFL.
There'll be some reason why the kids in the morning are too cool to do that. They'll we'll figure that out tomorrow. By the way, Marty leaving, huh? What a bummer.
No, Marty's branching out. I mean, can you imagine what those little children in the morning are going to have to do without Marty? Like, how are they going to function?
I don't know. They're going to be a little bit lost. But we wish him the absolute best. And good luck to him, but he's a very important part of that incredible show. And, they'll soldier on without him, but he will definitely be missed. That's a bummer, man. I heard that today and sort of heard some rumblings behind the scenes, but wish him the best of luck.
No question about it.
I love the schedule release because you can plan. All right, best game, little preview, like a little prediction here. Where do you think, because I think consensus would be the best unusual home game. We know it's going to be the Chiefs Chargers. What am I thinking about? Chiefs Chargers. Help me. Raiders.
Yeah, that was what you were struggling with?
I know. So that's fine. But that's every year, okay? It's got to be the Steelers game that's the most interesting home game, right?
Yeah, well, do you want to know the rumors, the schedule leaks?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because we've got the majority of the schedule has allegedly been leaked.
I love it. Where are you getting this from?
This is
truckdriver.com?
milehighreport.com.
Okay. All right, I love the rumors. Let's go for it. Yeah.
All right, week 1. Who do you take a random guess? Who do you think week 1 would look like?
I heard it was Seattle, so I'm cheating on that one a little bit.
I'm fairly confident the Seattle one is legit.
Yeah.
I've seen that all over the place.
And that's
I've seen
here?
that out in Seattle.
That's in Seattle?
Which really doesn't make, there's no storyline.
You went to the last one in Seattle. You going to go to that one?
No, I didn't go to the last Broncos game there.
You didn't go to the Seattle Broncos?
I went to a Seattle game, but it was not
that
the Broncos game.
Oh, okay, my bad.
There's no storyline there. There's nothing sexy about that.
No.
So if that's true,
that
Seattle week 1 and Seahawks.
That shows you where the Broncos really are, by the way. That shows you where they are in the NFL landscape.
Yeah, I mean, that just means you're middle of the day. You're playing right along with everybody else in the league. There's zero storyline there.
That's about right for where
Drew
the
Lock
Broncos
isn't
are.
even there anymore. I mean, you don't even have a Drew Lock storyline.
You
right?
don't have Pete Carroll. You don't have. You got nothing.
However, week 2. What do you think week 2? The way I set that up, I probably already gave it away.
Home or away? Home?
Well, I mean, just.
Well, I guess Pittsburgh. If you're going to say it like that.
So week 2 is rumored to be the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's got to be on national TV.
That's at home.
Sunday night.
And if week 2 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, we are screaming Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
I don't think Monday Night Football, but I think we're screaming Sunday Night Football.
Sunday night's bigger than Monday night these days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess I didn't realize that, but.
Yep.
Well, if Sunday night's bigger, I would actually think Monday night, but.
That would make a lot of sense. Monday night game, that would make a ton of sense.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big storyline, man. It is. I don't care what you say.
You know why I like that? Because if Russ is going to play for the Steelers this year, it'll be early, and then he'll be hurt, he'll be benched, he'll be whatever.
Zero storyline in week 6. Is it none?
Oh, what's week 6?
No. If you
yeah.
played the Steelers in week 6.
Well, I mean, it's just
what
not.
I talk with Russell about, it's none of your business.
It's not the same sizzle if Justin Fields is out there. No, it's little sizzle, but not Russ sizzle.
Yeah, week 3 at the Bucks. At Tampa Bay.
That's bad. That's a loss because it's Florida in September, which is an automatic loss for the Broncos. Oh, really? You want to revisit
Maybe.
70-20 or whatever that score was in Miami last year?
Yeah, maybe. You might be right. At the Jets, week 4.
Hackett. Fun. Rodgers.
Sort of, but that storyline's dead to me. Like, okay, good game.
Yeah.
But I mean, who cares about Nathaniel Hackett, Sean Payton, the
No,
two
you're
lattes? It's done. It's over.
You're right.
Nathaniel Hackett's they're trying to replace him internally with some weird dude that takes
love
his job.
this rumor thing. I can just go through all this, whether it's true or not. I think this is great.
Yeah, well, I think this actually might be the real one.
Okay, great. I love it.
Because the whole thing's out.
Keep going, man.
All right,
keep going.
all right. I'm going to keep going here then.
Yeah.
Week 5, we got our first AFC West opponent at the Raiders. Week 6.
That's 3 road games in a row then?
So, no, it's 3 out of 4. No. So week 1's at home. Week 2's on the road. Week 3's at home. Week 4's – no, week 3's on the road. You're right.
Right.
Week 4's on the road. And
Three,
then
four-
I'm sorry, week 5's at home versus the Raiders at home.
Oh, Raiders at home. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Raiders at home.
Okay.
So you're on the road, at home,
Okay.
on the road, at home.
That makes more sense.
Week 6, another AFC matchup, AFC West matchup at home versus the Chargers.
Wow, back-to-back AFC West. Okay. all
Week
right.
7, Thursday night football. Okay, so I'll tell you that.
I can't believe this whole schedule's out like this. That's crazy.
Week 7,
Keep going.
Thursday night football. Take
Yeah.
a guess. Because if it's going to be Thursday night football, it's probably a storyline, right?
Yeah, but it's probably a crappy game. I don't know. Do they play the Patriots or something this year?
Once I tell you, you'll realize it.
All right, give me one more second. It's a storyline. Thursday night. Can't be that great of a game. I'm a little stumped there because I don't have the teams that we're playing in front of me. I don't know.
Sean Payton returns to New Orleans.
Oh, I should have got that. That's
yeah,
good.
I know. I mean, once I told you, you're going to realize
that
it,
checks
but
all the crappy
Thursday night storyline. Yeah. That's about the best we got on a Thursday night.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
All right, I like that.
Okay.
In New Orleans.
Okay,
that's a loss.
Week 7 at home versus the Panthers.
Snoozer.
Week 9 on the road at Ravens.
Tough game.
Followed up with a tough game. Week 10 on the road against the Chiefs.
Oh, my God. No, where's the bye week? Not yet, huh?
Week 14. We got a late bye.
What?
Late bye.
Oh, my God.
Well, actually, I don't like that. Normally, I love a late bye.
That means
with the rookie quarterback, I hate that. And what that probably means is that Bo Nix has no choice but to start from week 1 because there's no logical out. There's no. I mean, in theory, you could do it week 8 after the Thursday night game. That would be a logical out to change the quarterback.
All right, let's keep going through it because we're a little short on time here.
What was I just did Chiefs?
Yeah. Ravens.
Week 11 at home versus Falcons. Week 12 on the road against Raiders. Week 13 Monday Night Football.
Okay.
No particular storyline I see there versus the Browns.
Yeesh.
Week 14 bye. Week 15 at home versus the Colts. Week 16 on the road. What are you laughing on that one?
Nothing. The schedule kind of boring. That's what you're.
Well, I mean, you already knew the teams we were playing. Oh, okay, Vic. Oh, okay, Scotty. Okay.
I keep going.
Okay, here we go. Goodness gracious.
Going.
Somehow the morning show is going to find a way to poo-poo this thing.
Keep going.
Week 16 on the road against the Chargers. Week 17 on the road against the Bengals. Week 18 at
Chiefs.
home versus the Chiefs.
Yuck.
That's a tough finisher. Three tough games.
Wow. Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs to wrap it up.
Yeah. Actually, it's a tough. Andy got the Browns. Yeah. Week 13 Browns, 15 Colts, 16 Chargers.
Only 3 games on national TV then. That I heard you say.
Well, actually, I don't think Steelers is. So if Steelers is going to be on national TV, it'll be Sunday night because it lists the Thursday night, Monday night. Steelers might not be primetime.
So 2 games on national TV for the Broncos? 2?
Hey, I think they've learned their lesson.
Wow.
They've learned their lesson with the Broncos.
Okay. Hey, that was cool. That right on. That was fun. I love it. We'll see what kind of videos they come up with. And this again is from what
the Mile High Report.
We'll give them credit and blame.
They're retweeting at Aussie NFL the official 2024 Denver Broncos schedule.
All right, so this is released, rumored schedule.
Correct.
Not official. That was fun anyways. I liked it. All right, we'll go. Hey, man, what a night last night with the Nuggets. We'll hear all the doings from behind the scenes coming up next. I just heard from my source about that stuff. Didn't know anything. All right, it's DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's something you should know. If you're suffering from low testosterone or erectile dysfunction, we got a solution. We got a solution. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, get the love life going again. Get the workouts going again. Get your energy back. Dudes, you start losing testosterone in your 30s. It happens to all of us. But I've been over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's phenomenal. And the stories of success there are incredible. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Simple 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. They're going to draw the blood. They're going to have the results. And then you figure out what works best for you. Cost of the appointment is only $99. But they'll put that into the cost of your treatments, and so it ends up being free. So for erectile dysfunction issues, for low T, the solution, simple. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jokic goes to the right hand against Gobert. Gets in the paint, spin move, spin, left, right, jumper, good. Nuggets tie the ball game up at 8 points apiece.
That's a heck of a move right there.
I mean,
that's unbelievable.
I mean, could you do that?
No.
Minnesota leads this basketball game. Jokic dunks that thing home with 2 hands. Get out of my way! Jokic has it. Down low, Gordon. Dunk! 2 hands!
And Rudy fouled him. No call. What a strong play by Aaron Gordon.
Nuggets looking for a 6-0 run. Gordon. Dunk! 2 hands! 6-0 run by Denver has them out by 4, 59-55. Behind the back pass, KCP 3. Good! Dude, when he shoots it fast, when he doesn't think about it,
it's good, right?
9-2 run by Denver. 62-57. Quick jumper won't go. Jokic rebound, leaking out Murray. Dunk right-handed! Timeout, Minnesota! Inbound goes to Murray, hands it off over to Jokic. Right side, Christian Brown. Don't be shy. Shoots a 3. Got it! Big bucket there, Scott.
Like that, right there, right?
That's a big bucket. 101-84, Denver up by 17 with less than 6 minutes to go. Murray has it on the high left side. He goes to the left hand. 4 on the shot clock. Top of the key, Jokic. Jokic, 3. Yeah! Denver leads at 106-92 in game number 5. And Scotty, this thing is over!
Freak of nature.
I'm a freak of nature. And
freak of nature.
I'm a freak of nature. And
freak of nature!
I'm a freak of nature.
And he freaking embraced it, too.
40 points, 13 assists with no turnovers. It was his world. Jamal Murray said, you just stand back and just go. When you're having a freak of nature game.
I'm a freak of nature. And
you just stand back in awe. Rudy Gobert. Goodness gracious, that must have been embarrassing. And Anthony Edwards afterwards was shaking his head. You've lost 3 in a row, Minnesota. 3 in a row. I mean, now.
I'm a freak of nature. And
what do you do if you're them? Where are their heads at after, just smelling yourself like nobody's business?
Yeah, it's time to pack your bags, dude. It is. That's what it is. It is time for Minnesota to pack their bags. Last night, man, when I was a kid and watching Michael Jordan, I didn't really know what I was watching. Like I knew he was Michael Jordan. I didn't understand it. Even sometimes, like when Kobe was playing, I was like, man, I should have been watching every single second of that dude's games, every single second, because you never know when you're going to get something like that again. And I do think it's tough to be jaw-dropped impressed by Nikola Jokic every single night because you become accustomed to it. But last night, there was not a dude on this planet watching that game that did not drop their jaw, that did not just sort of pinch themselves and say, man, I am literally witnessing one of the greatest performances, and I don't think it's hyperbole. I think that third quarter might have been one of the greatest performances I have ever watched from an individual on a basketball court.
He was incredible.
That's what we just watched last night.
And in terms of the Wolves, first game 106, second game 106, third game 90. What they scored last night was 97. You know what I'm saying? This is just who they are. They're not a 110 plus point team a game. They're not. They've had plenty of opportunity against the Nuggets to prove it. They haven't cracked that once. So even though they humiliated the Nuggets, right, at home, they only scored 106 points.
Yep.
So you sit there as you watch the game, you're like, well, where are they getting offense from? Now, when you look at the box score, it's pretty balanced up and down their lineup, but that's because it was balanced. So okay, hold on a second. How are you going to score, especially without Mike Conley? How the hell are you going to score 115 points?
Well, they're not. And like you just said, they never did. They won't. The first 2 games was one of the most sweltering defensive performances I've seen ever put on this Nuggets offense. I mean, they couldn't even get into a rhythm. They couldn't start a play in the first 2 games. And then to see the difference last night when Nikola Jokic just said, give me the damn ball. Just give me the ball. I'm going to work on the Defensive Player of the Year 4-time, the dude that is apparently literally the best defensive player in the world. That's what it is.
I guess.
And I'm going to dismantle this kid. And I'm calling him a kid in that moment because that's what it looked like. Rudy Gobert looked like he was a middle schooler, like a 12-year-old, like my son in 7th grade, trying to defend Nikola Jokic. That's what it looked like. And then on the other end, you saw a guy who'd been anointed as Michael Jordan, who is hearing all the conversation about himself, feeling himself in Anthony Edwards. And the Denver Nuggets said, you know what, Ant? No. Not tonight. Like you're not doing it anymore. We're going to double team you wherever you go. And unlike Nikola Jokic, when he gets double teamed, Jokic finds the open offensive weapon. Jokic, it makes his team actually better when he gets double teamed. Anthony Edwards got swallowed up. And Nikola Jokic, man, when it's single coverage, double coverage, triple coverage, nothing's keeping him from what his goal is.
Here's Chris Finch before the game, just to give you where their heads at. He was asked about the fine to Rudy.
Disappointed in the gesture and the fine. Obviously you can't be showing up the officials like that. But I'd like to see the itemized receipt. Because if it's $75,000 for the money gesture, then it must be $10,000 for the towel and $15,000 for the heating pad. So it's just kind of a little bit of a head scratcher to us, but we'll wait to see. So.
Oh my God, what a drippy, weird defense of your guy and whiny and before the game. How about I don't care. Hey, what do you think about the fine to Gobert? Yeah, whatever, he paid it. Moving on to tonight. How about that? How about that fine to Gobert? I don't know. Doesn't impact tonight. But he goes on and on and on and wants to throw Jamal in the NBA under the bus.
Well, we've now seen it a couple times now. I guess that's just who Chris Finch is. And man, I mean, he's kind of like he's in the Nuggets family, man. I hate because I think I like the dude. But that's been his MO, whether it's complaining about the referees or now complaining about the fines before the games. I don't think he's wrong, for the record. I really don't. I think on the surface, it's asinine that Rudy got $75,000 and Jamal got $100,000. That doesn't add up. The math of that does not make sense. But time and place, man, because now your guys, they're looking at you like, all right, well, coach is already whining and complaining.
You're saying that before the game?
Yeah. I mean,
before the game?
So if I wanted to just take the other side of this just for fun and be like, all right, well, why would he do it? Why would he complain about that before the game? Maybe in his mind, I don't agree with it, but maybe in his mind, he's like, all right, I'm going to have my dudes back. That's what I'm going to do. Publicly, I'm going to go at my dudes back so that my guys know I've got their back, and we're in this together. I think it was a bad time to do it, but maybe that's what he was thinking.
Yeah, how about tell your guy not to be a baby and go out there and play?
Well, he sort of said that. He did. I mean, he said we can't do that.
From Russ on the Sean Mazza text line, Edwards had 2 buckets late and started walking around like he had 30. Hey, you got 13, dude. That game was weird there because it was actually pretty close in the first half, but it felt like the Nuggets were up by 20. And I think it's because the crowd was just so into things that you just had the vibe that the Nuggets were rolling. And then eventually they did. And it is just suffocating to try to come from behind in Denver with less than 5 minutes to go because the Nuggets go into their 2-man game. And for the second game in a row, when it was more about defense than offense, it was Christian Brown out there closing, not MPJ.
Have you seen the reports about Detroit being hot and heavy after Tim Connolly?
I have.
Yeah, I find that interesting. Obviously, I get the appeal. On the surface, Tim Connolly, I'm kind of giving him credit for the Nuggets championship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure outsiders are looking at it that way. He's now brought Minnesota to the brink. They're clearly not ready just yet. I don't think they're dead. We probably shouldn't take this for granted, but he's brought them to the brink, and I get the appeal of Tim Connolly. I bet he takes that job. If he gets offered that job, I bet he does. I heard the morning show talking about this, and I'm far from an expert on the finances of the Alex Rodriguez group. But Vic was going on and on about the fact that if that does go through, that the new ownership just isn't going to have the money to pay the luxury tax. So basically, like, enjoy it while you got it, because they won't pay this in the future. And if Tim Connolly knows that and he sees that, why the hell wouldn't he get out of Dodge?
He would. Yeah, if you know what's coming down. Listen, Tyler, in bad ownership situations, do not always immediately impact what's happening on the field or on the court. A lot of times it drips out. So when it was announced Pat Bowlen was stepping away, you just had to do some basic logic to see, well, who's going to own the Broncos next? And when you just sort of looked at it quickly, it was like, this could be a problem. But it didn't impact things right away. It didn't. I mean, they won a Super Bowl with that. But off to the side, you're just like, well, this isn't going to be good. And, as soon as Manning retired, of course, it was miserable. If you realize you have a bad ownership situation like they do, unstable.
Is that group going to be bad?
Well, it's just unstable more than it's going to be good or it's bad. They just don't know what's going to happen. And Conley, I'm agreeing with you. I'm absolutely agreeing with you. Now, I have no idea what the stability of the Detroit Pistons, ownership group is like. I don't know.
But if you're looking at it like, hey, I just built this and this thing isn't going to last, yeah, why would anybody stick around?
You wouldn't. You would, and plus there's probably, I know it's like the president of the team, or I don't know, there's some sort of loftier grand poobah title than he has. No, he wouldn't stay. Again, can I just point out why the Nuggets and the Avs have been so good for now an extended period of time? There's stability, Tyler. Nobody's walking around wondering like who's owning the team or what's going to happen. There's a sense of security inside both organizations. That's why this Val stuff is just, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And this is also why Greg Penner has brought a sense of to the Denver Broncos. I could feel it out there at Broncos minicamp. It was just like that time. Just like, exhale. We're done with Russ. We've got a stable owner. We've got a year under our belt. We're going to be all right. And I'm not predicting big wins for the Broncos this year, but they're going in the right direction, right? So Conley, yeah, he should get the hell out of Dodge. And it's why Broncos fans and Nuggets and Avs fans should feel good. And I left the Rockies out on purpose because it's just, there's stability there. It's just, it's a whole nother deal.
The hottest team in America.
They've won 6 in a row. I want to see them turning around. I'll tell you this, brother. Everything else they've done with the Rockies, everything else is pretty damn good. It's a great experience going to a game. It's revitalized downtown. If you want to hate on ownership, fine. But McGregor Square is awesome. It's awesome. Tyler.
Technically, it's not supposed to have anything to do with the Rockies.
Well, it definitely does. My son, who lives downtown, wanted to go watch the Avs game. He went to McGregor Square, Tyler. Of all the places to go, you can go anywhere downtown. He lives downtown. I'm going to McGregor Square to watch the game.
Does he go there to watch the Rockies?
It's a social thing. He goes there for a lot of things. I don't think he's been to many games this year, but he lives downtown. He could if he wanted to. It's pretty cool down there, brother. So, Tim, yeah, he should leave. But it's why the Rockies, I don't know what the Rockies, the Avs and the Nuggets, why they win. And it's why the Broncos are going to win too. And maybe this dynasty in Minnesota, Tyler, maybe it crumbles tonight or tomorrow night, rather. Wouldn't that be something? That we really don't see the Wolves back again?
Talk about how quickly things change, man. A week ago, it was all about the Avs.
It is crazy. You never know. So don't take anything for granted. Let's Football Goes next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Oh. Was that Was that the tight end crew? Was that the Brock Boners there? Because we know how they felt about Brock Bowers. They had their Brock.
They had a Bonix for Bowers.
They had something for Bauer. They no doubt about it. Hey, is there more of that to play? Is there a deeper cut, or is that it?
That was just them saying you've got a Bonix for Bo Nix.
Well, I want to dig back into that. I want a chance to reply. That kind of came out of left field there. I like it though. I'm all about it.
Found a new drop.
Yeah. Thank you to MountainHighAppliance.com. You guys are the absolute best. Locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. Come on, man. Does not get better than Mountain High Appliance at MountainHighAppliance.com. All right, first up, Dan.
All right, just a couple of quick Broncos notes here. We're going to have a positional battle come late July and early August, fellas.
Fun.
Are you ready for this?
Yes.
So Mike Kliss reporting that the Broncos are signing punter Trenton Gill.
Nice.
He was the Bears punter over the last 2 years, and Kliss says it's going to be a legit competition between Trenton Gill and Riley Dixon for the number one punter spot.
You know who I'm rooting for?
Dixon for Dixon.
Down the field. That's right.
Got a Dixon for Dixon.
I got my Bonix on for Dixon. I got a Bonix for Dixon.
Punter battles, baby. Let's go.
Dixon
Training camp updates.
Dixon went to Syracuse. So
I'm going to get my stopwatch out there. I'm going to give you the hang time updates every single day.
Are you?
I'll give you the distance. Nah, I probably won't.
More competitive position battle. Zach Wilson and Bo Nix or Trenton Gill and Riley Dixon?
Well,
it's going to be the spicier competition.
There is no competition at quarterback. It's about development of Bo Nix. That there isn't a competition.
You don't think there will be any competition?
Like in the punter room, like when athletes get competitive with one another or whatever, do you think they just like try to out-nice one another?
Yeah.
Like,
I think
hey man, that was a good. No, your punt. That was a great punt.
Oh,
bro.
to each other?
Yeah.
No, I bet they're wicked backstabbers.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Are you kidding
They're
me?
working that long snapper like crazy.
Oh,
hey, I'm buying gifts for that long
Right,
snapper.
exactly.
Hey, you want to go out to lunch? Huh?
Yeah.
Long snapper. Why am I drawing a blank on the long snapper? Who's the long
Casey
snapper?
Kreider.
Casey Kreider.
Not anymore, but it was a guy like him.
Sure.
Was that dude from UNC there for a minute?
Yeah.
Well, whoever. The dude that bends over for a living.
Yeah, that guy, he's getting all the gossip.
He's getting it all. And the kicker just is like, whatever, It's really about the long snapper. Hey, long snapper dude, can you put like 18 and a half rotations on his and only 17 and a half on mine?
That dude dropped that punt. I thought you had a great snap.
No doubt about it.
Fantastic snap.
Dude.
Long snapper.
Then you get a long snapper every once in a while like Aaron Brewer, and the party is started.
Oh, I literally have never heard this dude's name. Mitchell Fraboni.
Oh, Fraboni. Yeah.
Fraboni, great football name.
Jabroni.
Yeah.
Mitchell Jabroni.
What a jabroni.
What a jabroni. It's a long snapper. Yeah, here's what's funny about long snappers. Because I used to be buddies with Lonnie Paxton. Were you pals with Lonnie at all?
Oh, yeah.
Lonnie is such a good dude.
Yeah. Locker mates.
But Lonnie was in the league for what? More than 10 years.
Probably.
And they're just not going to pay a long snapper $1 million. They're just not going to do it.
Josh McDaniels did.
I know
he was very happy to do that.
I know he did. But in general, you're going to use a guy for like 3 years and just move on and keep him at that, $400,000 whatever salary. I actually think, tangent here real quick. I think the NFLPA should change that. I think for that one position. Because I think it sucks that a guy who's skilled enough to do the job loses it simply purely out of finances.
Hey,
I think they should change that.
I need to ask you a question really quick, though, unrelated to anything. So I talk trash about Josh McDaniels all the time on air with zero remorse.
Fine by me.
No remorse. I don't feel guilty at all. Last night, I'm in this room full of like 500 doctors talking, and I started talking trash about Josh McDaniels. I'm like, how do you guys feel about Josh? Well, I hate him. And I had this like weird moment of guilt, like, wow, that was kind of wrong. Like,
it's
why,
mean.
Why did I say that in front of a room of like 500 doctors? I felt kind of bad then, but I don't care when I say it here.
Well, because this is not the real world. This is fantasy, stupid playlands.
Yeah.
This is stupid.
Yeah.
And we all wear T-shirts and smell. you're actually talking in front of educated people. Like
I hate that, dude.
Yeah. You realize this is some weird little adolescent fantasy land that we just check into every single day.
Yeah.
This is not the real world.
I forget people are out there listening.
I know. It's well,
Dan?
I could make a remark about our ex-employer too, but people have already forgot to listen there. All right, Dan, what's next?
All right, so this is from Mile High Report via Aussie NFL on Twitter. The reported Broncos schedule, rumored schedule,
Well, the
is
rumored
out.
official, because it does say the official, but it's a rumored official.
Wait, who says it's official?
That's an oxymoron.
Well, Ozzy does.
Ozzy.
Yeah.
Aussie. Oi. Let's go through the schedule, though. Let's have some fun. I mean, again, if we just say this is Ozzy and rumored, but let's go through wins and losses real quick. You ready?
Sure.
All right. At Seahawks, Tyler.
That's Dub. That's Dub. New coach. Bad
Dan.
situation.
Who's the Seahawks quarterback again?
Listen,
is it
this
still
has
Geno?
gotta
Geno
be-
Smith.
we don't know
the
this
the
go
head coach
forever.
is Mike
I'm going
McDonald.
I'm going loss.
The key of this is that we make snap judgments with basically no information.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm saying loss. Home against Steelers.
that's an L.
I'm going to say it's a win. Dan.
Win. Wow.
Yeah, because Russell Wilson sucks at
we're
quarterback.
that much better than Mike Tomlin and a 10-win football team.
We are.
Oh, okay.
Up yours,
Okay.
Russ.
Yeah, okay.
Again, none of this has to make sense. This is the schedule
It wouldn't be
release.
fun if I don't give you a little grief.
At Buccaneers.
That's an L.
Dan.
Loss.
Loss.
I'm 1-3.
Florida. We saw what Florida did to
1-2.
the Broncos in September last year. Or October, whenever that game's going to be. At Jets.
That's an L.
L. Dan.
Loss.
I got that as a loss as well. So I got them at the quarter pole 1-3. Tyler 1-3. Dan 1-3. All right,
Things are looking great. Bo Nix has arrived, baby.
Doing great.
He is the savior, and D-Mac will have already anointed him.
Week 5 against the Raiders. Home.
We'll never lose to them again.
Win or loss?
I just said.
We'll never lose to them again?
Correct.
Okay, that's a win?
That's what that means. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just had to check because we haven't beat them in like 6 years.
Well, I just said we're never going to lose again.
All right, I got that as a win. Dan.
Win.
Got it. Home against the Chargers.
That's an L.
Dan.
Loss.
I got a win on that one. Going to go on a little roll.
Because that makes sense.
At Saints on a Thursday night.
On the road, Thursday Night Football, that's an L.
Dan?
Loss.
I got that as a loss as well.
This is one hell of a year, man. This is going great.
Yeah, well, okay. At home against the Panthers.
Sure, we can beat those guys.
Okay.
Sure.
Dan?
Win.
David Tepper's going to throw some water on
Josie
somebody.
Jewell will be back.
I got a win on that one,
Josie
too.
Jewell's with the Panthers.
So
nice pull there.
In the second quarter, you've got them 2-2, Tyler, a little bit better. I got them 3-1. I'm Captain Sunshine here. And Dan, you got them 2-2. So overall, we got 3-5 for Dan. We got 4-4 for good old D-Mac, and 4-4 with Tyler.
I reserve the right to change this
3-5.
tomorrow for the record.
3-5. Yeah, of course. This is just stupid schedule release predictions.
Okay.
All right, then we got
Ravens.
Week
L.
9,
Across
at
the board,
Ravens.
if anybody says win, I'll punch you in the face.
Tyler, loss. I got a loss. Dan, you got a loss.
Loss.
Okay.
Chiefs. Anybody
At
says
Chiefs.
a win, I'll punch you in the face.
L. Dan,
Yeah.
you're right.
L.
Okay. Home against the Falcons and Michael Penix.
That's an L to Kirk Cousins.
Home? I'm going to give them a win and get home. They're going to bounce back. Dan?
Loss.
Wow. All right. And
Never losing to him again.
at Raiders. I got an L there. You really? You going to give them a win?
Yeah.
On the road? All right. Dan, Vegas?
Loss.
Woo! Dan comes down with a hammer, 0-4.
Mm.
Yikey,
Going
yikes.
swimmingly.
I got him 1-3, and Tyler, you got him 1-3. So Tyler, so far,
Monday Night Football is about to get ugly, though, boys.
you got him 4-8. I got him 5-7. Dan, you got him 3-9. Yikes, Dan Tanner, you're a jerk. Holy cow! All right, so we're into what week?
Week 13, Monday night.
Week 13. Hold on, Tyler, D-Mac, Dan. All right, what do you got, Tyler?
Jerry Jeudy's going to get about 300 yards, 4 touchdowns in the revenge game against Denver Broncos, and he smokes the Troy Franklin. Even though they don't play against each other.
So you got a loss.
But we'll compare and contrast.
Loss. I got a loss. Even though it's a home game, I got a loss. Dan?
Loss.
All
I mean, don't we all just expect Jerry Jeudy to go off? I do.
Of course.
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Home against the Colts.
I bet we win 14, though.
Bye week. I'm moving on. Holy cow, you're killing me here. Home against the Colts.
Sure.
Sure what?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure
Yes.
what? Yes,
Sure.
what?
Sure.
I guess that's a win. I'll say it's a loss. Dan?
Loss.
At the Chargers.
L.
Loss for me.
Just put L's all the way out here.
Dan,
buddy.
loss. Okay. At Bengals, loss. And then against the Chiefs at home.
Oh, let me punch you in the face.
Loss.
Say
I got
it.
a loss. Wow, I got them really folding. I got them 0-5 in that stretch. Tyler, you got them 1-4. Dan, you got them 0-5 there too. So Dan, you have a wicked awesome schedule. You got them going 3-14. I got them going 5-12. And Tyler, you got them going 5-12. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that optimism over here, baby.
5-12. You and me together. Look
Which
at that.
Which means you win 5 games. You're drafting number 3 overall.
Yep. Something
and
like that.
You have a crack at the number 1 quarterback in the draft.
Okay. You want to keep going? Would you rather have Shadur Sanders or Bo Nix?
I mean, you're pot committed now. You're not switching at that
Damn
point.
right, you're pot committed.
I would rather have the first quarterback off the board next year, though.
I wouldn't.
Because I could win 5 games without Bo Nix.
I would not.
I could easily win 5 games without him. Matter of fact, I don't think Bo Nix won me a single game.
It ain't about this season, though. It's not about this season. It's about 2025 and beyond. I kind of like this. It's frustrating, obviously. Losing, oh man, I got them losing 6 games in a row to end the season. Holy shnikes. Dan,
how the hell are you going to sell this? Stop.
Dan Tanner has them losing
just
9 games in a row.
Yeah, well, okay, fine.
Wow.
Fine, it doesn't matter. He's only got 1 less win than we've got. If 5 wins, how the hell are you going to sit there and sell to me that they made the right decision?
Because it's not about this shit. Did I stutter? Did I stammer?
Yeah.
Did I not?
I got to see something to make me feel good.
Did I say it en français?
In order for me to go into next offseason, I got to feel something to feel good. I'm not going into it with blind hope, being like, oh, wow, it's not about this year anyways. I didn't see anything, but I never thought it was about this year, so I'm going to feel great going into the offseason.
I'll be fine, but I'm well balanced and emotionally stable. I don't know what to say about you.
Yeah.
I know that it's not about 2024. You think it's about 2024?
It's not about 2024, but you damn sure better show me some hope and optimism going into the offseason. If I lose the last 4 games of the season, and you're going to ask me to sell hope going into the next season, you call me a liar right now.
You don't have them losing the last 4 games.
I got them losing the last 3.
You haven't. Okay, but not
What's
the last
difference?
4. 1.
Yeah. What kind of hope am I going to sell if they lose the last 3 games?
Development of Bo Nix, high draft pick. You're going to get the best left tackle because you're probably moving on from Garrett Poles. So you will get the stud college left tackle. The number 1 left tackle is going to be on the Denver Broncos in 2025.
The only way I can find a way to sell hope after a season like that is if Bo Nix throws for 31 touchdowns and I'll even give him 20 interceptions. I'll give him 20 interceptions. I don't care because then I could be like, all right, well, at least the firepower is there. We got to dial him in, get rid of the INTs, get him a little better pass protection. But Bo Nix better have one hell of a year, dude.
I got him with 5 wins. You got him with 5 wins.
What does Bo Nix stats look like? That's what I want to know.
They're not going to be great. What do you really want out of this year?
I want you to be able to sell me hope about why this was the best decision.
Listen, first of all, did I really hear Nate and Andy say that I think Bo Nix is going in the Hall of Fame? Did they really say that?
Andy said you put the gold jacket on him already.
I think you already did.
That is insane.
I heard you say it.
Yeah, okay. Wow, am I going to have to fight this stupid battle again? That is remarkable.
Am I going to have to pull the audio?
Of me saying, yeah.
We've got audio.
Of me saying he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you go pull that audio?
We'll find it.
Go find that.
Yeah.
Have fun with that.
We'll get it.
Good luck with AI on whatever that is. Boy, AI DMAC could be scary.
How many years is Bo Nix player?
Here in Denver?
Yeah.
10.
10.
10.
Well,
10.
He's got a fighting chance.
He's going to sign a second contract.
And he's going to play it out.
I said 10.
Well, he's a damn good quarterback. If he plays through the entirety of his second contract.
How long is Mahomes going to play in Kansas City?
I don't know until I'm dead.
How long is Josh Allen going to play in Buffalo? Trevor Lawrence and Jacksonville?
He sucks anyways.
How long are they going to play? How long is Caleb Williams going to play in Chicago?
You realize what you just did. You put Bo Nix in the same category as Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen,
Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, I'm putting them in the same category as highly drafted first-round draft picks that have the possibility to win their team's championships.
No, we can't. You can't. Nope. You can't win 5 games. Can't do that.
How long is Michael Penix going to be in Atlanta?
I don't know about Michael Penix.
How long is?
I don't care about Michael Penix.
How long is JJ McCarthy going to be in
Minnesota? You cannot win
Minnesota?
5 games and sell me hope. You can't do it.
What was Peyton Manning's record his first year?
I don't know. You tell me. I know he had the most interceptions
I think it was like
of all time.
3-13, 2-14. It was something like that. It sucked.
So now you've compared him to Peyton Manning and Pat Mahomes and Joe Burrow.
I'll compare him to first-year
and you're
guys.
fighting the fact that you've already put a gold jacket on him.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about the gold jacket.
You're comparing him to gold jackets.
All right. I won't compare him to a gold jacket. How long is Caleb Williams going to play for the Bears?
I don't know.
How long is Trevor Lawrence going to play for the Jaguars?
Another 2 years.
Okay, so what's the total of that going to be? 7?
Yeah.
Something like that? It's going to be something like that. At the minimum, it's going to be something like that. Are you out to show Bo Nix is not the guy?
No, but I'll tell you this. I'm not anti-Bo Nix.
That sounded kind of like you don't have
I'm not
Bo Nix.
anti-Bo Nix, but I'll tell you this. You can't sell me hope if they only win 5 games. You can't. They got to win games. I don't care if it's not about 2024.
Well,
you can't sell me hope if they win 5 games.
You can be with the Boner crew that wanted a tight end.
I don't have the Bo Nix. You do.
I got the Bo Nix, but they got the Boners because they wanted Brock Boners. Bowers. Whatever his name is.
Bounders.
Join us at, I'll do that later. Win pair of tickets all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. 4 golfers, 1 from each group. There you go. If your golfers total the most prize money amongst all the entries, you win. It's the Major Championship Pick'em brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets. Boy, that gives me a Bo Nix. Hockey. We got, come on. Listen, you can't rock that mustache, Grizz, and shake your head at me.
Oh, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up.
You can't rock that 70s porn stash and pass judgment on me.
That stash is a 12 out of a 10.
Holy cow.
Solid stash.
You used to be good looking. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac for Mike Maroney. Proud partner of CU Athletics. It's the Mike Maroney Auto Group. Discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. Are you kidding me? They are the best. 20 grand off, or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with 0 down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month, and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Come on now. This is where to go. It's Mike Maroney. Visit him today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
keep playing the way we're playing. I mean, like I learned a long time ago, very simple from Jeff Van Gundy. Understand why you win, understand why you lose. So after that Game 2 loss, we took time to really own why we were losing and why we were down 0-2. And then obviously we've won 3 games in a row. And I think in those games, I think we've been physical, aggressive, assertive, disciplined, confident, whatever you want to call it. And we know that closeout game is always the hardest game in any series. And they have a great crowd. That place is going to be rocking on Thursday night. We just have to weather the storm, stay with it, and continue to play championship-level basketball.
We'll take him anytime we can get him. We're going to check in with Scott Hastings in just 1 second there in Minnesota. Tonight at Hofbrau in Westminster is a Game 5 viewing party as the Avs fight for their playoff lives in Dallas. We'll broadcast live starting at 5:30. Berto, Raj, and Springer. Great prizes throughout the game, all presented by Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. See you at Hofbrau in Westminster tonight. Scott, I didn't think we'd get you on at all. That's awesome. Good flight, good arrival. Everything went on time.
Late, a little slow taking off, and then got here and bust over. I because it's such a short trip, I just had carry on, so I didn't have to wait for my bag on the bus.
Nice.
And we got here and just grabbed it and ran upstairs. Because hey, I want to be with you guys.
Well, apparently,
and we're grateful.
I'm impressed. It would be easy just to take. Boy, I got so much to go through with you.
Hey, real fast as we get in the game. Twins hosting the Yankees tonight, about 5-6 blocks away from me. Could be a chance to watch real baseball.
And here's where I do it, D-Mac. So you're going to venture over there?
No.
Right. Oh.
Right. And I know you must be taking a shot at perhaps the St. Louis Cardinals, not your Colorado, we just won 6 games in a row Rockies.
No, not at all on them.
Okay. Just
I mean, they've gone from 20 games under 500 to 14, so they're rolling right now.
And the fact that you can do math that quickly is impressive as well, for a plethora of reasons. Scott,
I am a plethora.
Last night was what?
A Game 5 win. I think kind of the way you should do it at home. I mean, I think our predictions walking out, I thought they'd win by 12, right? I think, what did I say, 114-102.
Yep.
I think was my thing, so a little better than that. No, it was a matter-of-fact game. You took care of business. The crowd was fabulous. Still wasn't any celebration at the end of it. It wasn't like they'd accomplished anything. The plane ride wasn't a party venue on the way here to Minnesota today. After losing those first 2 games, they have become very businesslike. How's that?
There you go. Yep. I'll take that.
So I'll describe last night's game as very businesslike.
It didn't feel – well, I guess it felt like they were taking care of business, that's for sure. I mean, what we just watched out of Nikola Jokic last night, in that third, Scott, I said that might have been one of the most dominating quarters of basketball I've ever seen. And doing it against the defensive player of the year – just slicing him up like he's a little kid. How many quarters of basketball can you think of from Nikola Jokic that were better than that?
Well, with as much on the stake, that's what you got to put on too. I mean, I think he's had 21 and a quarter or something like that before. But we're talking in Game 5. You lose this and they could close the series out at home tomorrow. So you got to put on top of all that with what's at stake, right? And that game had some stakes to it, so that adds more to it. But here's the funny thing, and I think one of those guys on the postgame show, I recorded the postgame show and went back and watched it. One of those guys said it. I mean, it was from the start. I got a little note from our buddy Dougie Strauss, I believe, who said in that first quarter, Nuggets scored 28. Nikola either scored or assisted on 21 of the 28 points. So, I mean, and he doesn't have flashy 16 points like he did in the third, but I mean, that right there is a statement off the bat, right? I mean, you're 21 of your 28, 2/3 of your points are generated by one dude. And you know what? It looked like, and it shows the intelligence of Nikola. We know he's a good post-up player, even against the defensive player, and he made a couple tough shots over him. But they decided to start that game. We're not going to double you tonight, big fella. Have fun. And he went, okay.
Yeah, it was fun.
You know,
it was great.
And let's be honest, he probably would have shot a better percentage. They held the ball all the way down to like 2 seconds, and he just did the little soundboard turnaround shuffle, and just a little short on a couple of those. You probably would have even been more efficient had they just been still trying to do what they were doing. But man, you're not gonna double Nikola Jokic. Okay.
You know who got doubled and couldn't handle it? Anthony Edwards. That dude got doubled the entire game, and the Nuggets just said, okay, well, fine. We're not going to let you do that anymore. And he didn't have an answer for it, did he?
Yeah, and that's tough, and that's where you got guys, there'll be some adjustments. When you get think about this, when you get doubled over on the wing, so you got the 2 guys on you, but guess what's behind you? Out of bounds line. What's down the baseline if I drive baseline? I got a baseline out of bounds line. You almost, in essence, got 4 defenders when you're on one of those wings within, 5, 10 feet of you on either side. So that makes it tougher. I did like what, I think it was, the guy just got in the Hall of Fame that shouldn't be. But anyway, if he's in the middle, tougher to defend. But, yeah, no, he didn't handle it. But, listen, and I always tell people this, when there's 2 guys guarding the ball, how many people are left to guard the other 4?
Well, that makes 3.
Carry the 1.
Yeah. And how many guys made cuts
pi.
to the free throw line? And the way you beat a double team like that, especially on a wing, is you got to flash right to the free throw line. Now you catch it. Now you're in the middle of the defense with an odd man rush. Now what do? Do I got the jumper at the free throw line? Do I have a guy collapse me from the weak side so now the corner 3 is wide open? Do I take it to the basket? Guy rolls over. I hit the dunker spot. The worst thing you could do, especially when, and listen, Edwards is not 6'7" foot like Joker, right? He's not able to just throw it over a double team. He didn't have anybody come to the ball, find the ball, boom, and then attack. You got to get the ball out of a double team and attack right away, and you're almost like an odd man fast break. And they didn't do that, but I guarantee you they'll watch film and if Denver employs the same type of defense, see if in fact they try to do that tomorrow. But yeah, he looked a little frustrated as the game went on, and made him take a couple tough attempts. And did what he did, man. It solid performance.
Well, Scotty,
and you also got by with a really tough night from Michael.
I just want to say that was an amazing work day that you had on the radio right there. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
5-minute work day.
I mean, I just always thought
jet lagged.
Getting paid by the hour is so overrated. It's like, how impactful can you be in as short a period of time as possible?
I'll just say this. Finally, a positive spike in the ratings today in this little segment, so that's good.
Yeah. Hey, Scott.
I'll hang my hat on that.
And enjoy the pool time out there in Minnesota.
We're overcast and cloudy.
Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Scott, I'm excited for that game. We're excited for the Avalanche, the best that we can. Pregame starts at 5:30. And look at you. You somehow avoided us predicting the Broncos schedule when we had an early sneak. So we'll dig into that tomorrow.
Oh, we'll do it again.
No. No, thank you.
Tomorrow we do the official one.
What do I got? I got a Bonix?
Bonix.
I got a Bonix for Nate and Andy.
How much football? You guys talked all football today, didn't you?
We had a good day. It's PhD on 92.5.
I know D-Max got Bo Nix fitted for a gold jacket already.
He's got a Bo Nix.
The rookie mini camp.
He sure
so good
does.
for you.
He's got a Bo Nix.
I'm going to wait
He is a force of nature. He's just a different kind of force of nature. Really, Andy, to me, the force of nature that he is, this is what amazes me about last night. He had an all-timer. It was A+ Jokic. I said Game 4 was Jokic God mode last night.
Yeah, that was new.
There was a different kind of celestial being.
He's apparently the Greek god system because there's like 9 of them that he could be. So
whatever that Justice League is
of
Roman lords, he has become all of them. Yes, all at the same time. All the anything they named a planet after, that's what Jokic is right now. So he is a force of nature that he can have that game. And I will put his game in historical context in a moment, but he can do all that, and his response to it all is a shrug. All right. Yeah, well, it's because I'm a force of nature. A shrug, a joke, and we're on to Game 6 now, is what he does. He is just so in his bag, so unimpressed with himself, so aware of everything that he is capable of doing, and then he will just go out and do it again.
I'm a freak of nature.
To a new level. Freak of nature. There it is.
Freak.
Yeah, freak, force, either way.
Of nature. He's force of nature, freak of nature. He's all of them.
He's all the celestial bodies.
Ooh.
Yeah. I will continue to say it, and I'm going to get people, they just continue to come out and get angry, but it's another little game of evidence on my side of the ledger when I tell you Denver has never seen an unstoppable clutch athlete like this guy. We've had some joys to watch. Elway, Manning, Davis, Helton, Sakic, Forsberg, Waugh.
That's some good ones.
I have never seen a dude just consistently dominate a game. Because, Nate, look, what's covered up in all this is that thing started out like a game 2. The shooting wasn't fantastic. The whistle was getting weird. Everybody could have got frustrated, and Jokic just decided, no, we're not going. It's not going this way tonight. I'm just going to go ahead and abuse Rudy Gobert.
Last 3 games, 99 points on 40 of 66 shooting, 28 rebounds, 29 assists, with last night being the masterpiece, a 47-13 on 15 of 22 affair. We should also tack on the part where he did not have a turnover.
8. Well, that's amazing, too.
Yes.
I don't know. You were at the game.
Uh-huh.
I'm really proud of you, by the way.
I had a good time last night.
You and I have done a lot of bits where one of us usually gets into it more than the other, and usually it's me.
Mm-hmm.
You and the rally sausage were like, you were like that college kid on that European vacation. You kept showing it at different points in the game, different leagues.
I gave it different angles.
Yeah, that thing got a whole photo shoot.
I got its good side and its better side. I don't think the rally sausage has a bad side, Andy.
I thought you were going to paint it like one of your French girls. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, I still got it.
Yeah, thank God. I was like, do we know where it is the problem? Did the rally sausage hit Lodo and it's there it is?
Yeah, no worry.
All right, am I keeping it?
Still
I'll
out
keep
tonight.
it for tomorrow night.
Yes.
No. Jokic at one point, Jamal Crawford, it was pretty fun. He pointed out the 3 different MVPs. He goes, well, that's a little Magic Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's a little, he just kept naming all the different types of great games that Jokic seems to have all rolled into one.
Last night, the game that he had, here's the 2, I'll give you 2 Hall of Famers that he had the game of last night. Last night, his game was Chris Paul and Hakeem Olajuwon. All in one. All in one, okay? Oh, do you like an absolute master of ballet in the post? Well, there he is. Oh, do you like a guy that is manipulating a defense with just head fakes, just movement of the eyes in that game last night? That's what he was doing. My favorite shot of the night, there were so many. But my favorite of the night, I want to make sure I got the, it was the third quarter. It was the shot that he made right at the end of the third. It was the cherry on top of one of the great quarters of his career. The one where he's handling high left side. Reggie is up top. Alexander Walker is really bodying Reggie, and Jokic he's calling for a screen. From where I was sitting in the corner of the lower level, looking down on it, he's moving Reggie with his eyes. Reggie's not going anywhere. Okay, it's it's like when Luke is reaching for the lightsaber after he's been captured by the snow monster thing on Hoth, and it just won't go, And so finally he just, okay, I'm just going to go take care of this myself. And 2 hard dribbles went right into Rudy's chest, gets fouled, flips it up. I didn't think it was going in. From where I was sitting, it didn't look like it was going to go in. It was off target. But his touch is so smooth that it drops onto the rim, sits there for a moment, and then falls. Crowd goes ballistic the second that thing goes through the net. In fact, on that play, and we'll play the highlight coming up at 3:20, I will even tell you, I think Reggie went to the worst place he could have. He ran to the nail and brought another defender to Jokic, and Nikola was like, okay, cool, I guess I'll just do this on my own. But that's what his game was last night. It was, we won't double. So the Nuggets then hunted Rudy Gobert on switches. I repeat, they hunted the 4-time Defensive Player of the Year on switches in that game last night, and Nikola went right at him and scored. It was one of the most special plays I've ever seen a basketball player make. I feel fortunate to have been there in person, both me and the sausage.
I want to know how Rudy Gobert feels today.
Right.
He's got to be beat up because Nikola put those big shoulders into him
all night.
3 or 4. There were times though where it was man's basketball last night. I don't know how else to put
Physical
it.
game.
And you know who I love the most?
Hard game.
You know why I don't want getting lost in all of this because it's easy to? Aaron Gordon. How about Aaron Gordon and this is where I think
game.
The Nuggets are just different, where they're in true business mode. Who was it? Was it McDaniel that decided to throw down Jamal Murray after the drive?
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Gordon got into him. They started talking trash. Aaron Gordon 3 times decided he wanted to dunk over. It was getting nasty in the middle of the paint. Aaron Gordon said, give me more. At that one point, as they said on TNT, Gordon tried to end the life of Gobert on a dunk attempt. Do you need a Tums?
What is that sound in our room right now?
Does someone have a marital aid somewhere?
Something happening in this room right now.
Yeah. No, dude, it is. Yeah, it's quite distracting.
It's like somebody left
I thought it was just answer your phone, Nate. It's all right.
Somebody left a weed whacker on in here. What is going on?
All right.
All right, well.
Or it's going to self-destruct. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, listen.
Look, we're still in the new studio space, and things happen some days, and we don't know what to do about them.
Yeah, that was a phone with the loudest vibration setting ever on, the concrete.
It wasn't the sausage?
Right here.
No.
Okay. I don't think there's any of those devices in this one.
As far as we know.
It was $5 and not too many frills.
It did go through the X-ray machine last night, by the way, out at Ball Arena.
Really? They X-rayed it,
They didn't say anything about it. I had it. I slipped it into the side pocket of the backpack. You just slide the sausage right in there, Andy. And I directed it through the X-ray machine. Nobody said a word to me last night.
That's good. No comment at all. I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah,
I wish there'd have been a question of it.
It's funny. I was sitting next to one of our local newspaper guys, and he was on a pretty strict deadline. So we chatted throughout the game, but he,
not a lot of yucks.
He wasn't clowning around a lot. He's got metaphors and similes to concoct. So he was a little bit busy during the game last night. Nobody seemed to notice. It was just me and the sausage and the internet last night. That's all that was happening.
We were all entertained.
Good.
It was good.
Good.
It was good. Real quickly,
Uh-huh.
one of the texters says you can't possibly believe that Nikola Jokic is the best athlete in Denver. Yes, I can.
Oh, I can.
Three regular season MVPs, a finals MVP.
Yeah.
I know it's hard for some people to accept, and if you don't want to, that's fine.
You don't
it's
have
all
to.
an opinion.
Yeah, you don't
but
have
I'm
to.
just telling you right now, I've lived in Denver my whole life, going back to 74 for whatever it's worth. Never seen a dude like this that just, like, he literally can't be stopped. He can't be stopped.
No,
the array of shots he put up last night was just silly. Like, I feel bad for Gobert. And what are you even guarding for? What are you guessing? Like with Ant, I know you're going to probably drive and at some point try to dunk it in the hoop or go to the other side. Jokic he's doing behind the back passes. Sometimes he's getting you to run with him so he can hit a wide open teammate.
The one that he threw to AG last night, and I think it was McDaniels clobbered AG. That pass was, again, like no cheering in the press box, but
unless,
come on, man. It is Crackman and Lindahl. There are weird noises happening in our studio. We'll try and solve that riddle coming up here in just a moment. We have so much going on. We have the Avalanche and the Stars. They will play a critical Game 5 back in Dallas tonight. We'll be talking about that, but we'll take a break. And when we come back, we're doing it a little bit early today because we have extended Avalanche pregame coming up at 5 o'clock. We are bringing you highlights of the Nuggets Game 5 victory last night, 112-97 over the Minnesota Timberwolves. We will do that next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Proud title sponsor of this show. Happy to have these folks on board, Jerry and Wendy Jones. A place you need to go. Well, for this time of year, if you need a tow ball or some sort of apparatus for towing the fifth wheel, they can get you set up for that. Maybe you need some tie downs or anything else to make camping more enjoyable. They've got it over there for you to help you carry all the gear in your 4x4 or truck. Or if you just want some accessories, maybe you go off-roading when you're out camping. I know a lot of guys that do that. Need some new suspension? They got stuff like that. They can do the step rails, the bed covers, the floor mats, light bars, tow winches, anything you can think of that you want to add to your truck to make it, frankly, a lot cooler, because a lot of the light bars that Jerry's got in his own Ford Bronco, pretty cool. They can help you out with that. You need suggestions because you know you want something. Contractors, they can help you as well. They can upfit your vehicles. Whatever you may need, Colorado Off-Road has. They're great folks to visit. Again, Jerry and Wendy Jones own this fine business. It's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. You can find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
just laugh. That's all I can do. I mean, I can't be mad because he good, man. I think I said that after game 1 when we won, and in game 2, like he the MVP, he's the best player in the NBA, and he showed it the last 3 games in a row. Yeah, tonight he was special tonight. I got to give him his flowers. It was, I mean, I don't know, I don't know what we were supposed to be. Yeah, he was that guy tonight.
That was Anthony Edwards last night. Rough night for Ant. No adjustment out of Minnesota from the double that was being thrown at him. And he goes 5 of 15 from the field. Still finished with 18 points. Still had his moments, to be sure. But an inefficient 18 points and a -12 last night out of Anthony Edwards. Hey, the Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes is back. It's week 5. Tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, an autographed jersey, an autographed ball, and an Altitude Authentics gift card on the line for 4 lucky winners to be announced this Friday at 5 o'clock. The keyword for our show is sausage. That's right.
Yeah.
Text sausage and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. Keywords all day long. You can get an extra entry online at nuggets.com/playoffs. Again, text the word sausage and your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter. And again, you can get an autographed jersey, an autographed basketball, an Altitude Authentics gift card, or let's be honest, the real prize, tickets to a Nuggets playoff game. You may have gone to games 1 and 2 of this series and probably didn't have that great of a time. Last night more than made up for it in a 112-97 victory for your Denver Nuggets.
So, you know what's got me nervous? Because I'll find something.
Of course.
ESPN has gone full Jokic center today. I mean, every show on NBA Today, they were doing Jokic's top shots of the year.
Oh, yeah.
His top dimes of the year.
Oh, good.
His top freak of nature plays, which was mainly a couple dunks. And then that, I think the play you were describing where Gobert basically fouled him off. He got the shot to the chest and still got it off, and it went in.
I saw last night, I think Adam Mares tweeted it, a still shot of Jokic, like right at release point. Rudy's contest was good.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's, in fact, I want to play this audio right now before we get to the highlights. Spring, do you got the Draymond from last night? Give him a moment here. Yes. Last night on Inside the NBA, they had Vince Carter on the panel. They had Draymond Green on the panel. Draymond Green, who has faced the freak of nature that is Nikola Jokic in the postseason before. Draymond Green also famously doesn't like Rudy Gobert. Once tried to choke him. Once tried to asphyxiate him on a basketball court.
None of Rudy's teammates came to his aid.
Yes. And Draymond Green, he did have one good line in here, but he decided he wanted to go in on Rudy Gobert after the game last night.
Meantime, Dre's got his eye on the MVP going up against the Defensive Player of the Year.
Barbecue chicken. It's happening. Listen, really? This has been the matchup everybody want to see, DPOY versus the MVP. And right now, Rudy Gobert don't stand a chance. The problem he's having is he's hitting him with bodies and giving him all the footwork. And Rudy Gobert is struggling. He's bringing him out on the floor, moving Joker all around the floor.
What should he do right here,
then,
Dre? What should he do right here?
There's nothing well, first off, you can't get back down like this. Like,
what about a little hand activity?
When he's on the perimeter, that's one thing, but you getting back down, put in the rim like that.
Okay.
That can't happen. All right, come here.
Again, so this back there. Jesus. Can't out-quick you either, huh?
Listen, there's a famous story of Rudy Gobert saying, listen, stay home on Joker. He said, brother, I got 42, and don't tell them to stay home. And right now, that's what's going on.
Sounds
Rudy
like
Gobert,
a personal DPOY versus the
I gave him his credit this year.
All right.
I gave him his credit this year.
Okay.
But just like the Knicks fans, I'm a truth teller. And right now, the truth is Rudy Gobert don't stand a chance against Joker, and that's the difference in this series.
All right. Rudy Gobert is an easy punching bag after that game, right? Because our buddy Notorious OHM, Om Young Masuk of ESPN, we got to get him back on the show, Spring. He's back on the Nuggets beat.
Good. You saw him?
Yeah, they kicked McMenamin over to the Timberwolves. Yeah, let him hang out over there. That's
the way McMenamin was tweeting. Probably a good call.
It's better. Okay. So our buddy Notorious OHM was back in the media room last night, and he busted this out in the post game. He also wrote about it at ESPN.com. According to the tracking data, Nikola Jokic took 9 shots with Rudy Gobert as his primary defender last night. He made 8 of them. 8 of 9 on Rudy. So today on rewatch, I'm looking at it going, I don't know how to defend Nikola Jokic better.
He hit a 3-pointer where they were standing next to each other. There's more space between you and I than when Joker shot it over Rudy for that 3-pointer near the end.
You know, Draymond's talking about, because Jokic is coming at him both with the physicality and the footwork, and he says the words, "that can't happen." What's he supposed to do about it?
Yeah.
That in all seriousness, like, I have sympathy for Rudy Gobert, who's getting beat up today, because Minnesota, and this is where Tim Connolly deserves credit, and this series ain't over, okay? I think this Game 6 is real dangerous. Minnesota showed early on in this series the closest version to slowing Nikola Jokic that we've ever seen. And what happened was they didn't get a game on their home floor. They didn't have a good enough shooting night to be able to overcome it. They got their 2. Nikola read, reacted, adjusted, and now he's done what he's done on this 3-game win streak against Minnesota. But they had him for a minute there. They had him on the ropes.
Yeah,
and the problem is that they didn't finish, or at least they haven't finished yet. I don't believe they will. But that's as well as you can play Nikola Jokic, and he's now taken his game to yet another level.
To be fair to this, and I hate to besmirch the man that's actually defending a Nugget on national TV, but you had kind of hinted at this after Game 3, Game 4. Just like with Draymond, they gave him a couple of games of problems like Draymond and Golden State did a couple of years ago. The difference is the Nuggets are good enough that now this thing's extending out.
Yeah.
And we are going to see it'll be a 6, maybe 7-game series to where, what was that, a 4-game sweep for Golden State? 5-gamer, gentleman's sweep. Bottom line is Draymond didn't have to play this many games against Nikola, or he may have been just as exposed as Rudy's getting. Because now, not only has he figured them out, he knows exactly what to do to mess with them, which is, fine, I won't go hard at the rim unless there's a clear path. I am just going to lob everything over you and see how you enjoy that.
Maybe the one thing that, like, Gobert doesn't necessarily have in his bag is he's not a great jumper. But also I do think that, like, that benefits him sometimes. Like, he does play a little bit closer to the ground, but his arms are so damn long and he's just so huge that, like, he's still a great rim protector even though he doesn't jump out of the gym. So he's able to adjust and stay close to the ground and move really well. He's doing a good job on Nikola Jokic. The problem is that, like, that's what a good job on Nikola Jokic looks like when he decides he wants to cook you. And that's what you saw last night.
Yeah, Texter
how do you
brings
defend
up,
him better?
I'm trying to figure out what was it exactly they did that had Joker just helpless with 3 guys collapsing on him in the end. What was going on Game 1 and 2 of the series that's what was happening? Was it just because Jamal wasn't right and they didn't have to space the floor?
That was
it because nobody else was
huge part of it was Minnesota was ignoring Jamal Murray. And Jamal has played well enough over the last 3 games that's no longer an option. Last night it was the adjustment that they made in its Game 5 of a series where Jokic is cooking was we'll play him straight up. And what the Nuggets did as a result of that was they had Aaron Gordon when he was defended by Cat, setting hard ball screens, and then Jokic going right at Rudy on switches. Which seems insane, and yet he killed the guy.
Yeah.
And yet he killed the guy. So let's play highlights. Brought to you by Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale is on now. 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years. Plus bonus savings. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Opening quarter, and Nikola Jokic with his second, what I will define as rim rocker of the series.
Three-pointer McDaniels, nothing but net.
They started off hot the other night. Right now, 3 for 3 from the three-point line.
15-11, Minnesota leads this basketball game. Jokic dunks that thing home with 2 hands. Get out of my way. Denver within 2. They're down 15-13.
Yeah, Ant and Gobert did not communicate at all on that play. Rudy wanted to switch. Ant was not looking for that. Jokic just ran past everyone and thundered it. That was, Andy, that one to me, and it was early on in the game, that was an I'm out for blood moment right there out of Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. Well, there were plenty of them.
I'm here to kill you dudes tonight.
Well, and it was also, you had mentioned it, they were down a little bit. I don't think Joker was about to let this team's shooting, they felt a little tight at the beginning.
Yeah.
Did you feel that?
Yeah.
So I think that's Joker saying, fine, guys, I'll handle it tonight. And it kind of
I'm a
relaxed
freak of
everybody.
nature. And
28-26 after one quarter. Jokic, I suppose, settling in 12 points in the opening quarter of that game last night. Settling in with 12 points in 12 minutes.
In with a dozen?
Second quarter, by the way, Malone got a technical after Rudy got away with an elbow on Justin Holiday. There was a no call. Good technical by Malone. That was a good technical. Well played right there because the whistle shifted after that. Oh,
3 straight offensive
charges.
fouls after that.
Yeah, really good reading of the game by Michael Malone. We go to the 6:20 mark of the second quarter, and this is a play right here where if you had any question whether or not Aaron Gordon, like we know he can jump out of the gym, on this one, he showed off just the pure speed on this play.
Edwards guarded by Gordon. He goes to the left hand, stops on a dime, throws out of it. Towns fighting the clock in the corner. 3, Monte. Missed it right at the horn. Rebound tipped out of the hands of Gobert. Swiped out by Gordon. Dunk right-handed! Denver back in the lead by 2.
This is a crazy way these teams are fighting right now.
Yeah, so you get Monte missing a corner 3. Gobert and McDaniels battling for a weak side rebound. They can't corral it, fumble it ahead. AG tips it to himself, beats Ant to the ball, out sprints Cat, no dribble, yams it. He looked like he was shot out of a damn cannon. In the arena, Andy, I was just like, oh, he's not getting to that. And then Aaron Gordon had another gear.
Yeah, hey, look, we talked about Nikola taking his game to another level, which he did. So did Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon came right along with the big fella. You know what? Matter of fact, I'm curious what that game looks like if Aaron Gordon doesn't get the 2 quick fouls and he's out of the first quarter.
That's a good call. Yeah.
I mean, it may not have been so close if that doesn't happen.
His presence was monumental in that game last night, Aaron Gordon. Later in the second quarter, great Christian Braun game. Not even a great Christian Braun game, I think is what we will call that. Let's celebrate a little CB.
Morris has it up the left sideline. Top of the key over to Edwards. Edwards, deep 3. Short, no good. Flat-footed rebound. Gobert throws it away. KCP front court over to Jokic. In the paint, Christian. Dunk! 2 hands! Let's go! Nuggets lead it by 4. That's right, Mike Inori. You call that timeout.
That's good stuff right there. Kaz on the call last night here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets have been turning turnovers and missed shots into transition opportunities. It's one of the other things that they've massively adjusted on as this series has gone along. Last night, KCP strip on Rudy ahead to Jokic. CB fills the lane. Boom, dunk. Nuggets up by 4 and timeout by Minnesota. All right. Let's go to the third quarter here as we bring the highlights from last night's game brought to you by Window Nation. Nikola Jokic scored 16 points in that third. But we'll actually start with a Nikola Jokic assist. 7:20 to go in that third quarter. They have withstood the 11-3 run that Minnesota came out with early on in the quarter. They have answered with an 11-2 of their own. And in addition to the 40 points, don't forget the part where Nikola Jokic had 13 assists last night.
62-57. Quick jumper won't go. Jokic rebound, leaking out Murray. Dunk right-handed. Timeout, Minnesota. Game 5, people.
So Alexander Walker misses the 3. Jokic corrals left directly into right, never puts 2 hands on the ball, turns, long bomb. Jamal on a go route, got behind the DB that was Alexander Walker, catches and lays it in.
That was one of the dimes that they showed today.
Dime. Flawless. About a minute later, and Nikola Jokic goes hunting for Rudy Gobert.
Denver basketball across the way, and KCP looks in, throws it in on top over to Nikola Jokic. Gets a great pick from Aaron Gordon. That gets him down to the mid-post against Gobert. Spins him inside and out. Layup is on the way in. I mean, Gobert, good luck, bro.
Hook shot off the glass.
I mean, you can't handle that smoke. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
It's a perfect call right there by Kaz. AG put an up screen on ball. Gobert's got to then pick up Jokic on the block, on the switch. I mean, 3 hard dribbles, fakes right, fakes left, spins back right, high off the glass. Perfect footwork with the back to the basket. Remember all the big man camps that they used to host?
Yeah.
That one was like, okay, just put that in the advert. In the Tom Amansky big man camp advertisement right there.
Nicola's the new Fred McGriff, the crime dog.
You know, I'm a freak of nature. And
Yeah.
He is that. 35 seconds to go. Now in the quarter, Jokic has 13, but why not add 3 more before the quarter is up? Nikola Jokic is manipulating Reggie Jackson and everybody else with his eyes, and then just goes and kills Rudy.
You have 4 more minutes or 4 seconds to kill. Jokic layup. Got it! Foul as well! Let's go! And it's a 2-for-1.
Rudy just kind of bumped him, got into him.
That's the 4th on Gobert. Yeah, you chant that MVP. MVP. Free throw and 1 good. Denver has their big lead of the night. They're up by 14, 86-72.
Good highlight, Spring. Shot clock at 10. Jokic directing Reggie to the ball screen. And Reggie goes like right above the nail and just kind of stops, which is like the worst place he could have gone. He basically put an extra defender in Jokic's way. And so Nikola just 2 dribbles with the left into Rudy's chest. Floater, falls, boom, good. Nuggets up large going to the 4th quarter. And now we finish this thing off. 3:10 to go. Shot clock dwindling yet again. And this was the you got to be kidding bucket from Nikola Jokic last night.
3.5 minutes to go in game number 5, people. Gordon has it on the high right side. Top of the key over to Jamal Murray. You score a bucket here, and this thing is over. Murray has it on the high left side. He goes to the left hand. 4 on the shot clock. Top of the key, Jokic. Jokic, 3. Yeah! Denver leads at 106-92 in game number 5. And Scotty, this thing is over!
It's a good contest by Rudy Gobert. What's he supposed to do? Jokic put that thing through the rafters and in the bucket. Just 1 second on the shot clock, confident, little shuffle of the feet, boom, it goes.
That's the thing.
You know, I'm a freak of nature. And
that amazes me. He's never rushed.
Mm-hmm.
He's never spastic.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just, all right, well, I better shoot this.
Yep. No matter where he catches, no
I better
matter.
grab some milk before I leave the store here.
He knows clock, and he knows where everybody else is on the floor. Let's get one more bucket before this game is over. Inside 2 minutes, and actually, it was Jamal last night with the closing kick.
Second free throw for Rudy Gobert, who shoots free throws 60% on the year. No chance. Second free throw. Missed it. Here comes Aaron Gordon the other way. It's not me talking, that's Matt. Hands it off behind him over to KCP. Top of the key is Murray. Murray's got a gap in the paint, leans in, layup good.
And got fouled, no call.
Yeah, Minnesota scrambling. Jamal blows by Ant, elevates. He had 3 defenders around him and just English off the glass and good. Plus, I like that highlight because Kaz was in his bag right there. That was nice.
Yeah, he had a little heavy carry to him.
Really?
I don't know, Steve.
Kaz was rolling last night. Those are your highlights of Game 5, an all-timer, brought to you by Window Nation. Window Nation's semi-annual sale is on now. 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years. Plus, bonus savings.
Bonus?
Not Rick bonus savings, just bonus savings. Call 866-90-NATION.
What about Bo Nix savings?
Bonix savings.
It's bonus, people. Bonus savings.
If it's Bonix savings, DMAC will call 866-90-NATION right now, or he'll be visiting windownation.com, much like you should be. Nate Craigman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, Andy, there's an interesting superstition that has now taken hold inside the Nuggets locker room.
Yeah, it's a rally sausage. Come on, fellas.
Well, there's that, yes.
No, I know. I know what you're going. I know where you're going. I was trying to figure this out. I didn't get done reading this story, so I need an explanation how this happened.
Okay, so the Nuggets will be going, presumably, to a team dinner tonight at their favorite local steakhouse in Minneapolis. However, one prominent member of the team is not only, Andy, will he not be there, he's not invited.
Right, he's off the list.
And not just like not invited, it's like you can't come. And it's Aaron Gordon.
Of all people.
Of all people.
Who seems like everybody's buddy.
Yes. One of the most likable chill bros you're ever going to run across, Aaron Gordon, is not invited. So apparently what happened was last Thursday night, ahead of Game 3 on Friday, the team went out to dinner. Down 0-2. Going to the Target Center the following night, they went out to a big team dinner at their local steakhouse. Aaron Gordon did not attend. Must have had a prior engagement. I have no idea what it was, but Aaron Gordon did not attend. And the Nuggets beat the ever-living snot out of the Timberwolves the following night and then won Game 4 and came back to Denver with a 2-2 series lead. And now they are back in Minneapolis. They flew there today. And they will play Game 6 tomorrow night. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This is according to the story from Sam Amick today in The Athletic. Last night after the game, Aaron Gordon asked DeAndre Jordan, quote, DJ, y'all going to team dinner? DeAndre Jordan, the resident organizer of the players-only affair that might go down in Team Lore if Denver survives this series, wouldn't budge on his superstition stance. He said, yeah, not you, though. See you next round. Sorry, dog. We'll bring you some takeout, though. Aaron Gordon simply just had to say, I understand. And that's what's going on right here. He is exiled from the team dinner, from this night of camaraderie, because he didn't go to the first one. Superstition. You have to do it again without AG.
So here's the deal. Does this extend in the next round if they get off? And look, there's a small part of me that don't want to put the cart before the horse.
DJ says, see you next round.
I get it.
I guess it's Minneapolis.
But here would be my little point of evidence to this thing.
Okay.
I feel like the Nuggets have finally become the Nuggets that we've known for the first time all playoffs, thanks to said team dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So do you mess with that mojo at all? And I don't necessarily need Aaron Gordon left out of team festivities for what could possibly be another month. But, dude, they did not look like the Nuggets in the Lakers series. They finally look like the Nuggets. Maybe, for whatever reason, fate has chosen you, Aaron Gordon.
So Sam Amick talked to Reggie Jackson about all this. And here's the quotes from Reggie. Reggie said, this whole playoff run before Game 3, we had been so tight. We were happy that we took care of business against the Lakers, but we hadn't played our best basketball yet, and you could feel we were too tense. We came into Game 1 against Minnesota. We were like, we've got to win, but we didn't look like ourselves at all. Game 2, we got our butts beat, and we're still not being ourselves. And then he talked about that team dinner. He said, we were really just watching Game 4 between the Knicks and Indy. Few people had a glass of wine. We were just honestly chatting, and the conversation was funny, joking around. Everybody was relaxed. Everybody stopped being so tense about how we have to win or we have to be perfect in our schemes. I think we were just overthinking everything. I think it was just good for us to be around each other and finally breathe. We needed to be around each other. We knew what we had to do, and we knew we had something to accomplish, but it was time between the games to breathe and relax and talk about life. That really helped. Close quote.
You know what that sounds like to me? Translation, remember we do like each other.
Right.
You know?
This is fun.
Yeah, and the hell with the coaches and whatever we're getting yelled at. And look, I say that because I think everyone at some point goes, the hell with the boss, let's do it for us.
Yes.
Right? And I'm sure Michael Malone was pushing the right buttons and telling them what they need to hear. I'm positive Jared Bednar is begging guys tonight, put your butts in front of the net and let's take away his eyes. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. The Avs feel like a tight group. The Nuggets were a tight group. The Nuggets are no longer a tight group. Hopefully the Avs left Miko at the hotel and went to dinner too or something. I don't know.
There is pressure to repeating too,
Well,
right?
Yeah, because listen, Nate, I know. I firmly believe you've got to tell yourself you want to do this again.
I agree with that.
They know how long this is going to be. They know how many more flights and hotels. And again, to those of us on the outside, this all sounds like a grand time, including going to steak dinners on the road. But it's still, I asked Mike Sanford about this yesterday. And he'd go, yeah, we all know teams do get sick of each other. It is a workplace. There's friendships and guys that maybe you just, whatever. We're doing this together because we both happen to be here and signed by the company.
Pressure, it's a grind. Yes.
I just think they finally had to tell themselves, we want to do this again. We do want to go for we want to play basketball till late June.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it now, especially Joker. Joker looks to me like he's decided, I want that second trophy. Last night felt like I smell blood in the water. And for the first time all playoffs, I smell blood in the water, and let's just go do this thing.
Well, blood in the water. Nuggets took advantage of it. Thing is, you don't want a ball in the water.
Uh-oh.
Therefore, don't pick a guy that does that for your AltitudeSportsRadio.com
there you go.
Championship Pick'em. Brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Yes, you can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Just visit AltitudeSportsRadio.com/major to enter the contest. You pick 4 golfers, 1 from each group. And if your golfer gets the most golfers, gets the most total prize money among all entries, you are a winner. It is the Major Championship Pick'em, and it is all brought to you by our friends at the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit BMWChampionship.com for tickets. Nikola Jokic with an all-timer. We will talk to longtime Nuggets reporter Nick Kosmider coming up here on the other side. Plus, we got a schedule to fill out this afternoon. Oh, it's so exciting. We're going to find out where and when games are.
That's
all
not till 6.
Next. It is the second hour of the radio show, Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This evening, you can join us, that being Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, not me and Andy, but the dream team, Alberto, Raj, and Spring, tonight at Hofbrau in Westminster. Got a Game 5 viewing party as the Avs fight for their playoff lives in Dallas. I'll be starting it up at 5:30. Berto's got your network pregame. Raj and Spring will have awesome prizes throughout the game, all presented to you by our friends at Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. Yes, Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. We'll see you at the Hofbrau in Westminster tonight.
You bringing any of that Fortitude home there, Spring?
No, I'm drinking it there, man. Come on.
Go to Hofbrau. Yes, that's what you have to do. That's where you get the Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. You get the solid sports information out of our next guest. That is Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You require Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit RamosLaw.com. Nick Kosmider, yeah, we're schedule. Nikola Jokic last night, 40 points. A 16-point, 4-assist third quarter for the ages. You covered him basically starting with his rookie year here in Denver. You covered him up close on the daily for a long, long time. You got to know the Joker. You got to know, what makes him tick. What was making him tick in that thing last night? Because that's not the usual version of Jokic.
Yeah, you mentioned it. I've been lucky enough to have gotten to see him play. Just all of us really who have been in this market since he got here in 2015 have been lucky enough to kind of see him grow. And the thing that I've always said that most amazes me about Nikola Jokic is his ability to always find this new ceiling, right? Like, part of it with him is the consistency that he's always great. You can always count on the kind of production and leadership and all those sorts of things that you're going to get. But he is also always able to find some new lever, some new hole in the ceiling that he can get to elevate himself even more. And that last night was a perfect example of that, because you're right. Like, I don't know that he's had some amazing games, huge numbers. He's scored more. He's had games in which he's had more assists, but just the utter, the domination and just the theater of it, man. Like, I kept watching this. You're laughing at some of these shots. It was a show. It was theater. It was all of that. And to me, that was as electric and just sort of enjoyable to watch that he has ever been, which I'm well aware is saying quite a lot.
Again, because you covered the team so long, Nick. And Nate keeps saying it, and I think we thought we'd see more of it last night, but it feels like the Wolves will probably have one more punch to throw, or as a texter said, one more bite to give, if you get the joke. What do you think they could possibly do? What would be the one thing you think Finch would throw at them tomorrow night in a desperation move to try to get that Game 6?
Well, the only thing that I could think of, because we know that there's no one tactic that works against Nikola Jokic. But if I'm the Timberwolves, I would much rather, if we're going to go down, it's going to be making other people beat us. Like, make Jamal Murray, let's put him, on the spot and make him come through with a huge game. And again, Jokic is so good and has such insane court awareness that you can't, you can't do the same thing an entire game. But I would be surprised if they didn't give him some version of the treatment that Denver gave to Anthony Edwards last night, which is, collapse 2 on the ball, particularly late in the shot clock. Get guys at him. Not let him have, free reign to get to where he wants to get to on the court. To isolate some sort of mismatch, because there's nobody that can defend him one-on-one. Rudy deserves the scorn, because it wasn't just that he got scored on a lot. He didn't necessarily seem to have the requisite, fight in some situations, but my goodness, who is supposed to guard this guy one-on-one? Nobody can. And so if I'm Minnesota, I just try to eliminate as many of those situations as I can. But again, you're playing with a guy who will always do the right thing. And again, when he's motivated, when he's saying, like John Hollinger put out last night, he kind of, you took the lead back there early in the third quarter, and I'm just going to go into God mode. And that's sort of what Nikola Jokic has been doing ever since the end of Game 2. And when he smells blood, man, it's a sight to behold.
Nick Kosmider of theathletic.com. Nick, when you cover a team, you talk to the head coach a lot, and so you spent a lot of time with Michael Malone over those years. Malone had another brilliant night last night. I thought he had an excellently timed technical that he got himself in the second quarter last night, and he's made the adjustment that he's been closing games with Christian Brown over Michael Porter Jr. MPJ had the bad late turnover. He went back to CB. In addition to just schematically what he's been doing, doubling Anthony Edwards last night and getting the win in Game 5. It's, probably not going to work as well in Game 6, but he timed it quite well. As you have watched Michael Malone evolve, and certainly his team has gotten better, but in what ways when you watch him now is he also better?
Yeah, I just think that it's sort of the measured sort of the picking his spots kind of deal that you talked about. Like, I think he's realized more as time's gone on that you can't be all hammer all the time. So I just kind of from my own now outside observation, it seems like he's picked his spots there. A little bit more. You still talk to people around there who, have seen some of that. But I think part of it, too, is just, again, the Nuggets are fortunate to have a continuity that in this day and age in sports is so rare. Like, these guys have all been together for closing in on a decade now. Like, you don't get that luxury in pro sports. And I think you continue to evolve these relationships. Now, it's also a testament that you survive some of the turmoil, some of the, God, I'm probably just sick of hearing this guy all the time. Like, to be able to manage that and get through those kind of things, like him just sort of the way that he set the tone after game 2. And look, that whole motivate, this is what they're saying about you, like that nobody thinks you can do it. Like, that has a place in time. You can't play that card every time. And I think that he's done a good job of that. And then to your point, Nate, yeah, the schematics, it's not so much like what you do, but it's sort of how you unfold it. It's hard to introduce something new in Game 5 of a playoff series against a team that is in your division that you know so well, that has so much carryover from previous characters in your own organization. There's not a lot of secrets between these two teams, and yet it seemed last night like what they did caught Anthony Edwards off guard early in the game, and he never quite found it after that. And so, again, I just think that a lot of those things have all kind of come together where it's this constant evolution for him. And again, you're always going to be made to look a heck of a lot better when you have the best player in the world that's leading the charge.
I promise a Bronco question before we hang up, but how about this? I'm going to give you the real Sophie's choice.
I'm good with it.
Better combo, Jamal and Jokic or Jokic and Gordon?
Oh, man. Yeah, I think it's impossible. And I think now you have to look at those guys as a triumvirate, especially with the way that Aaron Gordon fits into the two-man game and being kind of the third leg of that. It's all now part of a cohesive deal. And when I think going into this series, they knew that if Aaron Gordon could hit a couple shots, it wasn't that he was going to be a high-volume three-point shooter or anything like that, but if he was going to hit enough to just spread you out enough, Jokic was going to be able to fillet everything else inside. And so he's just, man, the guy is just an absolute beast, the ultimate Swiss Army knife, the ultimate fill-in-the-blank guy who, to put everything aside and play the way that he is, man, it's just it's a sight to behold. He was excellent last night. He's been excellent, really for the majority of this series. And I couldn't pick that, but I think that's the part of it now. Is it truly is a big three with the three of those guys.
Just real quickly, thoughts on rookie camp. Nate and I really haven't touched on it because, again, Nick, it's rookie camp and not even, although I understand they did have a pretty good amount of bodies out there with all the tryouts. What did you glean from your first look at the soon hopeful to be Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, to your point, I would agree that you shouldn't be going to an incident like that where you're watching them, in shorts for 2 hours, largely doing individual drills, mixing in a little bit of team, obviously non-contact team stuff. You can't come away with that with any sort of, huge conclusions. That would just be disingenuous. But look, I mean, I think this guy, Bo Nix, is going to approach this. I don't think he's going to be, shaken by anything that's coming his way. I think that was one thing that kind of stood out is just, just sort of the general, I guess, comfort he had in what they were doing. Again, they were quick and pretty efficient in terms of what you've seen from a rookie camp. They seem to get quite a lot of the work in. The most entertaining part of rookie minicamp as an observer was the new kickoff rule that I wrote about yesterday or the day before, is that this thing is a completely different play. And when you see it kind of up close and from behind the play and watch how teams are going to try to create these holes, it's almost going to be like a stretch run in the backfield, right? Like, because the lines are so close, like that's where you're going to be as a returner, because you're going to get that ball. If it lands in the front of the landing zone, you're only going to be about, maybe 10 yards at most behind your blockers when you first pick up that ball sometimes. So you're basically in a deep shotgun, a pistol formation, and now it's turned into a running play. And so I'm really fascinated about what that can entail in terms of, the kind of schematic stuff that you do to make the most of it. And if returns get so frequent that guys are breaking big stuff, will teams just kick the ball in the end zone and say, hey, it sucks that they now get our touchbacks on the 30 instead of the 25, but that sure as heck beats like giving up, touchdown returns. Peyton afterwards said, I think we can see double-digit touchdown returns in the league this year. And having just watched this one drill of it, you're like, oh, you can absolutely see how that's the case. So I'm intrigued. I know, Nate, you love yourself some special teams.
Yep.
You love that you're going to get a punter battle. Forget a kicker battle. We get a punter battle now in training camp after the Broncos acquired Trenton Gill from the Bears, who was able to be released because they drafted a punter in the 4th round. We got that going on, man. So good times ahead between a kickoff rule, between a punting competition. Special teams is where it's going to be at for Broncos camp this year.
Riley Dixon v. Trenton Gill. I'll be front row for that sucker. By the way, Nick Kosmider, he's at Nick Kosmider on Twitter. I assure you, he's the only person in America today that tweeted out a statistical comparison of Riley Dixon and Trenton Gill, but that's the kind of deep dives that our dude is going to bring you. Plus, make sure you follow him because he'll, I'm sure, retweet the schedule when it comes out this afternoon. Nick, good stuff, buddy. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, Nick Kosmider covering the schedule release coming up tonight. Game number 6 tomorrow night in Minnesota. Where are the Timberwolves' heads at after having dropped 3 consecutive games? We'll talk to Jim Peterson, television color analyst for the Timberwolves on Bally Sports North. He's like the Scott Hastings of Minnesota. We'll be talking to him next about just where is Minnesota at. I'm intrigued for this conversation. That's next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Have you been dealing with erectile dysfunction? Let's just get right to the point. If this is something that you deal with, it can affect you in many ways, not only in the bedroom, but mentally. It can lead to depression, can cause you to pull away from your relationships, if not have problems and breakups or divorces altogether. Don't let it get to this point when there's help waiting for you at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that work when pills or herbals fail. And the clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the dose doesn't work in the office, then your visit is, of course, free. You can trust their expert staff, and you could be having sex the next day after your appointment. Get some more excitement back in date night. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're real easy to reach. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You know, he's his IQ is off the charts. You know, he probably belongs to Mensa. He probably doesn't even know what Mensa is, but he is. I'll quiz guys throughout the series about play calls, about personnel tendencies, about game plan, and you know, Nikola, he's ahead of everybody. He just knows everything. And it's the same thing with defensive. Like, you know, Rudy Gobert is a 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, Hall of Famer. But Nikola, he plays you, he reads you, and he knows how to counter almost everything that you can throw at him from an individual standpoint, from a game plan standpoint.
40 points last night, 13 assists, 7 rebounds, plus 21. He did not have a turnover. He is a genius. Joining us right now to talk about this series from the Minnesota side of things, and I'm very interested to hear his insights. Jim Peterson, TV color analyst, Bally Sports North, calling Timberwolves games all season long. Jim, thank you for joining us here on a Wednesday afternoon in Denver. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I just got back from Denver this afternoon and licking our wounds after 3 in a row. And having to deal with, I mean, you know, obviously we've seen Joker play for a long time against Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, I've been the analyst. I'm like Scott Hastings. I've been with the Wolves for 26 years, and I played 8 years in the NBA. I was drafted with Akeem Olajuwon. So I've seen a few things. You know, I played against Abdul-Jabbar. I played against Moses Malone. I played with the Dream. I've played against some of the greatest players in the league, you know, Robert Parrish. I played in the golden age of the NBA, really. And then since I've been an analyst, I mean, I started in '98. So, you know, I've seen Shaq and I've seen Tim Duncan. Kevin Garnett's entire career right up close. I mean, yeah, but I'm just saying from the center position, I kind of wish, you know, it's so hard. Everybody compares players to Michael Jordan. I know that LeBron and Michael is just the biggest, you know, debate, and where does Kobe Bryant fit in the pantheon of, you know, great, you know, backcourt players and basketball players of all time. But, you know, I just had this conversation with one of our coaches as we got off the plane and we're going to our cars. And, you know, I feel like Joker has been, you know, we've had some great matchups. I think Denver probably is our best rivalry. There's not a lot of natural rivalries anymore in the league. But I feel like for us anyway, I think maybe Denver fans would say the Lakers are probably their biggest rival. But I think we're division rivals. We played each other a bunch. Game 82, you know, last year in the playoffs, this year as well. All the matchups between Towns and Joker. I just think that Nikola Jokic is the most dominant center for me, even more dominant than Shaq. Because Joker's unguardable, and the way that he can pick you apart in so many different ways, you can't double him, then you have to double him. It's just a quandary because he's like, as Michael Malone was just saying, you know, he's just like this supercomputer that can solve any problem. And I just think Tim Connolly did a great job. I think Aaron Gordon, because I think he's the perfect player to play alongside Joker. I mean, maybe if he could shoot a little better, he shot it great in this series, but I just have to say, you know, the last 3 games what we've seen from Nikola Jokic, and I've watched him play his entire career, is some of the best basketball. I don't know how Denver fans would look at what he's done especially the last 2 games. What he's done has been simply amazing.
Hey, Jim, look, he's been as clutch as any athlete this town has ever seen. Quite honestly, I've lived here my whole life. I saw all of Elway's career, and I don't think Elway was as clutch as this guy is, because every time you need him, he shows up and seems to give it to you. What do you think the mental state of that team is right now? We can hear a little of just the frustration, I guess, in your voice, because Nate and I had said this earlier. Rudy's getting killed by everybody nationally. I don't know what more you want Rudy to do. He was in the area. His hands were out. His hands were in his face sometimes. It just is what it is. How frustrated do you think the team is right now?
Well, I mean, you know, I was saying this because, you know, I'm like Scott Hastings right now. I'm doing radio with our radio guy. You know, Scott's joining on the radio as well. So, you know, so I'm actively watching the game and analyzing the game. And and I'm telling our radio play-by-play guy, Alan Horton, I'm saying, Rudy's played 50 games against Joker. And Towns has too. I mean, Utah and Minnesota are division rivals, so you see them four times a season every year. And so I'm thinking that Rudy's no dummy. I mean, he's 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. He's played. You've got the book on a guy, and so he's played him so many times. He knows how to play against Joker. And he's been the primary defender, and he's been the spy. He's been a lot of times, in Utah, they would put, someone else. Derek Favors, they'd put Derek Favors on Joker, and Rudy would be in the spy role, coming from the weak side and playing cat and mouse. And we do that with Townsend, with Naz Reid and Kyle Anderson. But there's just, there's no solving some players. I think, this is why I say, yes, Shaquille O'Neal is the most physically dominant center from if you're talking about dunking on somebody, but if you're talking about being an impossible player to guard because Joker can score, it doesn't matter which side of the glass he's on. It doesn't matter how far away he is. It doesn't matter which hand he uses. He's like the perfect post basketball player. He can shoot it from the perimeter. He's got floater game. The way he dumps it off to the ballet that those two play, that Aaron Gordon and Joker play, is such a beautiful thing to watch. If it didn't frustrate me so much because we're trying to beat Denver, I would appreciate it. I would love it a lot more. But what they do, and then what he has between he and Jamal Murray, I just hope I really feel like I got a good feel for the Denver fan base. Because I know how Katie and Scott feel and Chris Marlowe. I talk to them a lot, and I know how they feel. I think the Denver fan base really appreciate what Joker and Jamal and Aaron are doing on the floor.
Talking to the former Houston Rockets, Sacramento King, Golden State Warrior, and former Minnesota Lynx assistant coach Jim Peterson, radio color analyst, but generally the television color analyst, Bally Sports North there for Minnesota. Last night it was the doubling of Anthony Edwards and keeping him out of rhythm. Malone was able to use that to quite good results last night, Jim, against the Minnesota Timberwolves. We figure there is a counterpunch coming from Chris Finch and Mike Nori, Game 6 back in Minnesota. It gets tougher at this point of a series, but in your mind, what do they possibly still have left in their bag?
Well, I was saying this to Alan last night during the game, too. It might have been one of the best jobs. I mean, I have to go back and look at and trying to talk to some of the coaches to see if they could think of a better job that someone's done. Phoenix really frustrated Ant this year in the 3 games he played against the Suns. They really loaded up on him and got into the gaps, and they made it really difficult for Anthony to be able to drive seams. But I really think that Denver really committed to attacking him, and right away when he came any kind of pick and roll or handoff or dribble penetration, they committed 2 to the ball, and they really committed. Christian Brown did a good job, and KCP, whoever came to double, Jamal did a good job. Like they brought a lot of aggression. They brought max aggression against Ant, and Anthony did a good job of getting off of it too. Like he got rid of the basketball. His teammates need to step up. Jaden McDaniels, they just need to play better. It's really difficult to play against a good defensive team because the Denver Nuggets are a much better defensive team than people give them credit for. I mean, they're top 10 offense and defense. So, they just and Joker did a good job of containing too. Like he did a great job of hedging and containing and corralling Anthony Edwards too. So, it would really help if we could get some stops and get out in transition once in a while. But the stops have been hard to come by in these last 3 games.
Jim Peterson, man, we appreciate the insights. Thank you so much for giving us a few minutes here this afternoon. Enjoy Game 6 tomorrow. And hey, anytime you want to name drop Scott Hastings and Chris Marlowe and Katie Wingy on this show, we're always down for it. So thanks, buddy.
Well, hopefully we get to see you guys back in Denver for one more game.
I mean, no offense, Jim, but hopefully not.
Yeah,
but
Jim,
that's
we're
okay. Good. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, take care, guys.
All right, Jim Peterson with us right there on the show. But
listen,
by the way, and I always look these guys up on Basketball Reference. You know his nicknames? Well, one of his nicknames is Pete, which fine. His other nickname?
Hold on. Jim Peterson?
Jim
Okay.
Peterson. So his
All
nickname's Pete.
Come on.
All right.
Come on. We got to try harder than Pete.
You know his other nickname?
Jimmy.
The Ivory Tower.
Jimmy.
The Ivory Tower.
How tall is he?
He's Hastings size. He's huge. He's huge.
Okay. We ought to bug Scotty and see if Scotty thinks he could take him.
The
They
Ivory
must have
Tower.
played each other,
Oh, they
right?
did. Absolutely. This dude was in the league from 84 to 92. That's we affectionately call that the Hastings era of the NBA. Yeah, these guys would have played together. Or against each other. I don't think they were ever teammates.
Listen, we had a texter write in and say, John was like, dude, just answer the question. When he was, I just asked if they were frustrated. I would say this: his tone of voice tells you all you need to know. If the analyst is frustrated watching them try to defend this thing,
guys,
I think the players feel.
We didn't even ask him a question. He just went into a soliloquy about Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. Yes.
About how good Jokic is. He dropped Abdul-Jabbar, Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal. He was just ripping off names of big men and being like he's better than any of these guys.
Because, again, I think as an analyst...
He was an NBA big man.
He's sitting there. He's sitting there trying to provide answers on the radio for what I would do as a coach or player against this guy.
Yeah.
And if Nikola's hitting his shots, there's just nothing you can do. He's 7 feet tall. He sees your double team coming. He sees where all his teammates are on the floor. And he figured out, in my mind, his adjustment has been, instead of leaning into you for the shot, I am now taking fadeaways. And when I fade back, Rudy can't get, or Cat can't get the ball.
It was a great interview.
Do you know who's been the biggest pest against him, by the way?
Against Jokic?
Yes.
In this
Anderson.
series?
Stupid Kyle Anderson keeps knocking the ball away from him.
Yeah.
He's had more knockaways from Nikola than anybody else.
Probably.
Now,
and Kyle Anderson. Oof.
I know, dude. Oof. Well, but Nate, isn't this some of the Wolves after their first 2 games came back down to earth and returned to the mean, did they not?
Andy, you asked Jim Peterson the question, how are the Timberwolves doing right now? And his answer was in so many words, dude, I don't know. Jokic rules.
Yeah, we're frustrated.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What like Tim Connolly, our dude, okay? Who built this thing in Denver and in Minnesota. All right? So he went to work in Minnesota with intimate knowledge of how the motherboard works here. He can't do anything about it, okay? He can't. They had a minute. They had a minute in this series. They had 2 games. They jumped up 2 games to none, which, you could out-scheme and bother Denver with the size for 2 games, and you can grab 2 games in Denver. You're going back to Minnesota. Andy, you can't do any better than that. And now here they are. And they're stuck. They're stuck. Jokic has solved it. It's the clip from Michael Malone coming into this segment. Jokic has solved it. He knows where everybody is. He knows where everything is coming. Now, look, could the Nuggets still lose tomorrow night in Game 6 in Minnesota? Of course they could. The 3-point line is very much a thing. Right. All right?
Well, and they heated up from it a little bit last night.
This series is not over. I think the Timberwolves have got another punch in them, okay? All that belief stuff and everything else that they were spouting last night on TNT. This Timberwolves team is really good. And the Nuggets are doing this to them right now where they've got everybody looking at each other going, what the hell are we supposed to do?
Listen, I told you, here would be my one concern because I'm always I'm the worrier.
Mm-hmm.
ESPN is giving the Nuggets the treatment that the Wolves got a week ago after Game 2, where all today has been is the Nuggets are incredible. They're practically advancing them to the next round. Stephen A. Smith went on a long diatribe about how he's a man and he'll admit when he's wrong, which he already admitted yesterday he was wrong, or Monday.
Is he 40?
No, he didn't give us the 40 thing.
Dang.
But look, he went so far as to say to Kendrick Perkins on First Take,
I'm a man. I'm 40.
that the Wolves have forced him The Wolves made him make the worst hot take of his career, backing them up 2-0. Okay? So I told you, NBA Today was all locked in on the greatness of Jokic. Like, that game was so good. None of the haters can even say too much today. Now, I don't believe the Nuggets will let it get to their head, but as good as the national media had the Wolves feeling, because we talked about it, everybody's coming after Rudy Gobert today. Everybody's calling you the fake defensive player of the year. It could motivate the young pups. It could.
In all seriousness, all right, the things that were said after game 2, people weren't wrong.
No, they weren't.
The Timberwolves smothered the Nuggets in game 2.
They embarrassed them. Call it what it was. They embarrassed them.
Yes. And
everybody lost their minds at the ref. They weren't worried about playing basketball.
Like, you watch that game and you're like, oh, they found an answer for Denver. They did. The problem is that answers against Nikola Jokic all have a short lifespan.
Well, and to be fair, the kind of defense, I'm impressed that Walker Alexander and McDaniels still play.
Alexander Walker, too.
Whatever. I'm impressed that they still play defense the way that they do.
They do.
Because
they're good
I'm
players.
Surprised they're not worn out
They're
yet.
really good
but
players.
You know what the problem is? They're 3-ball suffering. Your legs get tired trying to do that.
Alexander Walker had a good shooting game last night, but
the guys that are hot in the beginning of the game rarely are still hot towards the end.
Also,
Cat's one of them.
No, Mike Conley is a killer for their offense.
I almost wanted to ask him about that, but he seemed kind of down in the dumps. I mean, look, I'm not sure Cat was limping off the court last night.
He banged knees. I think it was with KCP last night.
KCP lost his footing completely and went into that leg.
Yeah.
It looked bad.
Mm-hmm.
Frankly, I was a little surprised Cat stayed in there.
Yeah. And I didn't think he even played that poorly last night.
No, he came out, but again,
it just doesn't matter.
If he's a little hampered and Conley's an Achilles thing. Conley's got to be smart about that. I know you don't want to get eliminated.
Yeah.
But your Achilles starts bothering you. We saw that one for Kevin Durant a couple years ago.
Uh-huh.
Who was he with? Was that Golden State where he came out? Was that his final act with Golden State?
Yeah, it was that last series. Mm-hmm.
So I'm not
when
positive.
They lost to Toronto.
Even if Conley can go tomorrow, do you get a full game?
All right. Nikola Jokic last night, 40 points, 13 assists. 7 rebounds, no turnovers. Another game for the ages for Nikola Jokic. But did you realize, Andy, he did something last night he's literally never done before? I will tell you what that is next. Coming up 5 o'clock, we'll drop a little Avalanche extended pregame on your radio faces here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Spring, Raj, and Birdo going to be up at Hofbrau in Westminster for a Game 5 viewing party tonight. Avs fighting for their playoff lives against the Dallas Stars. Raj and Springer will have awesome prizes throughout the game, plus they'll have the post-game show. They will be between the pipes. Birdo's got your network pregame starting at 5:30. It's all presented by Templeton Fortitude Bourbon. We will see you at the Hofbrau in Westminster tonight. Andy, I told you, Nikola Jokic did something last night that he had never done before. Do you know
I'm a freak of nature. And
what it is?
The only thing I could think of, someone texted in and said he dunked twice, but what do you have?
Yeah, he's dunked twice before.
I think you're right.
Yes. Nikola Jokic scored 40 in a playoff game and won.
Really? Okay, there we go.
He was 0-4 all-time in his career in playoff games when he scored 40 or more points. Last night, Game 5 against Minnesota, he went for exactly 40, and the Nuggets got the victory 112-97 last night. The other occasions that this happened, 3 of them were last year, Andy. Game 4 at Minnesota, he scored 43. They lost in OT, had to come back here to Denver and win Game 5. Anthony Edwards got mad, threw a chair. Last year, this would have been was it Game 3 or Game 4? It was one of the games down in Phoenix. He went for 53. They lost 129-124. That was the Devin Booker portion of the playoffs. Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. They had a memorable cameo for a moment, and then it all went away. And then Game 2 against Miami. Jokic scored 41 last year in the finals. They lost 111-108.
What was the Phoenix total?
53.
53.
Yeah, 53.
I just remember because he was just incredible. He was hitting everything. You know what? It might have been a little akin to last night. The problem was he was not just toying with, like last night he was flat out toying with people on his way to 40.
Yep.
And yet he was still finding other people too.
Yeah, last night 68% from the field. Almost nice. He's all of his 40-plus point games, though, he was well over 50% from the field. I also wanted to put one other thing into historical context here from last night. So I look this up, Andy. Dudes, because Jokic last night had 13 assists, no turnovers to go with the 40 points. Dudes that have had at least 10 assists and no turnovers in a playoff game, that has happened 30 times in NBA history. And then I got the StatHead subscription. I love playing around with this thing. So then I just tacked in, okay, at least 30 points, 10 assists, no turnovers. That has been done 5 times in NBA history in a playoff game. Do you want to take any swings on the 5 to have done it? Obviously, 4 other dudes besides Jokic.
Michael?
Michael never did it.
Turnovers get him?
Yes, I'm assuming so. Plus, he just loved to shoot.
Kareem?
No, actually, and here's a quick caveat. They only started tracking turnovers in the early 80s, so Kareem is not on this list.
Shaq?
Shaq definitely never did it. The assist would have been the problem there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess Shaq never assisted. Did he ever assist anybody?
he was a good passing big.
Once he got the ball deep, man.
Yeah, you know.
He was just going to maul you.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give them to me.
Okay, 3 of them legendary point guards. Chris Paul, Kevin Johnson, Baron Davis.
Baron Davis?
Yeah.
I would have guessed him in a million years.
I know. Deep pull on Baron Davis. He had such a good beard, too. And the other one, Larry Bird.
Of course.
Yes.
Larry.
May 21st of 87 against Detroit. Larry Bird had a 31-point, 12 assist, no turnover affair. Again, that was against the Bad Boys right there back in the 80s. But so Nikola Jokic is like doing a thing there that, you know, is mostly done by point guards. I mean, I said earlier in the game, last night his game was 50% Chris Paul and it was 50% Hakeem Olajuwon. That was what he gave you last night, and it's all Nikola Jokic.
Well, it is. Look, this guy everyone's finally starting to realize he's one of one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think we'll be saying he's one of one about Victor Wembanyama one day, but I don't think he and Nikola are going to end up being the same type of player.
Right.
I think they'll have very different aspects to their game. So all we can do is enjoy this, man. All we can do is enjoy this. What? You think it was just the dinner that chilled him out? Because I'm with you. People get mad at us all the time. And look, the modern media is this way, okay? We've gone from the national media saying the Nuggets are cooked and we all can't wait to celebrate Ant and all this stuff to now everybody's on the Nuggets train and Gobert sucks and whatever. Everything feels extreme in the media a lot of times because everyone's looking for a hot take. But when you had said last week, he doesn't look engaged, I didn't disagree with you one word.
Yeah.
He did not look himself. I really am curious. I don't know. I've been thinking about this. Was it the video possibly to show everybody still loves him? Everyone's still proud of him. Was it the fact his teammates showed up? Was it the Shaq interview? What happened in those 3 days, aside from a few yucks with the boys, that got him? Because he's back to, I'm doing this dang thing. I'm not letting us lose. He's been that way since Game 3. And quite honestly, I don't know how often I really felt that in the Lakers series. And you had said from the piece in The Athletic, Reggie Jackson had talked about, we had not played well during this playoff run yet.
Yeah, they were tight. There's no doubt about it. And I think
they
largely,
were bored with the Lakers, let's be honest.
I think this team takes a lot of cues from Nikola Jokic. I do think the Joker was tired down the stretch in the regular season. And this team did limp into the playoffs a little bit. They did.
Absolutely. That loss to San Antonio was stupid.
The nature of NBA basketball, all right? Yes, there's the 70 win Lakers and the 72 win Bulls and the 73 win Warriors. There are those teams, sure. All right? But for the most part, basketball is a bit of it's a roller coaster, and you've got to ride waves. It's the reason why NBA teams play tough games against garbage sometimes. You'll have a Tuesday night where the Detroit Pistons smack you in the mouth. You might still win the game, but you had to battle and you had to fight and you had to be able to get it. It's just tough that way. The Nuggets, I've said this over and over again. They put the hammer down right after the All-Star break. They went on that huge run, and a year ago at that time, they went on a little run. They beat the Memphis Grizzlies. Ja Morant had his big night out in Glendale, and it was over. And they got to coast, and they got to get themselves in a really good place for the start of the playoffs. That's not where this team was. They made a run for the 1 seed. They blew that game down in San Antonio. I think there was a ton of frustration attached to that, and I think this team honestly was mentally exhausted when they started the playoffs. They beat the snot out of the Lakers because they're just flat out better than the Lakers. But that's really sort of what was happening down the stretch of the regular season. They were winning games. They weren't really playing great. They were just better than their opponent. The problem was they started a series against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and again, call me a traitor to the cause all you want. I won't stop saying it. This Timberwolves team is awesome. This is a really freaking good team. They are built to beat Denver. They did. They gave this team all kinds of problems. And the Nuggets, I think, had to settle into the series. They had to adjust to the physicality of this series, and they had to get themselves up for this thing. This Timberwolves team is better than any team they played in the playoffs last year.
By the way, how happy do you think? Well, we had said that coming in. You and I said 2 weeks ago this would be their hardest challenge they faced in this playoff run, period. Yep. How happy do you think the NBA was that they finally handed out an NBA trophy to an NBA player playing an NBA playoff game and then actually went off for an MVP-type performance?
It was so cool to see that last night. Jokic getting the MVP and his players mobbing him. I clocked it, too. The Timberwolves were all just staring right at him. When he got that thing, it was right before the start of the anthem, but it was a great moment last night.
I saw a tweet that made me laugh out loud. Someone said, Jokic looks like a guy receiving his Employee of the Month award for the 5th time. Because he just had that smile. But look, in fairness, it's go time. It's not Chuckles at that time.
I have a game to play.
Some basketball.
Right.
I got souls to steal.
I have to take care of this TV engagement here for a moment, but I really just want to go play the damn basketball game.
Yes.
That's kind of what was going on. The Avalanche, they got a big hockey game that they have to play this evening, and we are previewing that game coming up. But first, we are here to tell you that you can win a pair of tickets to all 4 days. That's right, 4 out of 4 of the BMW Championship in August by entering the Major Championship Pick'em. Just visit altitudesportsradio.com/major to enter the contest. You pick 4 golfers, 1 from every group, and if your golfers total the most prize money among all entries, you are the winner. It's the Major Championship Pick'em, and it's brought to you by the 2024 BMW Championship at Castle Pines, August 20th through the 25th. Visit bmwchampionship.com for tickets.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for the good people over at Colorado Off-Road. Those people mainly are Jerry and Wendy Jones. If you're looking for anything for your truck or 4x4, Colorado Off-Road is the spot. If you got camping season on your mind and maybe you need a towing apparatus or a tow ball to help get the old trailer, the 5th wheel, up and down the mountain, they've got it over at Colorado Off-Road. You need some tie-downs maybe for the camping equipment just to fit in the back of the truck. They've got that as well. Step rails, bed covers, tow winches, light bars, suspension, anything you could want, the lift kits, anything you could want for a truck or 4x4, they've got it over at Colorado Off-Road. Again, been working with these people since 2019. So when I tell you that they do good service and they've had a lot of my friends satisfied with what they've got there, I mean it. Find them 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on South Prince Street, right behind ACC, or on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yes, hour number 3 of the show. It is the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Craigman and Lindahl. Special Avalanche pregame edition. As we are getting you all set for Game 5, Avalanche and Stars at American Airlines Center there in Dallas, Texas. The Avalanche, Andy, down 3-1. This team is limping into this game a little bit. They have lost 3 consecutive games. They are without the services of their best goal scorer in the playoffs, Val Nichushkin, as has been well documented. They're playing a Stars team that has imposed their will stylistically on the Avalanche here over these last 3 games. This is a dig deep and see what you got left kind of night for the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, I hope so. Listen, they fall down in these situations. The results aren't always desirable. Hopefully tonight's the night. Hopefully tonight is the night.
Yep.
This has been a very weird year. I will say this for Colorado. The never say die part of it. This team it's been very streaky. It feels like the last couple months. When they lose, they tend to lose a couple 3, if not, maybe 4. It feels like the last month of the season was a little bit nightmarish. But when they win, they seem to go on these amazing runs where they look like they are unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
So just win tonight, get back home, and let's just see where the chips fall. But it's got to start with them. They've got to get bodies in front of the net, ready to rebound, and they've got to somehow get I don't think the dump and chase is going to work for them. It's not worked to this point. They somehow got to find their offense again.
Well, Jared Bednar was asked specifically about trying to dump and chase against this trap that Dallas is running. He was on this morning with Moshe Lombardi and Kane, and this is what Bedsy had to say about his team trying to win that way.
Well, I'll give you a little stat. Our dump-in rate is the 4th highest out of 8 teams that are playing in the second round, and our recovery rate is the 2nd highest. That adjustment was made, in game 2. Our dump-in rate is way up from what it was during regular season, simply because they're not giving us anything on the roster. They're going to put 3 guys above it all the time. We still have, equal amount of entries as Dallas in this series. The problem is it's getting dangerous after that. Getting into the zone with possession, Dallas has been shutting us down. So we've had a little bit more success dumping the puck in and retrieving it, but then spending time in the O-zone. It's not even spending time in the O-zone. I think last game we were at over 6 minutes again. Dallas averaged under 5 minutes, right around the 5-minute mark all season long. We're hitting 6 in every playoff game of O-zone play time. It's getting dangerous during that 6 minutes.
Yeah, here's the problem. In games 3 and 4, you scored a goal. You scored a goal each.
Right.
You scored a goal each. And in game 2, you had a miraculous period where you put 3 on them. You had none going into that final period. I know the numbers will tell you that, and I guess that I'll trust you, Coach. But I'm just telling you, 1 goal each. Somehow, I just want them to find a way to, and again, Val was involved in game 1.
Yeah.
They seem to be smothering the Stars in their own offensive zone in game 1 when they made that comeback. I don't know what happened to that team.
Well, a little bit of good news. Rope Hintz will not play tonight for the Dallas Stars. He is out with injury. Chris Tanev got banged up in Game 4. However, he participated in morning skate today. He is expected to play. The good news for the Avalanche, Devon Toews does return to the lineup this evening. He was sorely missed back in that Game 4 blowout loss, which... It's, again, like the Nichushkin thing sucked up so much oxygen because how could it not? But, Andy, there was very real repercussions to not having Devon Toews out on the ice. Getting the puck up into the Dallas zone. They struggled without Toews' skill level. Plus, Caleb Jones, we're all fans. He was not prepared to play playoff hockey last minute the way that he had to jump in there and really did struggle. So Devon Toews being back is going to be absolutely massive. We don't know how close to 100% or what he's dealing with right now, but we hope he's going to be okay.
Yeah, but you know what I hope they do? I hope they take a page from the Nuggets playbook and chill out. Relax. Because guess what? It's 3-1. I'm not expecting them to win this series. I'm not expecting you to force a Game 7. I have just seen you in this situation too many times in this round not be able to pull it out. So you got nobody to prove anything to, really.
It's nothing to lose time.
Just go ahead and let it fly.
Yeah.
Get in front of the net, take some good shots, and I guess we see where this all ends up. So,
yep.
Georgie's been seeing the puck.
He's played well.
He's played well in this series for the most part, despite what the goal numbers would tell you. Again, don't get sloppy. You got to be a little bit careful of letting them have those breakaways that are just killing you with backside shooters. But you got nothing to lose because guess what? If you lose this one, nobody probably really thought you're going to win it anyway.
Go out and have a little energy tonight. They were outshot 16-2 in the first period against Dallas on their own ice in Game 4. So make sure that that's not the case tonight. Jared Bednar did talk about the Valerian Nichushkin situation this morning here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And, the fellas, as they have to, that's where they started the conversation. And this is what Jared Bednar had to say.
Yeah, great guy, awesome teammate. Obviously, he's fighting some demons here, and on the personal side of it, we all wish him the best. And again, I said it the other night, hope that he can just find some peace and get some help. And we want what's best for him and his family. And it's just a tough situation, it's never easy. So my heart goes out to Val. And his family, and I'm hoping that they can kind of work their way through this, and he can get the help he needs and get happy in his life. And on the team side of it, it's tough. 2 years in a row, right? Most important time of the year, one of your best players is leaving the team, and we have no control over it. So. We talk all the time about me being mentally tough and resilient and trying to control what we can control because, injuries, absences, things just away from the game that have no impact on how we can play as a group of 20 on a game like tonight. We have to focus on that in our process to have success and make the adjustments that we need to make and play the way we need to play to go try and get a result here tonight. So I think the guys are in a pretty good spot. I felt that the other night going into the game, and obviously that wasn't the game we wanted to play. We just looked frozen out there, but I think we've got our best yet to show in this series because we've had some lapses in our game throughout this series. We played some really good hockey during this series, but it hasn't been for a full 60 minutes, and trying to find a lead and playing Dallas with a lead would be helpful.
Coach, that's a long cut right there. And as you listen to that, you probably thought to yourself, wow, Bednar's kind of all over the place on this. But also, as I listened to it, I have a lot of compassion for what he's dealing with in trying to lead this group and, being the spokesman for the team and the voice of the team and the organization and the face of it all in this moment, because it's everything that he said there is valid. Your concerns are with the individual, but your concerns are also with the other individuals that are inside the locker room. You want something what's best for one of the linchpins of your franchise. You're probably talking about your fourth best player, You were without your fourth and fifth best player essentially in that Game 4 against Dallas, and it all happened pretty close to before puck drop. But everything that he's going through right now of concern for the individual, knowing that contractually there's a good chance the individual still is going to be a part of your organization in the future, and trying to set yourself up for that while also knowing that I'm sure the guy is also frustrated as hell. There's a sense of here we go again. How could this happen again? at this time of year, the timing of it couldn't have been worse. Those are such tough questions to answer for Jared Bednar, and it's just funny, Andy, because he's like he's trying to serve so many different purposes just in answering that one question.
Yeah, bottom line is this. If the contract hit wasn't the contract hit or the cap hit wasn't the cap hit,
Of
I'd
course.
be curious to see how we'd be handling this situation.
I think it'd be something very different.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's something very different that's going on there.
And you know,
You're talking about if he's a fourth liner, who cares? But he's one of your stars who you gave a 6-year contract to.
and 4 more years. No, there's 6 more years of it.
6 more years on the contract.
It was an 8-year contract.
Oh, he's a part of the foundation
Yeah,
that
he
the
is.
future of the
Well,
organization is built upon.
And
He's a
again-
key pillar to this whole thing.
He's eating $6 million next year, no matter what.
It's a killer.
So
It's a killer. Yeah.
Look, it is what it is. I don't know what else to say about the Val situation. Everyone's going to feel the way that they want to feel about it. It really sucks. Bottom line, he's gone, but you still have some of your highest prize. Look, the guys that get all the attention are still going to take the ice tonight. Cale Makar is still going to be on the ice. Nathan McKinnon's still going to be on the ice. Mikko Rantanen is still going to be on the ice.
Yep.
Let me ask you this. I understand why Arturi Lehkonen was given a chance to play with Mikko and with Nate, because you need a guy that does the dirty work in front of the net.
Mm-hmm.
Does he, with Drouin back, do you just try to put that line back together and see if you can't recapture some of the chemistry from early? Now that he's not hurt anymore, should he just put those 3 back, maybe drop Lecky back down to the second line?
I don't think they're going to be married to much of anything tonight. I think they're going to start with Lehkonen on the top line, but this is desperation time, right? So this is if he might give something a few shifts, and then if it ain't working, it's out the window on this night. He'll scramble to find whatever he possibly can to get this victory tonight. So if it is 62 on the top line tonight, that could change by the second period. Hell, it could change before that.
Look, there were times the other night I wasn't quite sure. I didn't feel like maybe Mikko was even with the top line anymore.
Right.
I mean, to your point, he's been moving a lot of stuff around.
Yeah. Nathan McKinnon is probably going to play, 30 minutes tonight? 28, 29, 30?
Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes.
Cale
Look
Makar
at
will
Nikola
play.
Jokic.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic came in early last night, did he not? Did you notice that? They snuck him in at the 9-minute mark.
I think 9:30 mark that he came back in the fourth
they weren't
last
going to do
night.
that. That's Nate's job.
Yep.
That Nate's got to play a Nikola Jokic-like role tonight. It's that simple.
Makar will be he'll have a 30-minute night tonight. That's the game the Avalanche are going to have to play. But this is called Lean on the Stars. Hope that they show up. Not the Stars, but lean on your best players.
We all know what you meant. Don't you fret.
I fret.
You're too fretting about this.
I do hate it. It's very annoying to me. It's almost as annoying as the Mark Messier trophy.
Yeah, how about that?
Which I find very annoying.
Why do you not like a Mark Messier trophy?
Here's my problem with the Mark Messier trophy.
What does
okay?
this go to, by the way? I didn't know this existed either until you sent us the clip.
Yes. So I saw this going around, and Barry Pacheski wrote about this on Defector. So did you know there is a Mark Messier trophy?
No.
All right.
No.
The NHL has too many awards. Just too many.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There's way too many because the Mark Messier Award exists. And if you go to the list of NHL awards, all right, the Mark Messier Leadership Award, by the way, was just giving to Jacob Trouba of the New York Rangers. However, let's see. So that award was given out yesterday.
Cool.
Today is the Bill Masterton Memorial Trophy. Saturday is the Selke, that's defensive forward. Next Wednesday is the Jack Adams. And then on May the 28th is the King Clancy Memorial Trophy. So the Mark Messier Leadership Award is awarded by former player Mark Messier himself to the player who exemplifies great leadership qualities to his team on and off the ice during the regular season. Now they're going to give out the King Clancy Memorial Trophy next week, which is awarded to the player who best exemplifies leadership qualities on and off the ice and has made a noteworthy humanitarian contribution in his community.
So kind of their Walter Payton.
Aren't these the same things? Leadership on and off the ice?
Well, Yeah, but isn't the King Clancy the one with the community chip in?
I don't know, but in the release for Jacob Trouba, they talk about all the stuff he does in the community. The difference is the Mark Messier Leadership Award is decided upon by Mark Messier. That's it.
That's why it's his trophy. Did he buy that trophy?
So apparently,
can a non-Ranger win it? Becomes my question.
He
An
can.
Oiler?
He very much can. So it is given to a player selected by Hockey Hall of Fame center Mark Messier to honor an individual who leads by positive example through on-ice performance, motivation of team members, and dedication to community activities and charitable causes. It was first awarded in 06-07. So check this out. So the first year they gave it out, it was a monthly award.
Okay.
They gave it out every month.
They gave a lot of them.
Yeah. So Messier had to pick somebody every month. And then apparently he was too busy to do that. So then Messier just went to an annual award. Jacob Trouba is the first New York Ranger to have won the annual award. However, Brendan Shanahan won it in November of 2006 when it was a monthly award. But again, this is all determined by Mark Messier.
Well, it's good to be the captain.
Apparently, Messier solicits phone calls, like nominating people, and then he just decides. He just has his own award.
Does he just have a desk he's sitting at made of nice oak? Beautiful chair to sit at.
I sit
waiting
at?
for the phone to ring. Give me your pitch.
Which you know by now, this is one of those things that somebody is texting Mark Messier the day before they give out the award, and they're like, "Dude, we gotta engrave the trophy. Who are we giving it to?"
Yeah.
And he's just like, crap, and he texts it in.
He's been on ESPN, staying up on all these overtime games. I forgot. How long do you think before? How long did you say before he was like, "This is a terrible idea. Whose dumb idea was this to do this every month? I'm not doing this every month.
It lasted
I'm too busy."
1 year. It lasted 1 year.
Yeah, because he was trying to play golf and do things, and he's got GMs calling him to pitch Trubas and guys like that to give your award.
Winners of the Mark Messier
my guy
Award.
Can really use your award, Mark.
The Mark Messier Award.
This sounds like the George Costanza scholarship they gave away from that foundation. The kid wants to be an architect. Good enough for me. He can have it.
Are you the most like Mark Messier? Well, then Mark Messier will decide you deserve the Mark Messier Award.
Cool, Carl.
What a stupid trophy.
What does it look like?
According to the edit, I hope it's just like his big face, his big shiny
Is it a
head.
plaque of him and his bald head? Big old grin.
You just
little thumbs up to you. Hey,
you get a T-shirt with Messier's face really big on it.
The Mark Messier Award.
According to the NHL's official awards guide, Mark Messier solicits suggestions from team and league personnel to compile a list of potential candidates for the award. However, the selection of the 3 finalists and ultimate winner is Messier's alone. Does he decide?
There's no committee.
Does he decide on the finalists?
I'd like to weigh in on the Messier Award. No, I don't care. It's my award. Hey, what are your opinion? Is your name Mark Messier? No? Then guess what? I don't care.
100% of Mark Messiers agree on this decision.
That's right. Guess why you got the award? Because I'm Mark Messier and it's my damn award.
A unanimous decision made by me, the voter.
We feel like you were bribed. Don't care. My award. What are you going to do about it? Patrick Waugh? I didn't need your help. You know why? Ain't no Patrick Waugh humanitarian award. It's a Messier.
Also,
they're walking around going, "I got a Messier." You showing that on the mantle? There's my Messier.
Oh, you got to put it right on the mantle. I won the Messier. Don't you know?
Good for you, bud.
Also, this now just has me why could they think of could we get a Ty Domi Memorial Award?
Sure, just the biggest scrapper fighter guy that probably won't be in the league next year.
Remember our buddy Rob Ray?
Yeah. See, now I'm trying to think of random fighters that lasted a year.
Curtis McDermott Award.
There you go. That's a good one. That's a good one right there.
Still in the league?
He's still getting a paycheck. By the way, no Avalanche have ever won the Mark Messier Award.
Do you think he realizes there's hockey teams west of the Mississippi?
Let's see. Well, Anze Kopitar won it a couple of years ago, so he must have gotten a text message from one of them, I suppose. I don't know. But yes, Jacob Trouba, winner of the Messier Award, as awarded by Mark Messier.
Does he call you?
Do you give
you a little FaceTime?
Does he come and knock on the hotel room door like it's the Football Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Congratulations, Bobby.
Be a hell of a thing, like if you're hoping to win the Hart Trophy and instead you got to settle for the Messier.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Do you get money with the Messier? No money. It's a Messier.
I would hope so. If you win any of these trophies.
Is the award just a replica of his jersey? Here you go.
You get a Messier. You get a knockoff Messier.
Why? It's the Federal Messier jersey that you can buy around games. Why do you got a Messier jersey, you loser? It's my award. Stop it.
The Avalanche tonight.
Maybe they'll win a Messier.
No Messier award winners on this roster, but maybe they can go beat the Dallas Stars. That's going to do it for us here this afternoon. Thanks to the Ivory Tower, Jim Peterson. Thank you to Nick Kosmider. Thank you to all of you. Head out to the Hofbrau in Westminster tonight. Check out Birdo, Raj, and Spring. Avs, Stars, pregame next.
Off on the Nuggets.
Let's go, Nuggets.
Let's go, boys. Sound off on the Avalanche.
If the Colorado